Natural Sciences for Better Future. Ladies and gentlemen, as we commence this memorable occasion, we respectfully invite our honored guests to participate in the lighting of oil lamp, symbolizing wisdom, prosperity, and the enlightenment of knowledge. Natural Sciences. Please join with us for this ceremonial beginning. To light the oil lamp, I cordially invite Professor D.M.C.C. Gunatilaka, Director of ISATRS, Mr. Sri Harvinder Singh, Guest of Honor, ISATRS 2026, Consul General of India, Hambantota, Professor W. Senadira, Fiji National University, Professor Mrs. N.P. Vidanapatirana, Chairperson, ISATRS 2026, Mrs. S.L. Navaratna, Coordinator, ISATRS 2026, Mrs. K.G. Katipayarachi, Secretary, ISATRS 2026, Dr. B.P. Bandusek, Dr. B.P. Sirivardhana, Coordinator, ISATRS 2025, Dr. B.S. Bandusekara, Secretary, ISATRS 2025, Dr. Mrs. Nelkashri Varanasinghe, Coordinator, NSATRS 2024, Mr. H.K.R.S. Kumara, Secretary, NSATRS 2023, Mrs. S.A.S. Priyadarshani, Deputy Registrar, UCIARS, Mrs. K.G.R.N. Attanayaka, Assistant Bursar, UCIARS, Mr. H. Rohanadira, Head of the Tissue Culture Unit, Mr. K.A.R.R.N. Attanayaka, Farm Manager, UCIARS, Mrs. I.C. Vijay Singha, Sub-Warden, UCIARS. Thank you all. It is an honor to welcome you to the International Symposium on Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences 2026. It's now my privilege to invite Mrs. S.L. Navaratna, our dedicated symposium coordinator, to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, everyone. It is my great pleasure and privilege as a symposium coordinator of the International Symposium on Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences 2026 to warmly welcome all distinguished guests, keynote speakers, researchers, academics, industry representatives, students, and participants join us today. The symposium served as an important platform for knowledge sharing, scientific discussion, innovation, and collaboration in the field of agrotechnology and rural sciences. We are delighted to bring together experts and scholars from diverse disciplines and countries to exchange ideas and explore solutions to the challenges and opportunities facing agriculture and rural development in the modern world. First and foremost, I am deeply honored to extend a very warm welcome to our chief guest, Professor Indika Mahesh Karnatilaka, Vice Chancellor of the University of Colombo. Dear sir, we are grateful for your presence and continued support in advancing academic excellence and research. I am equally pleased to welcome our guest of honor, Mr. Harendra Singh, Consul General of India in Hambantota, Sri Lanka. Your presence reflects the strong bond of cooperation and shared commitment toward education, innovation, and sustainable development between our nations. I would also like to extend a sincere welcome to Professor DMCC Gunatilaka, Director of University of Colombo Institute for Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences. Dear Professor, your leadership and dedication have been instrumental in making this symposium a reality, and we greatly appreciate your guidance and support. A very special welcome is extended to our distinguished keynote speakers. We are honored to have with us Professor Kazuhiko Sakai, Professor in the Department of Regional Agriculture Engineering, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Rikkyō, Japan, and also Associate Professor Thagaraja Ramilan, School of Agriculture and Environment, Massey University, New Zealand. We sincerely thank you for graciously accepting our invitation and for sharing your valuable expert and insight with us. Your contribution will undoubtedly enrich our discussion and inspire future research and innovations. A very warm welcome to Professor Vijit Senadira, Department of Biosystem Engineering, Fiji National University, Fiji. We are honored to have you with us today and deeply appreciate your valuable contribution to this symposium. A special welcome is extended to the symposium chair, Professor N.P. Vidhanapathirana, for her invaluable guidance and support throughout the organizing of this symposium. I would also like to acknowledge and warmly welcome the symposium secretary, Mrs. K.G. Katapearachi, whose committed hard work and leadership have been vital in organizing this symposium. I also take this opportunity to welcome all academic staff members of both departments, Deputy Registrar, Mrs. S.S. Priyadarshini, Assistant Bursar, Mrs. K.G.R.N. Attanayaka, Farm Manager, UCIRS, members of the non-academic staff, IT staff, media unit of UCIRS, and all those who have worked tirelessly behind the scene to make this event successful. A very warm welcome is also extended to all researchers, participants, presenters, students, and invited guests who have joined us today. Your presence and active engagement are what makes this symposium a vibrant platform for knowledge sharing, innovation, and collaboration. As he comments ISATRS 2026, I encourage all participants to actively engage in this session, exchange ideas, build professional networks, and explore opportunities for future collaborations. May this symposium foster meaningful discussion and generate innovation solutions that contribute to sustainable agriculture development and vibrant rural communities. Once again, I warmly welcome you all to ISATRS 2026 and wish you a productive, insightful, and enjoyable symposium. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your inspiring words. Now, I cordially invite Professor DMCC Gunathilaka, the Director of ISATRS, to deliver the inaugural remarks and officially commence the ceremony.
Good morning, everybody. Professor Indika Karunathilaka, Vice Chancellor, University of Colombo, Chief Guest of our event today, and Board of Management members of UCIRS, Mr. Sri Harvendra Singh, Guest of Honor, the Council General, India, Hambantota, and keynote speakers, and our symposium chair today, Professor Nisansala, and symposium coordinator, Ms. Supipi, and Ms. Kasuni, symposium secretary and deputy registrar, and assistant bursa of UCIRS, and other academic staff, and guest of other guests, and students, and all participants. As the director of University of Colombo, Institute for Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences, I'm actually delighted and deeply honored to welcome you all to the International Symposium on Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences. So then this is actually building upon the success of our transition to the global stage last year. We gather this year under vital and timely theme, the Smart for Resilient Future, Smart Agriculture for the Resilient Future, Bridging Climate Adaptation and Global Opportunities. Okay, so then UCIRS actually hold a unique and proud position as the premier institute dedicated to providing advanced technological education to the farmers and agri-entrepreneurs. Dismantling traditional barriers such as age, formal education background, and time constraints. Our mission to open doors for higher education to the young rural farmers who might otherwise be limited by social and economic challenges by empowering our farming communities with modern knowledge and cutting edge technologies. We are aimed to elevate agriculture into the higher esteemed, high tech driven profession in Sri Lanka. That is our main target as a UCIRS. So, global agriculture, food production, we know, or growth in largely stagnated, and yield of major grain crops, because the grains are the staple food most countries, such as wheat, rice. So that growth of that grain crops increasing in 1%. This actually I explained in that my previous sessions also. Actually, this food production increase at 1%. That behind the global population growth. The population growth now estimate around 2. It is that 1%, I mean 1% mean half. The population goes is 2 times, and 1 times is the food production growth. So concurrently, and expanding the global population demands more land for the housing and in infrastructure. So that expanding cultivation area meets the food demand is no longer viable or sustainable option. Climate change also disturbing for the global food production. So what is the solution? Therefore, the enhancing agriculture productivity, develop alternative through the innovative and some productive technologies. That is the key solution for improving the agriculture production for the to meet the global demand. The ISATRS 2026 facilitate to exchange the global expertise, diverse experience, and groundbreaking research findings. It provides a vibrant forum for the young researchers to dedicate challenges, discover climate resilient solution, future pathways to the boost agriculture production both in Sri Lanka and across the globe. So in my closing, I wish to extend my heartfelt appreciation and congratulation to the organizing committee, because we know that this is not the one. We can't do it instantly. There are a lot of our students as well as our academic staff and non-academic staff involved for success this event. So that my heartfelt and appreciation for them also, and their timeless effort to our distinguished keynote speakers, for insightful paper presenters, and all the participants joining us today. I wish all engaging, productive, and inspiring symposium today. So thank you very much. Wish you all the best for all presenters. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's now my great honor to invite Professor Mrs. N.P. Vidanapatirana, Symposium Chairperson, to welcome our respected chief guest, Professor I.M. Karunatilaka, Vice Chancellor, University of Colombo, to address the gathering.
Very good morning to all. It's my great privilege and honor to introduce Professor Indika Mahesh Karunatilaka, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Colombo, the chief guest today to address the gathering. Professor Karunatilaka is a distinguished academic and accomplished medical educationist and a proud alumnus of University of Colombo, where he has served with dedication for over 25 years. As the first professor of medical education at university, he has been transformative figure in higher education, making significant contribution to curriculum development, educational quality enhancement, staff development, and innovation in medical education in Sri Lanka. An internationally recognized scholar, Professor Karuna Tilaka has authored over 100 publications in indexed and peer-reviewed journals and delivered more than 150 research presentations at national and international forums. His academic excellence has been recognized through numerous awards, including the President's Award for Scientific Publications. As the Vice Chancellor of University of Colombo, Professor Karuna Tilaka has provided visionary leadership in strengthening academic excellence, fostering research and innovation, enhancing international collaborations, and promoting a student-centered learning environment. His commitment to institutional development and academic transformation continues to evaluate the University of Colombo standing as a leading higher education institution in the region. Beyond the university, he has served in numerous national and international leadership roles, including the World Health Organization, the Asia Pacific Academic Consortium for Public Health, and served professional bodies bringing global recognition to both University of Colombo and Sri Lanka. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming Professor Indika Mahesh Karunathilaka, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Colombo, to deliver his address. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good morning to all of you. Professor Samudita Gunathilaka, the Director of the University of Colombo Institute of Agriculture, Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences, Professor N.P. Vidanapathirana, the Symposium Chair, all the resource persons who are joining in person as well as online, the administrative and academic staff members of the University of Colombo Institute for Agri-Technology and Rural Sciences, and all the conference participants. At the very outset, I would like to congratulate the organizing committee and the University of Colombo Institute of Rural Technology and Agri-Technology and Rural Sciences for organizing this very important and very timely symposium for the second consecutive year. Last year also we had a very successful symposium, and this time I'm very much delighted to see that you have selected a very important and very timely theme for the conference. The theme this time, that's Smart Agriculture for Resilient Future, bridging climate adaptation and global opportunities, is very much relevant to the current situation and the future challenges that we will be facing. And it's very appropriate that this theme is selected by the International Symposium on Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences of the University of Colombo Institute for Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences, because UCIRS was established with a unique objective. That unique objective was to provide university opportunities, higher education opportunities for the farming community. That was a unique initiative started several years ago, officially established in 2009 as the University of Colombo Institute for Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences. With that unique objective, the UCIRS has provided yeoman service for the nation by innovations in agrotechnology and linking those innovations and research for the upliftment of the agriculture and the rural sciences in Sri Lanka. And this service has become even more important in the current situation. During the recent disaster, we have seen how important the smart agriculture and how important to be resilient, to be prepared for the future challenges. It has shown the need to use technology and also the preparedness to face challenges such as this. And in the future, it's going to be even more pronounced, mainly because of the expected threat due to the El Nino that may be expected in the coming months. We may be facing lot of challenges regarding agriculture and also regarding food security and several other challenges related to public health, nutrition, so on and so forth. We need to be prepared. We need to be prepared to face these challenges. That is where smart agriculture becomes very important. That is where resilience is very important. And that is why climate adaptation and the readiness to face those challenges becomes very important. All these are interconnected. The need for smart agriculture practices and developing and building resilience and facing the climate changes and adaptation. All these are interconnected. At the same time, there will be a lot of global opportunities because due to the challenges and the expected challenges due to climate changes, the global warming, and also the possibility of El Nino, due to those implications, at the same time, there can be a lot of opportunities coming because worldwide there may be issues related to the food shortages, nutrition issues, logistical issues, so on and so forth. In that situation, we should be able to make use of those global opportunities and apply smart agricultural technologies to ensure that we can harness the opportunities and the advantages that we have, such as the unique biodiversity that we have in Sri Lanka, to our advantage. That is why all these areas, the areas that we are discussing today, we are discussing about smart agriculture technologies and building resilience and climate adaptation and global opportunities. All these are interconnected, inseparably interconnected. As University of Colombo and also as the University of Colombo Institute for Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences, we have already started a lot of innovations. For example, I'm very happy to inform that last year we have worked together with the University of Colombo, with the UCIRS, as well as Mobitel Sri Lanka to develop an app that will help the farmers regarding climate changes and then selecting of different crops and taking decisions regarding agriculture practices. So that app was launched last year. That was one small initiative. In addition to that, we are planning to start an incubator for the UCIRS that is linked with the already established incubator of the University of Colombo. With that, we are planning to help our students and our trainees to have their innovations developed and expanded into startup companies and moving into the next level of commercialization. So in that sense, we already have initiated several activities to face this future. However, we need to very carefully plan, considering the challenges that we'll be facing in the future, and to make sure that we apply smart agriculture technologies and the available technologies such as artificial intelligence, drone technology, so on and so forth, to ensure that our future is resilient and also we are prepared for the future. Our food security is established and also we are ready to make the opportunities that are available, the global opportunities that are coming up to our advantage, to the advantage of our country and our nation. I'm sure the discussion deliberations that will be taking place today will help us to identify the way forward and plan how we can make use of the smart agriculture technologies and the current technology available to develop a resilient future and also to bridge the gap between climate adaptation and the possible challenges that we are facing in the future. Once again, I thank the director, the organizing committee, all the resource persons, and all the administrative and academic staff of the University of Columbia Institute for Agri-Technology and Rural Sciences for making this very important symposium a reality. And I wish you a very fruitful day of deliberations that will help us, that will enable us to move forward. Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights. Now, our first keynote speech is expected to be highlight today's symposium. I invite Dr. B.P. Sirivardhana to introduce and welcome our honorable keynote speaker, Professor Tyagiraja Ramilan from School of Agriculture and Environment, Massey University, New Zealand.
Distinguished guests, respected academics, researchers, industry representatives, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great privilege and honor to invite our keynote speaker, Associate Professor Ramilan Thangiraj, to deliver the keynote address at the International Symposium on Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences 2026. Professor Ramilan worked as an Associate Professor in Agribusiness at Massey University, New Zealand, and former President of New Zealand Agriculture and Resource Economic Society. He currently serves as the Academic Program Leader for the Sustainable, Resilient, and Productive Agri-Food Systems Program funded by the New Zealand Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade. With an outstanding international career spanning South Asia, East Asia, Africa, Australia, and New Zealand, he has held academic research positions at University of Melbourne, CGIAR, the TRI Sri Lanka, and the Department of Agriculture and Eastern University, Sri Lanka. His research expertise encompasses agribusinesses, agricultural and resource economics, bioeconomic modeling, greenhouse gas mitigation, water economics, climate market scenarios, and sustainable agri-food systems. Most recently, he served as the principal investigator for the climate neutral farm project, contributing significantly to the development of framework that integrate livestock technologies and resource efficiency into modern agri-food value chains. His wealth of experience, scholarly contributions, and commitment to advancing sustainable agriculture make him an ideal keynote speaker for today's symposium. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming Associate Professor Ramilan Thangiraj to deliver his keynote address. Dear Professor, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Hi, Bowen. Vanakkam. Good morning, all of you. My presentation today focuses on um, an application of bioeconomic models to agri-food systems. I would like to share my presentation. So, I'm Tyagaraja Ramilan, attached to School of Agriculture and Environment, Massey University, New Zealand. So, before I start the formal part of the presentation, um, so a bit about me. It's a local career start for a global journey. So before I come to New Zealand, I worked in 3 institutions. I started with Eastern University Sri Lanka, then worked at Tea Research Institute at Talawakale and Ratnapura. Then I worked at Department of Agriculture. I joined the Agricultural Service and worked at the head office of the Department of Agriculture in Peradeniya, yes, especially a unit known as Socio-Economic and Planning Center, Samajatika Salisum Mathyasthana, where I was responsible for conducting coastal cultivation studies. Then I again moved to Eastern University as a staff member, and before leaving Sri Lanka. This was my agricultural career journey. So today I'm going to talk about the bioeconomic model. So there's an imperative for integrated modeling of farm or food systems. Because we need to feed a growing population while navigating the unpredictable realities of climate change and then navigating dual pressure of resource constraints and market dynamics, because the market dynamics are evolving and consumer preferences are getting diversified. And the sustainable food systems can be achieved by looking at biology, economics in biology or economics in isolation, because both aspects need to be looked together in addition to the environmental dimensions like greenhouse gas emissions or nitrogen leaching. So the bioeconomic models combine biophysical and economic modeling approaches to capture interactions between agricultural production, natural resources, and the environment. It, in fact, integrates biophysical data like soil health, crop growth, weather patterns with economic behavior like market prices or farmer decision making and resource constraints. I will be explaining these things, especially the resource constraints, in coming slides. So where these models are applied, these are the examples. Simulate the climate variation impact of climate variation on yield. So if you take 30 years, for example, using the annual daily precipitation over 30 years, we can simulate the crop yield over the time. So that is a very good measure to gauge the risk a farm household faces over time. And we can evaluate smart interventions like technological interventions, changing planting dates, incorporating new varieties or new fertilizer regime, and its associated cost and benefit. And further, there are technologies available to mitigate emissions or erosion or nutrient leaching, so we can simulate the effects before we commit money and invest those technologies on farm. We can simulate using these models the effects. And the various policies, we can simulate the impact of various policies as well. For example, like a fertilizer subsidy, increasing the fertilizer subsidies look like a very simple back of the envelope calculation, but in fact, there are many dynamics associated with that. If a farm household, what will happen when the fertilizer subsidy increases, they tend to buy more fertilizer in the open market as well, because they are not spending that much of money to apply the recommended levels of fertilizer, and as a result, the nitrogen application rate can go up. So that can vary from household to household, depends on their resource levels, their availability of credits, and so on. So these dynamics can be simulated using these bioeconomic models. And this focusing on smallholders, actually the models are actually this virtual platform is or calibrated to realities of small scale farmers, accounting for their specific risk aversion and credit constraints. And it helps to scale out experimental trial results from laboratories to land scale. And further we can assess different the adoption barriers of farmers, because different households have different attitudes towards technology adoption. So not necessarily biological production, there we need to consider the economic implications of adoption as well. So this is a quote from the literature: the bridge from lab to land. Bioeconomic modeling is the connective tissue between laboratory research and rural applications. It allows us to simulate the next 10 seasons before the first seed is planted. And ex ante means, again, it's doing something or trialing something before the actual event. So it can help to forecast. And ex ante, the feasibility of changing the agricultural management with focuses on processes taking place at the farm household level, and ability to do the trade-off analysis. Trade-off means the analyzing the trade-off between two conflicting goals to find the best possible trade-off through multi-criteria analysis. For example, a farmer may have a dilemma of choosing a crop which can increase his income, or choosing another crop which is not necessarily going to produce that much of income, but it can minimize the risk. Likewise, if you take crops like sorghum, it has been bred with multiple purposes in mind. Feeding human beings in terms using grains, or the fodder from the sorghum plant. So the breeders sometimes develop the sorghum varieties with an intention of feeding animals. So with the longer stalk, or longer store and smaller seed component. So this kind of trade-offs can be analyzed. This is a graphical illustration of trade-off analysis. For example, the grain versus fodder. This is the sort of trade-off relationship between. So the farm household can choose on which point on this graph they would like to be. So I'm going to explain the bioeconomic modeling framework. So bioeconomic models needs lots of data, but it can be sourced from various sources. For example, surveys, socioeconomic surveys, it can be conducted in a region to fulfill the purpose of the study, or we can use existing survey data, like depending on your geography, like Dataverse is one of the global platform. Plenty of socioeconomic data available. I'm not so sure about any data available in Sri Lankan context, but I have seen in India and Africa, there are lots of socioeconomic survey. One of my students used Africa Rising data to do this bioeconomic modeling exercise without doing his own survey. So in addition, the field experiments, like your scientists, your agronomists or soil scientists do lots of experiments with different technologies. And the biophysical simulations, I will touch this bit later. There are models available like APSIM, developed by Australians, and there's another model, DSET, is developed by some US organizations. These models can actually simulate the crop growth over time. So the survey data is used to develop farm typologies. For example, if you take in Sri Lankan situation, there are millions of smallholder farmers. We can't afford to do the modeling exercise for each and every farms. So we can use the multivariate statistics can be used to develop these representative farm types or representative virtual farms. So those farm types also can help to generate technical coefficients or functions to empower the model. So these functions can be incorporated into the model. I'm not going to discuss within this 15 or 20 minutes how to build the model. So the model basically going to have cropping activities, livestock activities, and how much food needed to be consumed by the households based on their energy requirements, and the commodity prices and input prices. So the land, labor, and the credit are the resources which a farmer may have limitations or constraints. So these constraints also can be incorporated into the model. So we can put the climate data, because the climate data are going to have an effect on, through this biophysical simulation, going to have effect on crop yield and the hydrology, especially if you are modeling a farm households in the catchment context, to quantify the water availability and nitrogen leaching, we need to incorporate the hydrological model. So then we can simulate policy and technology, as I previously mentioned, or the risk of farm households. And the end result is the maximize utility, means it can be increasing farm profit, for example, and as well, what sort of activities this model will prescribe the optimum combination of crops which can be cultivated given the labor and land credit constraints, to enhance farm households' income, subject to the nitrogen pollution or whatever the greenhouse gas emission constraints imposed by the modeler. This is a simple concept of bioeconomic model. In the right hand side is a maximize the profit. It depends on the price of the crop, yield of the crop. Yield of the crop again depends on it's a function of nitrogen, fertilizer, and rainfall. And the amount of fertilizer applied is F, and the price of fertilizer applied. So this is basically a cost, the benefit minus cost. So the model will maximize, but subject to the budget constraints and the pollution constraints. So that we will further impose the non-negativity, means you can't produce minus 200 bushels of rice or something. So that constraint, otherwise it kind of we may get the meaningless results. We can put runoff, nitrogen leaching, and so on. So I'm going to walk through some examples. One is the optimizing risk and income under climate variability, a bioeconomic modeling approach by one of my PhD students, Dr. David Ahimadia. Now currently he's working in Ireland, an government organization known as ISATRS, as a research fellow. So this is what I meant before. This is from a model known as AquaCrop. You can freely download from FAO website. Stochastic rice. Stochastic means you can see when we apply 220 kilogram of nitrogen, the yield of course is not constant. It varies through a range, because this effect, the range, how it happens, range is produced through variation in the rainfall. So this can produce lots of risk to the farmer. For example, when farmer is applying 220 kilogram nitrogen, sometimes he will get very low yield or no yield depending on the rainfall, especially in rain-fed farming system. So this is a huge risk for farmers. So based on these results, the model has actually came up with the relation, the results, actually the relationship between expected net income and variance. You can see that when the net income is higher, the risk is also higher. This is kind of coming from here. When the yield is higher, you can see that the range from maximum to minimum is also high. And this is the modeling framework he have used. He used the input data, IFRI, International Food Policy Research Institute data is known as Africa Rising, and developed farm typologies. And based on the farm typologies, he identified the constraints because different farm type have different. Some farmers are richer farmers or relatively richer farmers, and the coefficients and the crop growth has been generated using the aqua crop model for varying climate and the different nitrogen management regime. So the output is risk resilient cropping patterns and market participation, how much they can produce more than the household consumption, and the income risk trade-off. Another example is greenhouse gas mitigation. So our approach, we identified list of mitigation options. It's a New Zealand-based research. I mainly conducted this. Then we conducted a workshop bringing in a panel of experts and identify potential technologies, and we simulated using a bioeconomic model and came up with the cost effectiveness assessment. This is known as marginal abatement cost. It shows the relationship of the cost of abatement technology and the potential of that technology to abate greenhouse gas emissions. So that, for example, if you take the first technology, it is a very, very profitable technology because it reduces the cost of the farm. So, but meantime, the horizontal width is very narrow, so it is potential to mitigate the emission is very, very less. So meanwhile, some technologies are expensive, especially in the kind of 3.09, the barley for palm kernel replacement along with the trees. That's a good technology. It can reduce a huge amount of greenhouse gas emissions, but it's a costly technology. So based on the model's recommendation, the further experimental trials have been conducted at the moment to fine-tune this result. So the modeling exercise is not only taking the experimental results to the real world, it helps to fine-tune farm trials as well. So this is another Sri Lankan example, the evaluation of nitrogen fertilizer decisions by rice farmers. This actually, this research has been conducted by my PhD student from University of Melbourne. She's Dr. Hemali Kantilanka, now working for Grains Australia at Perth. So this study was focused on the Tirappanai catchment. This is a map of the Tirappanai catchment. And she got the data for fertilizer management by farmers by conducting a socio-economic survey and used the crops Oriza, APSIM Oriza model to simulate rice yield across the time, not only rice yield, nitrate leaching, and nitrate runoff. Then she incorporated all these output into the hydrological model and economic model to come up with a recipe for the smallholder farmers. And this work has been published in Agricultural Systems Journal. You can freely download this by just typing her name, or you can go through my Google profile. So another student, he's Dr. Prinath Jayasinghe. Now he's working as a scientist at CSIRO in Australia. He investigated the tropical pasture species in Sri Lanka. Because the poor quality, dairy farmers normally face the challenges of low quality pastures and inadequate pasture and high seasonality. So the cows sometimes get better feed, sometimes not. So as a result, they become so lean. So this is his modeling approach. He has used modeling climate data and soil data and synthetically simulated 3 different types of tropical grasses across Sri Lanka. This is his partial results, but I know that in a short time, I try to say a lot, but this particular book chapter is freely available. It's a great resources. This chapter was written by Professor Jivika Viraheva of University of Peradeniya and me. So analyzing land use planning regulations using linear programming models. So this is a very good starting point. So I encourage you to, especially these undergraduate students, to have a look. So I would like to acknowledge director and the organizing committee of the ISTRS 2026, the organizers of this conference, my former PhD students, Dr. Himali Kartilanka, Dr. Priyanath Jasing, and Dr. David Ahimadia. At last, not least, your staff and our student Ritnas, who has kindly asked me to give this presentation. Yes, thank you very much. Any questions, feel free to email me. Thank you.
Thank you for your enlightening presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we now invite you to join with us for a short video presentation, The Journey of ISATRS.
Welcome to the University of Colombo, Institute for Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences, the agricultural paradise of Magampura. Since its establishment in 2000, UCIARS has been a cornerstone in fostering agricultural entrepreneurs and uplifting Sri Lanka's agricultural sector. This mission is powered by a dedicated academic staff and diligent non-academic staff committed to excellence, guidance of esteemed directorship. Today, more than 400 undergraduates pursue their degrees here through a modern blended learning model. UCIARS shines as an unmatched beacon in education, seamlessly fusing advanced technology with critical hands-on practical knowledge. At the heart of UCIARS, the Department of Agrotechnology and the Department of Food Technology form the foundation of an advanced curriculum enriched by extensive research and hands-on practical experience. Here, undergraduates immerse themselves in diverse disciplines like crop science, animal husbandry, biotechnology, and food science. Each program features tailored practical sessions designed to sharpen their professional skills and industry expertise. Spanning across 40 acres, the UCIARS farm acts as a sprawling, living laboratory. It features state-of-the-art cattle shed, poultry unit, goat shed, and piggery unit, all equipped with modern technologies. The farm's fully automated greenhouses offer an advanced cultivation environment, while the iconic UCIARS lake, driven by smart irrigation, serves as the lifeblood of this agricultural heaven. UCIARS also prides itself on housing Sri Lanka's most advanced tissue culture laboratory. Staffed with highly skilled professionals and utilizing cutting-edge systems, this facility brings invaluable access to modern agricultural techniques directly to the rural farming community. Student life here is remarkably vibrant and diverse. Throughout the year, cultural, educational, and sporting events infuse continuous energy into the university. Active organizations like Art Society, Sports Society, Students Association, and the Media Unit play a pivotal role in nurturing well-rounded, globally capable graduates. This is UCIARS, where innovation translates to excellence, actively shaping the future of agriculture in Sri Lanka. The first national symposium of the University of Colombo Institute for Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences was held on 15th of December 2020 and marked the milestone, the first international symposium, on 26th of June 2025. We have been on an incredible journey, and we are now on our way to a remarkable second international symposium. This is a brilliant opportunity for everyone to promote their research and innovations.
Thank you for your attention. We now move on our second keynote speech. I invite Dr. B.S. Bandusekara to introduce and welcome our honorable keynote speaker, Professor Kazuhito Sakai from Department of Regional Agricultural Engineering, Faculty of Agriculture, University of the Ryukyus, Japan.
Good morning, everyone. It is my great pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Professor Kazuhito Sakai, from the University of Ryukyu, Faculty of Agriculture. Professor Sakai is a distinguished researcher whose work span water management, hydrological modeling, soil erosion, greenhouse gas emission, and sustainable agricultural systems. His academic journey began with a deep interest in desert greening and water management, leading him to pursue advanced studies at University of Tokyo and later expand his research into environmental assessments, soil and water conservation, and circular agriculture systems. His current research focuses on efficient irrigation management, greenhouse gas monitoring, climate change mitigation, resource recycling, ecosystem restoration through sustainable agriculture. Beyond his outstanding scientific contributions, Professor Sakai has made a remarkable impact on Sri Lankan academia by supervising and mentoring a large number of Sri Lankan PhD students. Through his guidance, support, and collaboration, he has significantly contributed to the development of agricultural research capacity in Sri Lanka. And many Sri Lankan scholars have benefited greatly from his expertise and mentorship. Today, Professor Sakai will share his insight on how circular economic approaches can connect food production, energy use, water management, and the environmental sustainability. So please join with me, warmly welcome Professor Sakai for his keynote presentation.
Today, I would like to discuss how we can introduce the concept of circular economy into agriculture practice. Many modern industries have long been supported by a linear flow: produce, consume, and dispose. Agriculture has also followed this pattern in many respects. However, this system depends heavily on limited resources such as land, water, energy, and fertilizers. And it now poses a serious threat to the global sustainability of agriculture. In this keynote, I will focus on the role of agriculture within interconnected cycles of resources, energy, carbon, water, and ecosystems. I would like to emphasize the perspective of designing sustainable agriculture models at the intersection of food, energy, and the environment. The two key words are sustainable and regenerative. I hope this talk will help you not only understand the scientific background, but also consider how these ideas can be applied to your own regions and field of interest. My talk today has three main objectives. First, we will clarify the concept of circular economy and examine how it differs from conventional economic and agriculture systems. Second, and we will consider how agriculture is connected to natural resources cycles, including soil, water, carbon, and biodiversity. Third, we will look at food, energy, and environment as interconnected global challenges that must be addressed in an integrated way. The important point is that we are not simply seeking agriculture that is environmentally friendly. Rather, we are exploring how waste and emissions can be reused as new resources, and how economic, social, and environmental systems can be redesigned. By understanding these points, we can contribute to future food systems and regional policy design. Let us begin by clarifying the fundamental difference between a linear economy and a circular economy. A linear economy is based on the one-way process of take, make, and dispose. It consumes resources and it is closely associated with mass production and mass consumption. In contrast, a circular economy is based on the principle of reduce, reuse, and regenerate. It aims to keep resources in use as long as possible, to restore them, and to avoid generating waste. In agriculture, this can mean minimizing inputs such as fertilizers, pesticides, and energy, and returning organic residues to the soil as compost. The key question is not how to treat waste after it has been created, but how to design systems so that waste is not created in the first place. In the future, agriculture design must address production, distribution, and consumption process from this perspective, designing out waste from the beginning. Here, I would like to explain what the circular economy means and how this concept is developed. The circular economy is an economic model that avoids the one-time use and disposal of resources. Instead, it designs systems from the beginning so that waste is not generated and the resources can be reused and regenerated repeatedly. The concept spread rapidly, especially in Europe, after the Ellen MacArthur Foundation was established in 2010 to promote the circular economy. The background to this movement was growing concern about resource depletion, waste problems, and climate changes caused by the traditional take, make, dispose model. The conventional economy was supported by mass production and mass consumption. However, it became clear that the economic growth must be decoupled from resources consumption. In this sense, the circular economy is an important response to the climate and resource challenges that human now faces. Since around 2010, the European Union has treated resources efficiency as a strategic policy issue through initiatives such as Europe 2020 and the Resource Efficiency Roadmap. In 2015, it adopted its first Circular Economy Action Plan, creating a comprehensive policy framework for transition from a take, make, dispose economy to one based on reuse, repair, recycling, and better production design. The plan identified priority areas including plastics, food waste, construction materials, and economic equipment. It also combined regulation, research investment, and market incentives. In 2019, the Europe Green Deal added a broader goal: climate, neutrality by 2050. It connected circularity with energy, transport, building, agriculture, and trade. The important point is that the circular economy is not simply another word for recycling. It has become a framework for industrial policy, investment, standards, and international trade. It asks how economic activities can be redesigned so that growth becomes less dependent on the continuous extraction of new resources. The circular economy is highly relevant to agriculture because food demand is expected to increase while land, water, and energy remain limited. Agriculture uses a large share of fresh water and land resources, and it also creates significant environmental pressures. Nitrous oxide from fertilizer use and methane from rice paddy and livestock are important greenhouse gases. Agriculture practices, nutrient losses, and poorly managed residues can also degrade soil and water quality. These challenges cannot be solved only by making individual technologies slightly more efficient. We need to examine the entire resources flow, where inputs come from, how they are used, where losses occur, and how residues can become resources again. Circular agriculture therefore seeks to reduce unnecessary inputs, recover nutrients and energy, reuse water where appropriate, and regenerate the ecosystem that support production. The goal is not lower productivity. It is a food system that can provide stable production while reducing dependence on one-way flows of resources and waste. Agriculture occupies a central place in the circular economy because it directly manages natural cycles of carbon, nitrogen, water, and biological materials. Food waste can be converted into compost and returned to farmland, where nutrients support new crop production. Livestock manure can be processed through anaerobic digestion to produce biogas and digestate, which can be used as fertilizer. These may appear to be modern innovations, but farms have long practiced forms of local resource circulation. Manure, crop residue, and biomass were once more closely connected to soil fertility, fuel, and livestock feeding. In many modern systems, however, these connections have weakened because of specialization, rising labor cost, and dependence on external input. The challenge is not simply to restore the past. It is to redesign practical systems in which nutrient recycling, energy recovery, and ecosystem management are environmental sound and economical viable. Circular agriculture becomes meaningful when it reduces waste and also improves farm resilience, local employment, and long-term productivity. The circular economy is guided three core principles: design out waste and pollution, keep products and materials in use, and regenerate natural systems. In agriculture, the first principle means reducing pollution at the design stage. Integrated crop livestock system can use crop residues as feed and manures as compost. Integrated pest management can reduce pesticide dependence through natural enemies, traps, and careful monitoring. Precision technologies can improve the timing and amount of fertilization and irrigation. The second principle means keeping resources circulating for as long as possible. Examples include biomethane from manure and food residues, recycled or biodegradable agricultural materials, and reuse of drainage water or rainwater. The third principle goes beyond reducing harm. Regenerative practices such as cover crop, reduced tillage, agroforestry, polyculture, and polyculture can rebuild soil organic matter, biodiversity, carbon storage, and water regulation. Together, these approaches show that circularity is not only a waste management strategy. It is a design approach that links environmental restoration with durable agricultural productivity and regional economic opportunity. Agriculture supports survival, but it also has a major effect on freshwater, land, climate, and biodiversity. For that reason, sustainable agriculture must be evaluated through environmental, economic, and social dimensions. Environmentally, agriculture should prevent soil degradation, reduce nutrient losses, improve water use efficiency, and conserve biodiversity. Economically, it must maintain farm income, competitiveness, and regional value creation. Socially, it must contribute to food security, rural communities, and fair working conditions. These dimensions cannot be separated. A system that reduces emission but destroys farm livelihoods, for example, will not be sustainable in the long term. We also need to move from an efficiency-centered view toward a regenerative one. It is not enough merely to use fewer inputs. Agriculture should strengthen ecosystem functions by increasing soil organic matter, improving water cycles, and storing carbon. Modern farming has often become more linear through chemical inputs, monocropping, and long-distance supply chains. Reconnecting agriculture to wider resources cycle is therefore essential. The transition toward sustainable and circular agriculture is supported by several international frameworks. The Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, adopted by the United Nations in 2015 are especially relevant. Agriculture is closely connected to Goal 2 on their hunger, Goal 6 on clean water, Goal 12 on responsible consumption and production, Goal 13 on climate action, and Goal 15 on life and land. These goals must be addressed together because a narrow focus on food output can cause water pollution, land degradation, or biodiversity loss. The Paris Agreement is also important because agriculture is both a source of greenhouse gases and a potential carbon sink through soils and biomass. Circular economy policies and another dimension by emphasizing resources efficiency, water prevention, and industrial transformation. However, global frameworks don't automatically create local solutions. Actual practices must fit a local climate, water conditions, farm structures, markets, and cultural context. Global goals provide a shared direction, but circular agriculture systems must be designed and governed at the regional and farm levels. Moving to the final slide, I would like to highlight one key message. Sustainable agriculture and circular agriculture are closely connected, but they offer slightly different perspectives. Sustainable agriculture and circular agriculture are closely related, but they emphasize different questions. Sustainable agriculture seeks to maintain production over the long time while reducing environmental harm. It may focus on soil conservation, water quality protection, pesticide reduction, biodiversity, and lower greenhouse gas emissions. Circular agriculture goes further by designing the flow of resources. It asks how nutrients, water, carbon, energy, and materials can circulate within connected systems rather than becoming waste. Biogas from manure, compost from food residues, and reclaimed water irrigation are typical examples. The two concepts should not be treated as opposite. Circular agriculture can be a powerful pathway towards sustainability, but circularity is not automatically sustainable. A recycling process that consumes excess energy, creates contamination, or improve unrealistic cost may be counterproductive. We must therefore assess the environmental, economic, and social outcomes together. The central distinction is this. Sustainability often improves the performance of an existing system, while circularity redesigns the structure of the system itself. Further agriculture will need both efficient use of resources and the regeneration of ecosystems. I hope that this presentation has offered some ideas that may inspire new research, policies, or practical initiatives for agriculture development in your country. Thank you very much for your attention.
Willing to share some thoughts on our symposium or a message for our young scientists, this is the time for you, sir. Okay, thank you very much, sir, for your excellent keynote speech. Hope you are joining with us, sir. Are you there?
Nice to meet you. Can you hear me?
Okay, sir. Yes, we can hear
Yeah.
you, sir. So this is time for you to share some thoughts for our young scientists and researchers, apart from your academic insights. Sir, over to you.
Sorry, pardon?
We can hear you, sir.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for your listening my presentation. What I want to do, want to say is the agriculture is economic aspect is very important for agriculture because agriculture is one of the industry. So concerning economics, farmers should take a high income, but it is very difficult to make a sustainable agriculture system. So today I introduce a circular economy in agriculture. So not only technology, but a new economic system is required in agriculture in next generation, I think. And that is not only in Japan, but all over the world, I think. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, sir, for your valuable thoughts.
Today,
Thank you, sir. It's now time to welcome our guest of honor. I invite Mrs. Chaturi Koralage on the stage to introduce and welcome Mr. Sri Harvinder Singh, the Consul General of India, Hambantota.
Good morning to you all. It's my privilege to introduce our esteemed guest of honor for the International Symposium on Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences 2026, Mr. Harvinder Singh, Consul General of India in Hambantota, Sri Lanka. Mr. Singh has enjoyed a distinguished diplomatic career spanning more than 3 decades. He joined the Ministry of External Affairs of India in 1995 as the member of Indian Foreign Service and has since made significant contribution to India in global contributions. His academic credentials reflect a strong multidisciplinary foundation. He holds a diploma in production engineering, a bachelor degree in political science, and a master of business administration in human resources and organizational development from the prestigious Delhi School of Economics. Throughout his diplomatic career, Mr. Singh has served in several key overseas assignments, including Germany, Armenia, Argentina, and Sri Lanka. In these postings, he has successfully managed broad portfolio encompassing political, commercial, and administrative affairs, demonstrating exceptional leadership qualification and also professionalism and commitment to international cooperations. Notably, Mr. Singh is currently serving his second tenure as the Consul General of India in Hambantota, Sri Lanka. It reflects the confidence placed in his diplomatic expertise and his deep understanding of the region. And we are especially honored to welcome him today once again, as this marks his third occasion as a guest of honor at symposium organized by the ISATRS. His continued presence at our academic events stand as a testament to his unwavering support for the higher education, research collaboration, and the advancement of the agricultural and rural development initiatives. And we are honored to have Mr. Singh with us today. His participation reflects a strong friendship between India and Sri Lanka and the importance of collaboration in advancing agriculture and rural communities. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending warm and heartfelt welcome to our esteemed guest of honor, Mr. Harvinder Singh, Consul General of India in Hambantota, Sri Lanka. Thank you.
Namaste. Ayubowan, and a very good morning to all of you. It's good to be back here in this campus once again. Dear organizers, keynote speaker, other distinguished speakers, faculty member of this institute, and participants. I am pleased to be associated with this International Symposium on Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences being organized by the Institute for Agrotechnology and Rural Science of the University of Colombo today. We gather today at a critical crossroad in human history. By the year 2050, our planet will be home to nearly 10 billion people. To feed this growing population, global food production must increase by a staggering 60%. Yet we must achieve this monumental feat while facing severe climate volatility, rapidly degrading soil, and dwindling freshwater resources. The traditional farming methods of the past are no longer enough to sustain our future. The solution to this existential challenge lies at the intersection of two powerful forces, agrotechnology and rural sciences. Agrotechnology is not merely about replacing human labor with machines. It is about embedding intelligence into the very fabric of agriculture. Today, precision agriculture allows us to use drones and satellite imagery to monitor crop health down to the individual leaf. Internet of Things sensors embedded in the soil tell farmers exactly when to water, where to fertilize, how to eliminate waste, and how to protect our local ecosystems. Furthermore, advancements in biotechnology are giving us climate resilient, drought-tolerant crop varieties that can thrive in harsh environments. Technology is transforming agriculture from a game of chance into a highly predictable and a sustainable science. However, technology alone is not a silver bullet. Tools are only as good as the communities that use them. This is where rural sciences become indispensable. Rural science ensures that technology is not just innovative, but also inclusive and accessible. It studies the socio-economic dynamics of rural communities, ensuring that small farm holders who produce a third of world's food are not left behind in this digital divide. By focusing on rural development, agricultural management, and capacity building, we transform vulnerable rural economies into resilient hubs of global food production. When we bridge university-led agro-technological research with grassroots rural sciences, the magic happens. We uplift livelihoods, reduce rural poverty, and attract a new generation of young, tech-savvy entrepreneurs back to the fields. Our mission going forward is very clear. The academics must continue to innovate with a purpose. The industry leaders must make these technologies affordable and scalable. The policymakers and the governments must build the digital and physical infrastructure required to support modern rural networks. Friends, in India, agrotechnology and rural sciences are critical drivers for transforming a sector that employs nearly half of the country's workforce. The Indian agricultural landscape is rapidly shifting from traditional practices to digitized agtech framework to support its vast population. Government-backed digital ecosystems such as Digital Agriculture Mission, integrate artificial intelligence, remote sensing, and drones to optimize crop yields for millions of small farm holders. Further, the country's extensive network of Krishi Vigyan Kendras, which are agriculture research centers, they bridge the gaps between laboratory research and rural fields. These hubs translate biotechnological breakthroughs into accessible, climate smart solutions that boost rural technologies, rural income, and enhance national food security. Friends, recently Prime Minister Narendra Modi participated in G7 summit which was held in Evian, France. Although India is not a member of G7 group of countries, but India is being invited there for the past several years, and India has emerged as a voice of the global south, a voice of the developing world. Friends, India today is developing in all fields, including in the field of agriculture. In India, we believe in the concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which means world is one family. We are happy to share our advancements in the field of science, technology with the world outside. These advancements are not only in the field of technology, computers, or digital India or digital paraphernalia, it is also in the field of agriculture. India Sri Lanka has been a special relationship for the past thousands of years. We have a special connection because of Buddhism, because of Lord Buddha also. This special connection in today's world is also being followed by Indian policymakers, Indian government, and India has always been the first responder and has come forward to help people of Sri Lanka and the government of Sri Lanka. I'm happy to inform you also that every year more than 1,000 scholarships are being given by Government of India. These scholarships are fully paid. They are in respect of education at bachelor's level, master's level, as well as in the form of capacity building program and training of government officials. Many of these scholarship slots are also available in the field of agriculture, rural sciences, and in institutes where we do our research in these fields. Friends, smart agriculture today is the foundation of a resilient future for all of us. By empowering our rural communities with next generation technology, we do not just secure our food supplies, we cultivate global peace, stability, and prosperity. These are the intentions that are there behind our strong relationship with government of Sri Lanka, with people of Sri Lanka. I hope this symposium will bring together bright minds to discuss various issues related to the agro-technology and rural sciences. And as experts, you will be able to help policymakers like us, people who are in the government, to help us, to guide us, and bring to us solutions which are required at a broader national level. I take this opportunity to extend my best wishes to the organizers, to the faculty, to the University of Colombo for organizing this event. I'm happy that there's a lot of enthusiasm among the faculty members in organizing this event, and they don't let any excuse come to hinder the conduct of this exercise on an annual basis. Once again, thank you very much for inviting me, and congratulations, best wishes to the faculty, to the Institute for Agro-Technology and Rural Science of the University of Colombo for organizing this event. Thank you very much. Bham Stuti. Dhanyavad.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring remarks. Now, I invite Dr. Amani Veeraratna to introduce and welcome the special guest, Dr. D.A.T. Mahagamage, Poultry Industry Consultant and Veterinary Surgeon.
Good morning to you all. It's a distinct honor and a privilege for me to introduce our special guest speaker today. He's a true pillar of expertise and leadership in the discipline of veterinary medicine. With a career spanning over 3 decades, Dr. Athula Mahagamage has dedicated his life to the pursuit of excellence. Holding a Bachelor of Veterinary Medicine from the University of Peradeniya and a Master of Business Studies from the University of Colombo, Dr. Mahagamage has seamlessly blended deep scientific expertise with sharp strategic acumen. His journey is one of remarkable leadership. His career began with pivotal roles in quality control and management at esteemed organizations like Amico and Gold Coin Feed Mills. Driven by relentless passion for excellence, he ascended through the ranks, demonstrating unparalleled proficiency in hatchery management, field milling, and safety standards. His tenure culminated in his appointment as general manager at Gold Coin Feed Mills, which is a clear reflection of the strategic acumen and leadership that have defined his career. However, his influence is not confined to national borders. As the current regional head of poultry sector modernization to South Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa at the US Soybean Export Council, and through his consultancy work with the World Initiative for Soy in Human Health, Dr. Mahagamage is actively shaping the future of global food security and nutrition through innovative solutions. Beyond his corporate achievements, he is a tireless advocate for his profession. He has served as the president of the Sri Lankan Veterinary Association and the honorary president of the World Poultry Science Association in Sri Lankan branch. His commitment to the professional community is further reflected in his role as a past vice president of the Organization of Professional Association of Sri Lanka, where he has championed the unification and advancement of professionals across all sectors. His dedication has not gone unnoticed. In 2023, he was recognized by the SARC Veterinary Association as an eminent veterinarian in Sri Lanka. It's a fitting tribute to a lifetime of impact. Today, as a freelance consultant and market development advisor, he continues to push the boundaries of innovation in livestock and poultry solutions. Through his unwavering dedication, strategic foresight, and profound expertise, Dr. Mahagamage continues to stand as a beacon of inspiration, not only in the veterinary medicine, but also in the advancement of agricultural development of global scale. I'm delighted to have him with us today. Please join me in offering a very warm welcome to Dr. Atula Mahagamage.
Good morning, distinguished professors, researchers, scientists, extension officers, industrial professionals, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor to participate in ISATRS 2026. I want to begin with a critical reality we all face today. Climate change is forcing agriculture to become smarter. In poultry production, resilience is no longer achieved through experience alone. It is achieved through data, discipline, and timely decisions. For over 3 decades, my work has spanned the full spectrum of poultry industry. Today, I will share a vision of how shifting from assumptions to facts can build sustainable, climate-resilient agricultural system. Why agriculture must become smarter? Before looking at poultry specifically, we must understand the macro environment. Our global food systems are under unprecedented pressure. We are battling severe climate change, rapid population growth, looming threats to food security, and strict limitation on water and land resources. To survive, agriculture must become dramatically more efficient. In this context, poultry stands out as one of the most efficient, accessible, and critical protein source in the world. However, securing this protein source for the future requires an entirely new, smarter approach to how we produce it. While poultry is highly efficient, modern production faces severe compounding challenges. We are seeing intense heat stress caused by rising global temperatures, extreme volatility in feed cost, ever-present disease threats, critical labor shortages, and unpredictable market fluctuations. These are no longer rare events. They are the new normal. If we are to achieve true resilience, we cannot simply react to these challenges after they occur. We need systems that can anticipate, monitor, and mitigate these risks in real time. Management by feel versus management by fact. This brings us to the necessary turning point for our industry. This shift from management by feel to management by fact. Historically, farming relied heavily on feel, decision based on intuition, visual observation, and past experience. But in the face of climate extremes and tight margins, experience is no longer enough. Management by fact means making decisions based on continuous data streams, measurable biological outcomes, and standardized protocols. It is the difference between guessing a flock is stressed and knowing exactly when, why, and how to intervene. So, what does a smart integrated poultry system really mean? Think of poultry enterprise as one biological manufacturing system where every operation is connected through information rather than operating in isolation. The feed mill influences bird performances, bird performance determines processing efficiency, and processing outcomes ultimately define market success. When real time flows continuously across these functions, managers can identify problems early, make faster decisions, and optimize the entire production chain instead of solving problems one department at a time. In other words, smart integration transforms individual operations into one intelligent synchronized system. This data-driven connectivity is how we achieve climate adaptation. When extreme weather hits, heat stress can devastate a flock, reducing feed intake and spiking mortality. Smart management replaces human observation with precision environment monitoring. We continuously track temperature, humidity, ventilation rates, water consumptions, and feed intake. By scientifically managing the bird's microenvironment, we can maintain physiological homeostasis despite the macroclimate. The proactive control drastically reduces the heavy losses typically caused by climate extremes, creating biological resilience. To ground this concept in reality, consider the financial impact of data-based decisions versus delayed reactions. Suppose climate stress or poor ventilation causes a delay in corrective actions, resulting in each bird losing just 100 grams of its target body weight. To the naked eye, 100 grams seems insignificant, but in an integrated operation of 450,000 birds, that is 45 metric tons of lost food production. Economically, that translates to over 30 million Sri Lankan rupees in lost revenue. This proves that smart agriculture is not merely about adapting technology, it is about minimizing risk and minimizing resources through accurate monitoring. The previous example demonstrated why accurate data matters. The next question is, how do we organize and use that data consistently across an entire poultry enterprise? This is where Integrated Poultry Enterprise Management and Control System or IPEMCS provide a practical solution. Having data alone is not enough. Organization also need a structured system to convert data into consistent decisions. The Integrated Poultry Enterprise Management and Control System or IPEMS was developed as practical framework that standardize operations and connects farm management, feed production, processing, quality assurance, and corporate governance through a unified reporting structure. By establishing daily, weekly, monthly performance review, the system creates transparency, accountability, and continuous improvement. Ultimately, it helps organization move from reactive management to proactive, evidence-based decision making. When an agricultural system achieves this level of smart resilience locally, it naturally unlocks global opportunities. International markets today demand stringent proofs of sustainability. Global buyers require end-to-end traceability, rigorous food safety compliance, verifiable animal welfare standards, and comprehensive sustainability reporting. Organizations operating and fact-based management systems can instantly demonstrate these capabilities. Therefore, investing in climate adaptation and data system is not just a defense mechanism, it is your passport to international competitiveness. In conclusion, the paradigm of farming has fundamentally shifted. The future farmer will not simply manage birds. The future farmer will manage data, information, risk, and sustainability. As we face increasing climate uncertainty, our success will depend entirely on how effectively we transform information into action. I leave you with three foundational rules for a resilient agricultural future. Every result must be measured, every variance must be investigated, every improvement must be sustained. Thank you very much for your time. Have a good day.
On Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences 2026. Today marks an important milestone for all of us. On behalf of the organizing committee of ISATRS 2026, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Professor I.M. Karunatilaka, Vice Chancellor of the University of Colombo, for your valuable presence, encouragement, and guidance. Sir, your leadership, vision, and continuous support have been a great inspiration to all of us. Your commitment to academic excellence and research development contributed to the advancement of the knowledge and the society. I would also like to extend my heartfelt thanks to our esteemed keynote speakers, Professor Thiagaraj Ramilan from Massey University, New Zealand, and Professor Kazuhito Sakai from the University of Ryukyus, Japan, from accepting our invitation and sharing your valuable knowledge and expertise with us. Your insightful presentation have greatly enriched this symposium and broadened our understanding of emerging trends, challenges, and innovations in agriculture. My sincere gratitude also goes to Mr. Sri Harvinder Singh, Consul General of India, Hambantota, Sri Lanka, for your gracing of this event as our guest of honor. Sir, your presence here today is deeply valued, and we sincerely appreciate the time you have taken to attend this event. Your participation has added prestige and significance to this symposium. I would also like to thank Dr. D.A.T. Mahagamage, poultry consultant and veterinary surgeon, for joining us as our special guest and for delivering an informative and valuable speech. Your practical insight and professional experience added another important dimension to today's symposium. I would like to express my gratitude to Professor Vijitha Senadira from Department of Biosystem Engineering, Fiji National University. Sir, your presence is truly appreciated. And also, a special note of appreciation goes to our reviewing panel for your dedication, commitment, and valuable time to maintaining the quality and the standards of manuscript presented and published in today's symposium. My heartfelt thanks goes to all the scholars and the researchers who shared their research findings, knowledge, and experience with us today. Your contributions are truly the foundation and strength of this symposium. And also, I am deeply grateful for all the sponsors. Your generous support has been one of the key pillars behind the success of this event. And I would like to extend my sincere thanks to all the organizing committee members, academic staff members, non-academic staff members, administrative staff members, students, and UCIRS media for their tireless effort, dedication, commitment to making this event a success. In particularly, I would like to especially acknowledge our session coordinators who worked through every challenge and stood by us with dedication and the patience throughout this journey. I would also like to express my sincere appreciation to the chairpersons and panel members of all the technical sessions for your valuable time and constructive discussions. I would also like to remember everyone who contributed behind the scenes, especially who handled the logistic, communication, technical coordination, registration, publication, and countless unseen tasks. Your effort may not always be visible, but they are deeply appreciated. I would especially like to acknowledge Professor Sutarsan Somasundaran, former director of UCIRS, for initiating this symposium at UCIRS. Your vision and initiate lead the foundation what has now become a significant academic platform in history of UCIRS. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to Chairperson ISATRS 2026, Professor Nisansala Vidanapatirana, for her outstanding leadership, guidance, and our coordinator, Mrs. Supipi Navaratna, for her continuous commitment and excellent coordination throughout this process. Finally, it is my proud to express my sincere appreciation to our director, Professor D.M.C.C. Gunathilaka, for immense support provided behind the scene. Sir, your leadership and dedication have been instrumental in making this symposium a success. Once again, thank you all for your valuable support and presence and the contribution to ISATRS, a grand success. and stay with us for the technical sessions. Thank you all.
Thank you, madam. Ladies and gentlemen, this marks the conclusion of the inauguration ceremony of the Symposium 2026. Now, we invite all attendees to join with the technical session that will proceed. Your active involvement and insights are vital to the success of this program. Thank you, and we hope you find today's symposium enriching and inspiring. Let us now proceed to our technical sessions. You can join with us via YouTube and Facebook live streams. Stay tuned with us. Thank you.
For the first session of International Symposium on Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences 2026. The session titled under the theme of Smart and Climate Ready Crop Production Technologies. It is honored me to welcome Professor Menaka Fernando from the Department of Crop Science, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Ruhuna to share the session. Professor Menaka is the professor in crop science who has given immense contribution to the field of agriculture. Then I would like to invite panel members, Dr. Supun Bandusekara from Department of Agrotechnology, UCIRS, and Mrs. Kasuni Ketipiarachi from the Department of Agrotechnology, UCIRS. Dear Professor, I warmly welcome you to chair the session and proceed. The session is over to you, madam. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I think, am I audible, Chaturi?
Yes, madam.
Okay. Without taking time, because we are just behind the schedule, I would like to start today's presentations of session 1. The first, the performance evaluation of promising rice varieties in different fertility conditions of the low country wet zone, authored by C.J. Athauda, S.L. Navaratna, and W.M.N.D. Gunatilaka. I think the presenting author is Athauda. Yes, you can start your presentation.
I'm C.J. Athauda. Myself and other research members conducted this experiment. It is performance evaluation of promising rice variety in different fertile conditions of low country wet zone. This is the content of my presentation. Now let's talk about introduction. Rice is stable food in Sri Lanka and important for the food security with low country wet zone. Main low country wet zone rice varieties are LD376, LD356 and LD376 likewise. Average of the paddy yield in low country wet zone 3,893 kg per hectare. Balanced nutrient management is important for the sustainable production. Now we talk about problem statement. Low country wet zone face soil problems such as poor drainage, soil acidity, nutrient losses and iron toxicity. Slow organic matter decomposition and unsuitable varieties reduce the rice production. This study evaluation promising rice variety under the different fertility level in the low country wet zone. Now we talk about objective. Main objective is to identification the best performance rice variety in the different fertility level in low country wet zone, and specific objectives are identification of yield potential of promising rice variety in low country wet zone, and other one is identification of yield potential of promising rice varieties different fertility levels. This research was conducted by long-term site at Rice Research Station Labudu in Sri Lanka. Now we talk about experimental design. We select the nested design with RCBD and for treatment with 2 replicates. Treatment 1, no fertilizer, it is the control one. Treatment 2, apply only chemical fertilizers. Treatment 3, both chemical and organic matters. Treatment 4, apply only organic matter. This is the layout. Each and every variety is established in the field. This is the method while we conducted research period. We got 2 data collection. First one is growth parameters and second one is yield parameters. This picture shows how get the data collection while the research period. Now let's move to result and discussion part. This is the soil parameters we get, initial and final soil parameters each and every treatment. We get pH value, EC value, organic matter and exchangeable potassium. When we consider about the plant height at 12 weeks under the different fertility level, so according to the timeline we can get observe the treatment 3 within the highest case the significant plant. In the 4 weeks when we go to the 8 weeks to 12 weeks, both treatment 3 and treatment 2 significantly observe the highest plant height compare the others too. This is the summary of the growth parameters different fertility level after the 16-week. Treatment 2 and treatment 3 showing the highest result from the others too. And also this is the yield parameters treatment 2 and treatment 3 showing the highest performance in the among treatments. Now we talk about the best rice varieties. Performance plant height LD376 is the highest plant height in each and every varieties. Plant per panicle weight shows best varieties are LD376 and BW372. And seeds per panicle also shows the best performance variety is BW367. When we consider about 1000 seed weight, LD376, LD362 and LDS2V7 also show the best performance. In conclusion, best promising rice varieties are LD376 and BW367. This is not enough to one-time research, and this continues several times and get best performance varieties. This is the reference. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Ataude. Now this presentation is open for the discussion. My dear panel members, do you have any questions?
Thank you, madam. Thank you for the nice presentation, Ataude. So I would like to know, did you analyze the soil sample before your application of the fertilizer? The
Yes,
initial
ma'am.
soil sample, did you analyze?
Analyze pH value, EC value. Yes. Madam, hear you.
Ataude, sorry, I can't hear your answer.
I get soil sample, initial pH value and EC value.
Okay. So what is the best fertility condition as you overall for the improved rice varieties?
As soil sample, madam.
Soil fertility condition for the improved rice varieties?
As
you
treatment tree.
Treatment tree?
Yes, madam.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Madam, you.
Do you have? Oh, no, okay. I have some questions from you, Ms. Ataude. Actually, you mentioned that you have used nested design. What is the reason for using nested design for this experiment?
It is not linked, madam. And for treatment not connected with other treatments, it is only nexted is a in only one pot, not connect other one. It is no fertilizer.
Okay, is it a factorial design? Two-factor factorial design?
Yes, madam. But at we select nested design, not connect with other treatment.
Okay, tell me this clearly now. You had control treatment. Isn't it any interactions? That's what you wanted to tell, isn't it? It's for me, you conducted 4 separate sub-experiments. Is it correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Under different levels, under different fertility levels, you have selected best performing varieties. Is that the way you did?
Yes.
Okay. Now
Yes,
for me, when I
we
listening to your
select,
presentation,
best variety.
yes. Okay. Yes, varieties. Yes. What I have noticed was now the yield is high in inorganic fertilizer condition than inorganic plus organic fertilizer condition. What would be the reason for that?
Both inorganic and organic fertilizer have rich nutrition. Likewise, therefore, some 1,000 seeds weight also highest for other treatment.
What about a yield? Which treatment is the best treatment for yield?
Treatment.
treatment 3 mean combination. Right now you know that when come to a cost analysis, that treatment 3 cost a lot because we have to apply inorganic fertilizer plus organic fertilizer. But for most of the parameters, I noticed that there's no significant difference between 3 and 4. Not 2 and 3, inorganic and inorganic plus organic. Right. Okay, now as you have done soil analysis, but only for EC and pH. Have you done an analysis for NPK of the soil sample?
Only potassium.
Only for potassium. Okay, and you discussed about soil analysis and mentioned that they improved, but I don't know whether you have done any significant comparison between initial soil parameters and end soil parameters. Have you done? Yeah, something is going wrong, Kasuni. Echoing. Right. My last question for you, Ms. Atauda, now you have compared every variety under different conditions, right? Then you have to give different recommendations. I mean, you have to select varieties for different conditions. And I think I suggest you to have this as a factorial design. Under factorial experiment, then you can find interaction between varieties and different conditions. It gives you strong findings, right? Than doing this as for separate experiments, right? Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Panel members, do you have any questions? No? Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Have a nice day, Ms. Atauda.
Thank you.
Right, according to our schedule, the next presentation is fruit quality of field-grown tomato as affected by sustainable agronomic practices, a case study in Matale district, Sri Lanka. 3 authors there, L.S. Sewandi, W.A.P. Veerakodi, USS Dharmapriya. I think presenting author is Sewandi. Now it's over to you, Sewandi. You can do your presentation.
Today, I will present my research on food quality of field-grown tomato as affected by sustainable agronomic practices, a case study in Matale district, Sri Lanka. Tomato is one of the most important vegetable crop in Sri Lanka, and fruit quality is strongly affected market value, consumer preference, and shelf life. Farmers use practices such as irrigation management, pruning, mulching, spacing, and fertilizer application, but their effects on fruit quality are not always clearly understood. Therefore, this study evaluated the relationship between sustainable agronomic practices and tomato fruit quality. The main objective of this study was to evaluate how sustainable pre-harvest practices affect tomato fruit quality and shelf life in the Matale district. The specific objective was to identify the most important pre-harvest practices and their interaction effect on tomato quality parameters. This study used a quantitative research design with farmer survey and laboratory analysis. The research was conducted in the Naula and Tambula Agrarian Service Division in Matale district. A stratified random sampling method was used and data were collected from 40 tomato farmers. From each farmer, 10 tomato fruits were collected for laboratory evaluation. Data collection included farm questionnaire and laboratory analysis. The questionnaire gathered information on nursery management, field establishment, nutrient management, irrigation, and field maintenance practices. Laboratory analysis evaluated color, firmness, total soluble solid, pH, titratable acidity, physiological disorders, physiological weight loss, and shelf life. This slide shows the conceptual framework of this study. It explains how pre-harvest agronomic practices, which are the independent variables, influence tomato quality and shelf life parameters, which are the dependent variables. ANOVA was used to identify individual effects of agronomic practices on tomato quality. General linear model evaluated combined effect, and two-way ANOVA examined interaction effect. Turkey's HSD test was used to compare treatment means. Now I am going to explain what are the key findings of this research. This study found that irrigation interval and pruning significantly affected fruit chroma, which represent fruit color quality. Proper irrigation and pruning improved color development, but no significant combined effect were observed. Bed type, margin, irrigation method, and pruning significantly influence fruit firmness. Among these factors, only bed type shows a significant combined effect. Variety, spacing, and calcium fertilizer application significantly affected total soluble solids, which indicate sweetness and flavor. Variety and spacing remain significant under combined analysis, and a significant interaction effect was observed between them. Bed type, margin, organic fertilizer, and calcium fertilizer application, irrigation interval, and pruning significantly affected titratable acidity individual. However, no significant combined effect were observed. Organic fertilizer, boron fertilizer, and foliar fertilizer application significantly affected physiological disorders. Organic fertilizer and foliar fertilizer application also showed significant combined and interaction effects. pH, shelf life, and physiological weight loss did not show significant difference across pre-harvest practices. Possible reasons include the limited sample size and uncontrolled environmental factors. In conclusion, sustainable pre-harvest practices significantly improved tomato fruit quality. Irrigation management and pruning improved color, firmness, and titratable acidity. Margin and bed type improved firmness and acidity. And also, spacing and variety influence total soluble solids. Calcium, boron, organic fertilizer, and foliar fertilizer application reduce physiological disorders. However, these practices had limited effect on pH, shelf life, and physiological weight loss. This study was limited to Navla and Dambulla division and only one cultivation season. The sample size was limited to 40 farmers, and environmental and post-harvest storage conditions were not fully controlled. These are the limitations of this research. Future studies should evaluate these practices across multiple growing seasons, different geographical regions, and wider range of tomato varieties. This would provide more comprehensive recommendation for sustainable tomato production. Thank you very much for your attention. I now welcome any question and suggestion regarding this research. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much, Ms. Sewandi, for your nice presentation. Now, presentation is open for the discussion and panel members.
Thank you, madam. Am I audible to you? I guess.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for your nice presentation, Sewandi. I have a few questions for you. First one, what is the main reason why you selected those two areas, Navla and Dambulla? Is there any specific reason for that?
I evaluated 2024 recorded on Department of Agriculture. Matala district is the highest tomato cultivation area in that year, and under the Matala district recorded, Navla and Dambulla area is the highest tomato farmers are cultivated tomato in Matala district.
Okay, right. So, as my understanding, you are the farmers are cultivating, you are getting kind of a questionnaire, and then you take samples for the laboratory analysis, right? So my question is, so when they are cultivating, what are the varieties that they are cultivating? Are they cultivated common variety or different variety? What about the varieties they use?
No, different varieties, mainly Arunia and Patna varieties. Other than that, mainly JK2 variety. These are the answers for questionnaire from farmers.
Okay, do you consider about those varietal effect when you are analyzing the data?
Yeah.
All right, okay. If you are choose that thing, it is okay. Okay, one last question. Based on your questions that you asked from the questionnaire, as your understanding, what are the, the significance sustainable agronomic practices that can be used for the improved food quality?
I think it's mainly for irrigation management practices and fertilizer management practices, because fertilizer management practices are mainly affected physiological disorders and diseases for tomato.
One last thing for my clarification, do you observe that kind of a significant difference among farmers when they are using fertilizers? I mean, do they follow the recommendation or more than recommendation, or are they, what is the status of
Yeah.
fertilizer
I
usage?
collected data questionnaire from fertilizer practices from them. Most of question are rising because they use higher fertilizers other than recommended amount. But they said with using recommended quantity, they can't control disease situations.
So they think like that when they are using high fertilizers, they think that they can manage pest and diseases. Okay,
Yeah.
right. Okay, that's all from my side. Thank you.
Madam?
Madam?
Thank you. Yes. So only I have some question actually. I need some clarification. Now you have used the stratified random sampling technique, right? What are the strata?
Sorry, ma'am?
What are the strata you use? Why have you used this stratified random sampling?
Because Matare district have, I think, more Brahmanirdari division. Nowland, Dambulla is the highest tomato cultivation farmers in those Brahmanirdari division. And they have higher tomato farmers list. They have Nowland, Dambulla areas. And they have both farmers, they have farmers cultivated tomato in both season, Yala and Maha. I selected Maha season farmers and I gave list from them, farmer list, and selected farmer from their list.
Okay. That
That's
means
why I
your
use them.
strata is season. Is that?
Yeah,
That's why
Maha season.
stratified sample. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right now, as panel members asked, your data and your research is based on observational survey, right? And
Yeah.
it's not a control experiment done by you or your group. And then, we all know that farmers use different types of agronomic practices, different level of irrigation, different, as you mentioned, different level of fertilizer, different techniques to control pest and diseases. And therefore, there are many explanatory variables are available. Then what would be the validity of your conclusion based on this study?
In here, fertilizer, in consider the fertilizer, I mainly choose who are the farmers use organic fertilizer. Mainly, other than that, inorganic fertilizer. Some only use inorganic fertilizer, some are organic fertilizer. Then I remove inorganic fertilizer analysis, use organic fertilizer analysis with their amount in some quantity, gathered quantity, and other one is some, when I go to farmers, they have multiple harvesting time. I only choose farmers from who are cultivated first and second harvesting time. Some farmers are harvested 4, 5, 6 times in their cultivation, but I selected one and second
You
time.
clean as much as possible your data. Is that you want to mention? You clean your data and selected most appropriate ones. And according to your abstract, you have mentioned that you use ANOVA to test some of the parameters. Which parameters you analyzed using ANOVA?
I first used one-way ANOVA to how individual practices are affect to individual parameters. That is used to ANOVA. In two-way ANOVA is used to interaction effect. As example, variety and spacing, how affect this example TSS. Likewise, two-way ANOVA used to interaction effect and one-way ANOVA to individual effect.
For me, when I see your presentation and listening to your presentation, what I felt was most of the parameters are non-parametric type. and you need some non-parametric analysis rather than ANOVA. Anyway, and I think you have finished all of your study work related to this research, right? Okay, there are several limitations anyway of your research, and yeah, your conclusion is not very strong, right? Okay, thank you very much for your presentation and appearing here today, and have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you.
And let's go to the third presentation, biofilm microbial ameliorator for leaf litter decomposition, and MHD Sandeepani, G. Senaviratna, and SAP Nelka. I think the presenting author is Sandeepani. It's over to you, Sandeepani. Start your presentation.
Good morning, everyone. This is my undergraduate research final presentation for the Symposium 2026. My research title is a biofilm microbial ameliorator for leaf litter decomposition. Here mention what are the contents of this presentation. As an introduction, biofilm forming microbes like Bacillus, Pseudomonas speed up leaf litter decomposition and nutrient release, improving soil health and sustainable agriculture. Leaf litter releases major carbon dioxide and methane, but biofilm microbes can retain more carbon in microbial biomass, create nutrient-rich compost, and biofilm can be formulated as microbial ameliorators. These are the objectives. Main objective is to investigate the effect of biofilm microbial ameliorator on leaf litter decomposition, and those are the two specific objectives. Under material and method part, my experimental location is National Institute of Fundamental Studies, Hantana Road, Kandy. As experimental design, I use two-factor factorial complete randomized design. There are two factors, then I'll explain what are they. L1 to L5 were factor level under liter, and biofilm microbial ameliorator treatment and water treatments are the factor level under decomposer. As two types of leaves, I selected Ricida CPM and Mangifera indica. Then those were air dried to dryness and ground into a fine powder. There are 30 petri dishes with 3 replicates. In here, biofilm microbial ameliorator solution was prepared volume by 1:200 and treatments were administered below like. After 28 days, using abundant samples got weather weightless percentage. In here, this equation was used to that. As chemical analysis, using FTIR spectrophotometer, absorbance data were extracted from FTIR ATER spectra and initial litter samples were analyzed using CHN analyzer. Using these steps, I did the data analysis. Let's see. These are the CHN analyzer calculated data set. In here, at the end, L4 could be due to specific chemical composition of that particular litter mixtures, which is more compatible for decomposition by the biofilm microbial ameliorator. In here, generally biofilm microbial ameliorator performed high weight loss percentage. Using these graphs can say FTIR accurately predicted carbon, nitrogen and CN ratios for L1, L2 and L3 spectroscopically could predict carbon and nitrogen ratio up to 20. This graph also the same. These are the reference ranges that we are used to chemical analysis. Using these biochemical variables, cellulose, hemicellulose, carbon, fungi and bacteria have the significant difference. In here, those are highlighted points. Here, ratio versus biochemical variables main finding is significantly low CN ratio, and those highlighted points depicted by the biofilm microbial ameliorator treatment after litter decomposition. Here, marginally significance of litter nitrogen in the biofilm microbial ameliorated treatment may have determined litter decomposition rate. As a conclusion, majorly this is an exploratory study. So at the further studies, we can increase the replication number, and further spectroscopic studies should conducted with CN ratio having below 20. This is the budget. This budget is fully funded by my research institute. These are the references. Thank you for here with me.
Right. Sandeepani, thank you very much for your nice presentation. And our presentation is open for the discussion. Panel members.
Thank you, madam. Sandeepani, thank you for your nice presentation. First, I would like to, for my clarification, I would like to know.
Good morning, everyone. This is
why do you especially select these two leaves, mango and the gliricidia, for your study? Are there any special
mainly
reason?
no any special reason. Mainly this research was used to get I wanted to get slow decomposing and fast decomposing leaf. So as difference using, I selected mainly Bacillus and the Nigera indica. Here Bacillus selected as fast decomposing leaf and Nigera indica selected as slow decomposing.
You have used several leaves and these are the lastly selected two.
Yeah.
Okay. So then do you have any future plans to continue this study, and tell me what is your practical suggestions to practical application of these findings?
Madam, in here, this is the exploratory study. Due to that reason, I can't suggest the results within this experiment. Due to that reason, we must have to increase the replication number, like 5 to 6, right? Then we can get the more results. That time, I think create a nutrient-rich fertilizer and suggest the farmers too.
Okay, thank you, Sandeepani.
Okay, Sandeepani, I have some questions. Actually, you have used two-factor factorial CRD design for your study, and what you did not talk about the interaction effect between these two. What has happened to the interaction effect of different treatment factors?
Here, majorly, I get results for majorly water treatments, biofilm treatments. When I did the Minitab data set analysis, somewhat wrong data also I could get. So t-test only done for my research.
No, it's not correct. Because it's a CRD factorial experiment, you have to do this as combined, I mean, two-factor analysis, and you have to identify interaction effects. Yeah, that's how you have to analyze your data. If they are not normally distributed, then you can go for non-parametric analysis. But you did not discuss anything about interactions. That's why I asked this question. Right. Another one is Sandeepani. Yeah, I'm wondering. Then you mentioned that the BMA notably increased weight loss. In scientific communication, we do not use such words, whether it is significant or not significant.
Not significant.
Okay, then you have to clearly mention it because this is the scientific communication, right? And again, I notice another one. I took this from your abstract actually, and I wanted to ask reduced cellulose and hemicellulose related features. And how did you analyze cellulose content, hemicellulose content after the several weeks?
T-test using.
Yeah, it has some issues, right? I'm not agree. I'm not agree with your statistical analysis. And anyway, it's a good study. You can improve the methodology and statistical analysis, and by using correct analysis, sometimes you can get good findings based on your experiment, right?
Yeah,
Because
you can make
statistical
it.
power is very important to present findings with stable conclusions and more like rigid, right, conclusions. Okay, thank you very much for presenting here today and have a nice day.
Thank you.
Yes, fourth presentation is evaluating of micro agroforestry systems as community-based carbon sink in the Bundala National Park buffer zone, Sri Lanka. And I think many authors are there, and the presenting author is AKN Netmini. Netmini, it's over to you now this time to do your presentation.
Good morning everyone. Today I'll be presenting our study on evaluating microagroforestry system as community-based carbon sinks in the Bundala National Park buffer zone, Sri Lanka. This work was carried out by our team from the University of Ruhona, and it focuses on how small-scale agroforestry can support both communities and the environment. So I would like to first talk about our research project background. Climate change and land degradation are major threats to dry zone ecosystems. In Bundala's buffer zone, unsustainable land use, poor waste disposal and water scarcity are pressing challenges. To address these, we explored community-driven solutions that integrated agroforestry, waste management and climate-smart practices. So here you can see our project area map. So our project objectives to assess the carbon sequestration potential of microagroforestry systems, to evaluating improvements in food security and water use efficiency, to examine composting and waste management, and finally to strengthen community engagement in climate smart agriculture. So our study area, Bundala National Park buffer zone, dry zone coastal ecosystem. So method, we selected 20 household gardens, each 10 by 10 meters in the Bundala buffer zone. Communities received training in composting, drip irrigation and sustainable land management. The agroforestry plot included fruit trees like mango, guava, banana and pomegranate, multipurpose trees such as moringa, neem and gladicedia, along with vegetables and cover crops. This diverse mix was designed to maximize both ecological and livelihood benefits. So, you can see some photographs. The first photograph, you can see a moment of the talking with the Bundala villagers. The second photograph, visited to University of Colombo Institute for Agrotechnology and Rural Science and meet the farm manager and discuss with our project. And third image, you can see there is an awareness program about how to make compost. So in this image you can see compost unit we created. The middle image you can see there is an occasion distribute our plants, and the final image you can see we provided drip irrigation system. So under the results and discussion part, so our findings show that micro agroforestry systems have strong potential as carbon sinks. Integration of trees, vegetables and cover crop increased above ground biomass, soil organic carbon, and vegetation diversity. Annual carbon sequestration was estimated between 3,200 and 6,000 kilograms of carbon dioxide per year. So, drip irrigation significantly improved water use efficiency in dry zone conditions. Composting reduced household organic waste while enhancing soil fertility. Crop diversification boosted household food security or resilience. Improvingly, community practices raised awareness about sustainable land management, making this approach socially sustainable as well. So here you can see our final outcome, our micro agroforestry plot. So in here you can see estimated carbon dioxide sequestration per plant per year. So finally, conclusion. In conclusion, micro agroforestry systems are scalable, community driven and climate resilient. They support carbon sequestration, biodiversity conservation and household livelihoods. This model demonstrates how local communities can play a vital role in climate adaptation while improving their own well-being. So here you can see our references. And finally, on behalf of our team, and I'd like to thank you Bundala communities and our supervisor, Senior Professor EPS Chandana, for their support. Thank you for your attention. So thank you all.
Right, Netmini, thank you for your presentation. Now it's open for the discussion. Audience, do you have any questions? Okay, over to you, panel members.
Okay, thank you very much, madam. Thank you for your nice presentation, Netmini. One question for you. And that you have implemented that agroforestry system. My question is that what type of data that you have collected after establishment of that particular micro agroforestry system?
Actually, sir, we don't collect any data because we cannot collect data. We establish only that system. In this situation, we complete our project, but nowadays we collecting our data.
Right, okay. So that means you only that establishment was there and the findings, not that actually findings, those might be the predictions, right?
Yes,
for up to now. So can you
yes.
elaborate or explain what are your future plans with that particular project? Are you going to collect some data or can you explain that thing?
Actually, sir, now in our project now present situation is we use references and we predict those like carbon sequestration and those like those amount carbon are absorb the we produce composting and our crops. We long termly we plan the collect some data and the our prediction and our actual results are match or not the how amount of carbon actually absorb the our system.
Okay, so what type of data that you are going to take in future? Can you explain that thing? What are the type of data? Are you going to give a kind of a questionnaire or something like that, or are you going to go for any kind of analysis or something like that in future? Can you specify?
Actually, we collected the soil sample before the establish those system in this area, those samples analysis in the, and then after that we select some samples after establish this system. After that those data we need to compare.
Okay, right. Thank you. That's from me. That from my side. Do you have any question?
Okay, Netmini, this is for my clarification. So when you are establish this micro agroforestry system, so I didn't get it. How many plants you have established from these different types? Mango, guava, banana. Likewise, can you elaborate it, the way of establishment?
Okay,
the
madam.
composition of the plants.
We select 20 householders. After that, we provide one compost system each and every houses, one drip irrigation system, one mango plant, guava plant, neem plant, kubuk plant, peanut seeds, okra seeds we provided, and also we said there too those items we provide, and you can some items at your house.
For each type you have planted only one plant in the one system. This
Actually,
each
I
mentioned
cannot
type you
understand.
have plant only one for the one system.
Some plants do 2-3 plants, some plants one example as kubuk one, but okra seeds enough for one seed bed, like this.
Okay, Netmini, thank you.
Right, Netmini, I have some questions. What do you mean by carbon sequestration?
Carbon, actually, madam, the agroforestry system is small scale land used to grow trees, crops, and some livestock integrated that area. So such things helps to absorb the carbon, increase food productivity of the household, food increase consumption to enough amount, and the our trees absorb carbon in the air and increase biodiversity, because nowadays no more crops in our gardens, but we establish some our systems in every garden. So garden is actually very nice place, I think.
Okay, thank you. Anyway, this is a sort of a model, and for me, this is a case study. And have you what is the basis? You have selected only 20 households with home gardens. On what basis you have selected those 20?
Actually, madam, we Bundala village. We go and Bundala village. After that, we didn't we give questionnaire and collect data. So we selected some people who cannot engage the actively and the have potential those system established and the enough space of the their garden.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, this for your study, it's more or less like estimated values, as panel members also mentioned. And I encourage you to complete the study and find out the actual situation and analyze your data using statistical models and fit your data into a model, and it gives you some valuable results rather than estimating. Right? Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Thank you, madam.
Yes, let's go to our next presentation. Right, evaluation of growth and yield performances of selected short duration rice varieties in the low country intermediates zone during Yala season 2025. There are 3 authors, HMH Vimasha, BANK Balasuri, and KJ Katparachi. The presenting author is Vimasha. It's over to you, Vimasha, to your presentation.
Good morning, everyone. Today I will present about my research publication, Evaluation of Growth and Yield Performances of Selected Short Duration Rice Varieties in Low Country Intermediate Zone during Yala 2025. These are the content in my presentation, and now let's move to the introduction part. You all know, especially in Asia, rice is major staple food for a large part of the human world population. Short-age rice varieties offers promising solution by measuring past and optimizing resource use. In this study, use measure trial which can help to identify the most suitable cultivars and that meet the demand of farmers and contribute to sustainable rice production. Problem statement. Rice cultivation in the low country intermediate zone faced by some challenges such as irregular rainfall pattern, soil quality limitation, and increased pest susceptibility. In these challenges affected by the Yala season, so several new breeding rice lines have been developed and selected based on breeder observation, but not yet evaluated under low country intermediate zone condition. Objective to evaluate the growth and performances of selected short-age rice varieties under low country intermediate zone in Yala 2025. These are the material and method. In this study was conducted in the Rice Research and Development Institute in Battalagoda. In here use randomized complete block design and 12 treatments and 4 replicates. First of all, land preparation, and then basic fertilizer was applied during the final land preparation. After that, the layout was marked use measuring tape and plot size 6 meter length and 3 meter width. And then the experimental area was divided into 48 plots according to the RCBD method with 4 replicates. Finally, germinated seeds was broadcasted evenly within the plots. All the group management practices were successfully done according to the Department of Agriculture recommendation. Data collection parameters in here mainly divided into 4 parts. Growth parameters, yield parameters, and observation on pest and disease and grain quality parameters. Data analysis part mainly divided into 2 parts. Under the growth performances, in here data was analyzed using mean types of care and Tukey's mean separation method at 5% significant level compared with among treatments. Under the yield performances, in here data was analyzed use many types of data and done at mean separation method at 5% significant level compared with control varieties separate group like Nadu, Samba and Kora. Now let's move to the result and discussion part. First of all, identify grain shape. In here, Nadu variety, Kora variety and Samba variety. And then growth performances. In here, this bar chart shows number of plants per feet and productive tillers per plant were significantly different compared with among treatments. And total tillers per plant and unproductive tillers per plant also significantly different.
days to maturity and 50% powering also highly significant difference. In here bar charts so BG300 for control variety it has a short maturity period like 19 days and 1704 and 1732 breeding lines perform the short maturity period. It is suitable for the all season cultivated. And also fact leaf length and width and plant height were significantly different compared with the among treatments. Now let's move to the yield parameters. In here mainly divided into three parts under the Nadu group compared with BG300 control variety. In here number of field grains per panicle did not significantly difference, but field grain weight per panicle significantly difference compared with control variety. And number of unfilled grains per panicle, unfilled grain weight per panicle significantly difference, and number of seeds per panicle did not significantly difference, but one panicle weight significantly difference compared with BG300 control variety. And 1000 grain weight net plot weight and actual net plot weight significantly difference compared with control variety under Nadu group. In Sambam group, compared with 8308 control variety, in here number of field grains per panicle did not significantly difference, but field grain weight per panicle significantly difference. And number of unfilled grains per panicle and unfilled grain weight per panicle did not significantly difference. And also number of seeds per panicle did not significantly difference compared with 8308 control variety. And one panicle weight and 1000 grain weight and net plot weight, actual net plot weight did not significantly difference. In core variety compared with 8306 control variety, in here number of field grains per panicle and field grain weight per panicle significantly difference compared with control variety. Number of unfilled grains and unfilled grain weight did not significantly difference. Number of seeds per panicle, one panicle weight, 1000 grain weight, net plot weight and actual net plot weight significantly difference compared with 8306 control variety. In here 1746 BD lines perform the higher yield performances. And observe some pest and disease. In here all the varieties affected by the pest and disease but did not highly affected. Yes, all the varieties significantly difference compared with common treatments. Conclusion. Finally, identify the node variety, summer variety, and Cora variety. And BG300 for 1732 and 1746 were identified as short duration varieties compared with other varieties. And 1733 node variety, 1704 summer variety, and 1746 identifies superior Cora variety for yellow season due to yield performances. Finally, 1733, 1704 and 1746 were identified as the most suitable rice line future breeding and adaptability testing in low country intermediate zone condition. These are the gun chart and references. Thank you.
Okay, Vimasha, it's a nice presentation and good study. The presentation is now open for the discussion.
Okay, thank you very
Members.
much, madam. Thank you very much for your nice presentation, Mr. This is Vimarsha, right? Vimarsha. Okay. So, as you study, I noticed that the few breeding lines have shown kind of a no significant or excellent values in terms of Samba and Cora as your use as a control. So that means those lines have been showing kind of a good quality characters. So can you explain what could be the next next step in the terms of breeding practices using those lines?
Next step, NCVRT method use identify the most suitable variety.
And then my question is, what is the next step? I guess what is the next step by selecting those genotype from here, this basic study? What would be the next for the evaluation of these genotypes? What is next step? Am I audible to you?
Yes, we can hear you.
If I ask that question in the other way around, so how can use these findings as a breeder? What is the information that we can gather from your study for future direction of the breeding? In your study, you have found out that few breeding lines have been showing kind of excellent results. That's why I am asking that question.
I can't understand this question.
What would be the next step? You have found out that few lines have been showing kind of excellent yield and other characters compared to the commercialized rice varieties. So by using these lines, what would be the next step? How these findings can be used for next breeding programs?
Okay, Vimasha, you just think about the next step and to progress your research to bring some valuable results, especially in rice-related experiments. You know, these are mainly focusing on breeding. Then you have to identify progeny lines and incorporate into breeding programs in the future. That's what Sir asked. And yeah, I have a few questions about the grain quality parameters. What sort of parameters you have used related to grain quality?
Grain color, grain shape, grain length and width measure.
How did you analyze those data?
Select grain color measured. Select the 10 plants and then collect seeds and measure the grain shape and width.
Okay, yes, you know that several developed scales are available from ERI. We have to follow ERI standards when you analyze this type of grain quality parameters from rice lines. And pest incidents. How did you measure record the pest incidences?
Trips damage.
Okay, you record whether it's damaged or not, or have you measured it using a scale of different percentages?
Measure the scale. Pest and disease damage observed visually.
Okay. Okay, right. For your experiment, there are several good things as well because you have analyzed all the data according to different rice categories, Nadu, Kora, and Samba, because they have different growth habits and performances difference. Actually, I should acknowledge the comment received for first presentation from audience. I endorse your suggestion actually. And that is the very good point of this research. And for your one, there were 12 treatments at once. If you mention all treatments in your abstract, that would be nice, rather than dividing them into two, like recommended varieties plus progeny lines. It's better to use it as 12 lines. Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Have a nice day. Shall we move to the next presentation? Application of paddy husk ash and garlic extract for sustainable pest and disease management in pak choi cultivation. Three authors, WGRP Ravihara, LSH Jayasuriya, and RMKD Gunaratna. Presenting author is WGRP Ravihara. It's over to you, Ravihara.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ravi Hara. Today I am going to present our research. Here we tested two natural sprays, paddy husk ash extract and garlic extract, to protect pak choi plants from pest and disease as natural pesticides. This is outline of our presentation. Pak choi is a leafy vegetable mostly grown in cool areas like Nureli and Badulla. Recently, demand for pak choi has increased, but the biggest problem in pak choi growing is higher quality loss due to the insect and diseases. Most farmers use chemical sprays to fix this, but chemical sprays are expensive. They also affect our health and environment negatively. So we wanted to find a natural and safer option. So our main objectives were found eco-friendly alternatives to chemical to improve plant growth and yield, and the strength of the plant health and resistance. During the study, we used 7 treatments in the field. Treatment 1 had no spray at all. Treatment 2 used the normal chemical spray. Treatment 3 used only paddy husk spray. Treatment 4 used only garlic spray. Treatment 5, treatment 6 and treatment 7 mixed both sprays in different amounts. So first we prepared the nursery, and then after preparing the land we transplant the pak choi plants in the field. Then we prepared our extraction for application, and then field application was done in weekly, and finally data was collected. Let me explain how I made the 2 extract. For paddy husk ash, I burned the paddy husk inside the metal tin with low air. This is called as a low oxygen burning. This gave me paddy husk gas. Then I mixed with water and filtered with the solution to release silicon. For garlic extract preparation, I took 25 grams of garlic cloves and crushed them with the mortar and pestle. I mixed the crushed garlic with distilled water and filtered it. I stored the garlic extract in dark place to release allicin. For data collection, I measured 3 things: the number of leaves per plant, the number of damaged leaves, and the level of pest damage. And at harvest, I measured the pest weight and net weight of each plant. Now let me share our result. Look at the number of leaves. The results show that garlic extract significantly increased the leaf numbers compared to the control and chemical pesticide treatment. This suggests that garlic not only repels pests but may also enhance plant growth, possibly through bioactive compounds that reduce stress and stimulate leaf development. Second figure shows the mean number of damaged leaves. The control treatment had the highest damage, while both paddy husk ash and garlic extract reduced leaf damage. Among them, garlic extract alone and combined treatments performed better than chemical pesticides. This indicates that natural extracts can effectively minimize the pest damage while maintaining healthy leaves. This figure shows the control treatment had the highest leaf damage intensity. Chemical pesticides reduce the damage to some extent, but the garlic and paddy husk treatments show the even lower pest intensity, especially in the combined treatments. This shows the potential of these natural extracts as strong biocontrol agents. At harvest time, treatment 4 gave the highest plants around 274 grams. Treatment 6 also gave good result. Both of them did better than treatment 2. The chemical spray, which gave only about 210 grams, so the natural sprays gave more yield than the chemical spray. So to summarize, garlic extract helped to grow more leaves. Both sprays reduce leaf damage better than no treatments. They also gave better harvest weight than chemical spray. This showed that paddy husk and garlic sprays can be good, safe and cheap option for farmers. More studies are needed to find the best amount of how often to spray. These some of our differences. Thank you very much for the time and attention.
Okay, Ravihara, thank you very much for your presentation. Now it's open for the discussion. Panel members, do you have any questions?
Thank you, madam. Thank you, Ravihara, for your nice presentation. And Ravihara, so according to your abstract, it is mentioned sustainable pest and disease management. Did you consider both pest and disease or only pest?
In our research, diseases are not observed, but pests are observed. But
Okay, Ravihara, I will give my comment. So you have mentioned, in your title you have mentioned pest and disease, but according to your treatments, you have applied only the pesticides as the control treatment, as I found out. So I think it is only regarding the pest attack. And what is the chemical pesticides you have used as the treatment too?
Marshall 20,
the chemical?
it contained carbosulfur.
What is the chemical?
Carbosulfur.
Carbosulfuron. Okay, then tell me, in the treatment, in control, what are the pests you have observed during your study? What are the pests you have observed during your study? In the control treatment?
Cabbage worm, flea beetles.
Cabbage worm.
Flea beetles.
So I feel that when you are given the conclusion, better to, because you have identified that special test in the treatment control, so you can go improve your conclusion with that, because in that you tested two treatment, it means paddy husk and garlic extract. I mean, especially control what are the pests they have control. You can better if you can, because it is broad, as I felt. You can especially consider what is the pest they have actually act on. That is my concern. Thank you, madam.
Okay,
Madam,
thank you. Any more questions from panel? No? Okay, I have some questions. Yes, for me, there's a major question. Actually, have you introduced pests to your production systems, or you studied naturally occurring pests?
Naturally occurring pests, not studied.
Okay, if you want to test some chemicals or treatments to control pests, you have to introduce pests to the system and let them to multiply within the system and then apply control for different types of preparations of pesticides, then only you can get correct information about the activity of your proposed treatments, right? Otherwise, it's random effect is there because they attack plants randomly. And in such cases, the validity of your findings are very much limited to specific conditions you have conducted your research. That is the major limitation of your study. In the future, if you want to study, if you want to conduct this type of studies, just make a control environment and introduce pests by yourself and let them to multiply, and then apply time to time your treatments and take measurements. Right, that is the most accurate method. I have some observations to make. I need clarifications. Now you mentioned that T2 showed lowest number of damaged leaves at the beginning of the growth cycle, but then the end, no, at the beginning you may observe lowest number of damaged leaf from L2, I think T2. T2 is the chemical pesticide. And latter part of your production cycle, you observed more. What would be the reason for your observation?
I think need more volume to repellent pest food.
Right. Think about it. And the another one is about your harvest data. And you highlighted that certain treatments are better than others. But when I see your statistical data and grouping, several treatments are having same statistical. They are in the same statistical group and having same letters. And what does it mean? For example, a final fresh weight and several treatments had A letter A. What does it mean? The meaning is they all belong to one statistical group and there is no significant difference among those treatments, right? And next time when you present your data, and interpretation is very much important, and think about statistically, because this is scientific communication and we do not talk about numerical values, we talk about statistical significance. Okay, thank you very much and have a nice day.
Thank you, madam. Thank you all.
Right, our next presentation is formulation of new complete nutrient solutions on protected agricultural crops. Three authors there, SDTL Sandanayaka, BS Bandusekara, and KMS Kodikara. Presenting author is SDTL Sandanayaka. It's for your time, and please do your presentation.
I am SPTL Sandanayake, undergraduate student in University of Colombo, Institute for Agritechnology and Rural Sciences. This research was conducted collaboratively by the members mentioned here and myself. Research topic is formulation of new complete nutrient solutions on protected agricultural crops. This is the order of presentation. This study focuses on developing a new complete nutrient formulation plan for optimal growth, yield, and quality of these vegetables in protected environments. Protected cultivation is increasingly adapted for higher value crops like salad cucumber and bell pepper due to its potential for higher yield and quality. Therefore, there is a strong need to develop and validate a scientifically optimized complete nutrient formulation trial to these crops under protected cultivation. In this study, main objective is to develop and evaluate new complete nutrient formulations for optimizing growth, yield, and quality of protected cultivation crops, mainly salad cucumber and bell pepper. This study conducted in Regional Agriculture Research and Development Center, Bandarawela. These are the study varieties. Experimental design is complete randomized design with 6 replications, and these are the treatments. These are the treatments of formulas in this study. Here the mentioned data collection parameters. The data were analyzed using Minitab statistical software. Let's move to the result and discussion part. When consider the salad cucumber plant height, there is a significant difference among 5 treatments, T1 shorter than the other 4 treatments. Bell pepper plant height also the same. There is a significant difference among the treatments. When we move to the number of leaves, in salad cucumber there also the significant difference. More number of leaves perform T2, T5. Days to first flower. Here also significantly difference in both salad cucumber and the bell pepper. Fruit length also significantly differs in both fruit. T1 fruit length less than the other 4 treatments. Fruit diameter. There is no significant difference in salad cucumber, but bell pepper there is a significantly different. When consider the spread values after second, third week, there is a significant difference in both crops. Total yield also the significant difference in both crops. T1 yield lower than other 4 treatments. Wicks values are like this in both crops. Growth media pH values are these. These are the easy values. Fertilizer, solutions pH and easy values are like this. As a conclusion, this study evaluates new complete nutrient formulation for salad cucumber and bell pepper under protected cultivation. The result shows all the formulated nutrient solutions T2 to T5 significantly improve plant height, reduced days to first flowering, higher total yield and fruit quality compared to the Albert solution. When consider the total yield T2 to T4 and T5 for the salad cucumber and T2, T3, T4 and T5 formulated can be recommended for bell pepper. Future studies needed to confirm the findings. Finally, the study achieves its objectives by the balanced crop specific nutrient formulations are essential for optimizing growth, yield, and quality of salad cucumber and the bell pepper. These are my references. Then thank you all.
For your presentation, now I have some questions to ask, right? And Kasuni, if you have a question, go ahead.
No, madam, you can go ahead, madam. Okay,
Right.
madam.
For your one, yes, you compared several newly formulated liquid fertilizer types and Codimix as well as Albert solution. And at some point you have shown us some figures where I see, okay, first of all, tell me, these two are two independent studies, right? For salad cucumber and bell pepper, two independent studies.
Yes,
Or have you compared their growth with as a, it's two
madam,
independent
only
studies.
independent.
Right, two independent studies. That's what I understood when I read your when I checked your abstract as well. Now my question is, at some point you have talked about results, and under bell pepper, the Albert solution reported 0 results and no values were there, and other fertilizer types had fairly high numbers. Why is it?
Madam, then we are adding the fertilizers, then in the fertigation time, then Albert also then adding time, then pH is unbalanced. Then
Yes.
that type plants not getting to the nutrient, then plant growth also the low.
Okay, you have you seen fruit setting in bell pepper and Albert?
Yes, madam, but the first and to harvest, then we take into the then other treatment also. That time the fruit is not filling the harvesting time.
Okay, another thing is plant height also. The almost all of the growth parameters, when considered about all parameters, the Albert solution graph we saw under the below the all other lines, right? What would be the reason for the huge gap?
Madam, I think that time the pH is unbalanced, madam. Growing media pH is unbalanced. And then that time plant didn't take the any fertilizers. But
Okay, it's
then
pH
plant growth was
unbalanced.
low.
Yeah, my need clarification. pH unbalance is you observed only in plants treated with Albert solution or all other treatments?
Madam, all treatments are then less than the difference, but then Albert solution is then going to then low, then plant didn't.
Yeah, you
It is
mentioned low pH. What was the pH of the medium?
pH is 4 point then low.
Yeah, it is acidic condition, right? What have you done to rectify or to solve this problem?
Madam, then lot of farmers are doing then their weekly cycle. That time they are one day washing their pots.
Yes, have you done?
But we didn't do, only we adding the recommended waters on.
So when you observed pH and EC related issues, you have to drain your pots and wash out all minerals and salt available in the pots. Otherwise, you can't get a good result, because you are challenging Albert solution, and Albert solution is globally recognized and massively used liquid type of fertilizer for protected agriculture sector. And yeah, actually you are challenging because for me, the all other treatments are better than Albert solution. What about the micronutrient availability of new formulations?
Then we are adding, madam, the formulations. Magnesium, calcium, and the also adding codimix, and there are difference, small difference was there.
Yes, I know. I am very well aware about codimix as well as Albert solution. That's why I'm asking questions. Anyway, yeah, for me, this some observations according to your during this discussion. Also, what I understood is there were some issues of your experiment. The results of your experiment is just not because of the treatments, but because of other uncontrolled factors of the experiment during your experimentational period, right? Okay, thank you very much for presenting your findings here today in this conference. Have a nice day.
You madam.
Right, now we are coming to our last presentation of this session one, compost and urea synergy, boosting tropical maize soybean productivity through climate smart agriculture. The only one author, single author is here. I think she's the presenting author as well, Alienagi. Now you can start your presentation.
Hi everyone. I'm going to present my research findings on compost and urea synergy boosting tropical maize soybean productivity through climate smart agriculture, which was conducted in Mathura, Sri Lanka. So I'm Dr. Lian Anugalenge from Faculty of Agriculture. Study aim and research gap. Let's move to the research gap. I found that Sri Lankan data on integrated organic and inorganic nitrogen management in tropical legume cereal rotations are still lacking. Therefore, this study aims to test combined compost and urea rates for the yield responses in maize and soybean rotations. So, this research questions of this study is: does compost amplify crop biomass / nitrogen accumulation in different urea rates? Second one is, can compost plus recommended nitrogen match high nitrogen performance? So these are the two research questions. Under methodology, the experimental design was two-factor factorial RCBD with 4 applications. Factor 1, compost rates, 2 levels. First one is no compost, 0 compost. And then second one is 15 megagram per hectare compost on dry weight basis. Factor 2, 4 nitrogen levels starting from 0 nitrogen, low nitrogen Ln, medium nitrogen Mn, and high nitrogen Hn. Now we have already 8 treatments, including 4 nitrogen levels without compost, 4 nitrogen level with compost. And then the methods, medium nitrogen is a recommended nitrogen rate for maize and soybean by the Department of Agriculture, and compost rate 15 megagram per hectare. Urea were applied in 2 split application, 2 doses per crop, each crop. And then statistical analysis were done using ANOVA, and LSD test was carried out by 5% probability level. And the table 1, you can see here the nitrogen fertilizer rates and agronomic management timeline for 2 crops, maize and soybean crop. You can see the total annual nitrogen application for these 2 crops for the 8 treatments respectively. And the results we obtained was compost strongly boosts biomass accumulation at low to moderate nitrogen levels. The biomass accumulation is 71% in Mn plus C treatment when compared to the Mn treatment alone, that is 39%. The influence of compost was not significant at the higher nitrogen rates. You can see here from the graph that it has increased up to medium nitrogen level, and then it has gradually declined. Table 2 is the total above ground biomass in these 2 crops respectively for 0 nitrogen, low nitrogen, medium nitrogen, and high nitrogen in these different carbon levels. So key interpretations, so we can say synergistic interactions is strongest at low to moderate nitrogen rates, maximizing the efficiency of applied nutrients, and the compost effects become weak or non-significant at the high nitrogen levels. So when it comes to the discussion, why compost plus moderate urea works in tropical soils. So compost improves structure, reduces crusting, and support water retention, and it can enhances the nutrient retention and biological processes while lowering the nitrogen loss risk. So the practical relevance to Sri Lanka is reduces reliance on costly, maybe a volatile mineral nitrogen while maintaining crop productivity. So the conclusions, this is the decision rule. If the nitrogen rate in a compost or many nitrogen fertilizer is high rates, we can't add maybe compost because it has limited benefits. If it is around low to moderate nitrogen levels, so we can use compost status as a supplement. We can have a lot of maybe benefits of improving soil fertility and all. So these are the references. Time for questions and answers. Thank you for listening my presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Anuga, for your presentation. Our presentation is open for the discussion and panel members.
Thank you very much for your nice presentation, Dr. Lianage. I have one question for you. In your presentation, it has mentioned that at the high nitrogen level, biomass accumulation kind of decline at the with the increasement of the nitrogen level. So, can you elaborate the reason for that particular observation?
Yes, I think with the high nitrogen rate in the soil, carbon nitrogen ratio will be changed. So that is the problem and reduce yield at the high nitrogen rates. And the other thing is the moisture content, and there are several organic matter in the carbon and the soil, organic matter in the soil are already related to this observation because this observation is relevant for the area that we have done our experiment. And if we need conduct the same experiment in another area like maybe dry zone, this will be changed. This is a particular, this is especially for this particular area with the soil type and soil carbon and nitrogen content.
Yeah, it is kind of a site specific. That's you are mentioning. Okay.
Yes,
So
site
next
specific.
one-
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So we all know that integrated nutrient management always give kind of a beneficial for the crops, any type of crops, and we all know that the solo use of fertilizers always give kind of a environmental effect, but actually the farmers are always using that solo use of nutrient fertilizers or something like that. So my question is, can you kind of give idea about the cost component involvement in this kind of integrated nutrient application, because most of the farmers are facing that kind of problem. For example, if you are using solo fertilizers, the yield is good, but if you are going with the integrated nutrient management system, the compost and other materials, we have to bear some kind of a cost in terms of transport or any kind of activity. So can you kind of give idea about the cost involvement, roughly idea about the cost involvement when we are going with the integrated management system like this?
Yes, from this study, I haven't done cost benefit analysis, but I have an idea about that because the high compost is very important. So if we can use it, it is very maybe environmental friendly and soil friendly. But the thing is, the bulk and the handling is very difficult. That's why as I experience, farmers refuse to use this compost because they want high yield. They want maybe they are not actually concerning about the environmental and soil aspects because they don't know what happened the environment when we are using the usages of this type of maybe nitrogen sources. So I think if we can go to the 50-50 at least, we can reduce some amount of fertilizer import cost. When we can supplement the nitrogen requirement by compost, not only from urea. So as I didn't do any cost benefit analysis, I can't do the give the exact figures.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all from my side, madam.
Okay, yes. Yeah, I have two questions actually. This just clarifications. And
Yes.
now you use two-factor factorial design for your research, and you independently follow the maize cycle and the soybean cycle as rotation crop, right? Yeah, and now, but you did not talk about the interaction effects between these two. Here you not in a direct way, but in other ways you mention about the synergetic relationship. What has happened when apply high carbon, I mean the compost into the soil together with a high level of nitrogen? There's a very special thing is happening in the soil and even in the plant.
With
Do you
high
have
carbon and
high compost plus high nitrogen?
maybe there's changes in carbon and nitrogen ratios.
And actually, the plants can't uptake all the nitrogen provided by both sources, right? They saturate their uptake process, and if you apply too much of nitrogen, it's of course waste. Plants can't uptake nitrogen. Though they uptake, they can't utilize those nitrogen. Dr. Anuga, I have a small question about the source of compost, and one of the
Yeah, I saw that.
also asked about, yes. What is
That
the
is
source?
that is green waste compost.
Right. What would be the nitrogen percentage of that compost you have
That's
used
very
in
low. That's very low when compared to the compost I used in Australia. That is that we was around 3%. Now here it's around maybe 1 to 2%. Very low nitrogen.
No, probably less than that, because when we use animal manure, also we
Yeah.
can prepare compost with
Maybe
around
less than one, as I remember.
Definitely,
Yeah.
it would be less than one, but not only the nitrogen, but other beneficial effects also we can see by adding compost, right? Okay, thank you very much for your presentation and the discussion. And yeah, then now, as you all with us during the session, and there were 8 presentations, and belongs to different categories, and presenting authors were very well defended their research and methodologies, and we discussed about some limitations, as well as we suggested some improvements for further studies. And I think this is the end of this session, and thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to chair this session of ISATRS 2026, and congratulations everyone. And I would like to hand over, I would like to thank 2 of my panel members who are helping me continuing this session 1 successfully. And Chaturi, now over to you. I hand over this session to Chaturi, the coordinator of session 1. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, madam. With that, we came to the end of the session 1 on smart and climate-ready crop production technologies. First, I would like to extend our heartfelt thanks to our session chair, Professor Menaka Fernando. Dear madam, your presence added immense value to this session, so thank you very much. And also, I would like to express my gratitude to our panel members, Dr. Supun Bandusekara and Mrs. Kasuni Katapayarachi, for sharing their valuable thoughts with us. And lastly, I would like to thank all our presenters for sharing their novel findings with us, and also for attending fruitful discussions in the session. So with that, we can conclude the session. Please join with us for the next session under the Smart and Climate Ready Crop Production Technology, session 2, in a short while. Until then, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome you all for the second technical session for International Symposium on Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences 2026. The technical session is titled under the theme of Smart and Climate-Ready Crop Production Technologies. I am honored to invite the chair of the technical session too, the Emeritus Professor Subha Singha, who served as the Senior Professor in the Department of Crop Science, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Rouen. Moreover, he has 38 years of experience in this academia. His research expertise is extensive, covering areas such as agronomy, cropping systems, horticulture, plant tissue culture, and medicinal herbs. His influence extends far beyond publications, where he has engaged not only in the national but also international collaborations to address complex agricultural issues. Dear sir, we warmly welcome you to the session. And also, I would like to welcome our panel members for the technical session too, Mrs. S.L. Navaratna and Dr. Nelkas Singha. Dear Madam, we warmly welcome you to the session as well. Dear Sir, Emeritus Professor Subha Singha, the session is over to you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Nelko, someone sharing, right? Shall we start?
Yes, sir.
You are sharing the things. Just what is the procedure? 8 minutes for presentation and followed by 2 minutes discussion.
Yes,
Very
sir.
nice. Good afternoon, everyone. There are 7 presentations. So the presentation time just 8 minutes, followed by 2 minutes of discussion. So starting from, I just don't want to get any time wasting. It will delay the session. Just start with the first presentation, optimizing heat pretreatment, temperature and soaking duration to break seed dormancy and enhance germination of Oryza nivara by TMAD Bandara, WGTP Sandeepani, MJ Namarasiri, KSJ Madhusanga and D Ratnasekar. I hope Mr. Bandar is DMAD Bandar is going to present. That is over to you.
Dear Sir, Madam and all, I am Anjula Dilrukshi. Today I am honored to present my research title of Optimizing Heat Pretreatment, Temperature and Soaking Duration to Break Seed Dormancy and to Enhance Germination of Oryza nivara. This research conducted at Faculty of Agriculture, University of Ruhuna under the invaluable supervision of my principal supervisor, Professor Disna Ratnasekara. These are the content that I followed cover this presentation. First of all, I would like to introduce wild rice. Wild rice belong to genus Oryza. That genus include 24 species globally. Among them, 2 are cultivated and other 22 are wild relatives. When come to the Sri Lankan conditions, Sri Lanka is a secondary diversity center for rice germplasm and hosts 5 wild rice species, namely Oryza nivara, Oryza chingari, Oryza granulata, Oryza rufipogan and Oryza rhizomatic. Among them, I selected Oryza nivara because of Oryza nivara is closely related to Asian cultivated rice with AA genome. Also, they have high genetic compatibility with cultivated rice. Also, this species is key genetic resources for rice breeding. Now you can see in the screen Oryza nivara plant, natural habitat, seeds and panicle. When we work with Oryza nivara seed exhibit low fertility, low germination rate, strong dormancy, fungal infection and uneven germination, limiting their use in research programs. Therefore, this study aimed to identify the optimal temperature, oven time and soaking duration for breaking the dormancy and improving the germination rate of Oryza nivara seeds. These are my objective to achieve my research goals. Overall objective is to enhance germination rates using optimal temperature, oven time and soak-in duration in Oryza nivara. Specific objective is to identify the most effective heat treatment combination for breaking seed dormancy and enhancing seed germination. Now I discuss our experimental approaches. The experiment was carried out the research laboratory of Department of Agricultural Biology, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Ruhuna in Sri Lanka. The experiment was conducted in the completely randomized design with 10 seeds per replicate and 3 replicate for one treatment. Also, Oryza nivara seed sample were collected across the Sri Lanka. Now you can see in the screen my research design with 2 oven temperatures, 4 oven duration and 3 soak-in duration. And also I have 24 treatment using the 3 factor mentioned above. Then we needed to break seed dormancy using 2 different oven temperatures. After that, the seeds were dehusked. The seeds were then soaked in water for the 3 different time duration. After that, treated seeds were spread on petri dishes with wet tissue. Then, petri dish kept in incubator under the 36 degrees of Celsius for 10 days. After that, seed germination data were collected and data analyzing using three-way ANOVA and Duncan test. Now I move to the result and discussion section. First, I discuss the significance of the two-way interaction affecting germination. For the interaction between temperature and oven duration, the significantly highest germination was observed at 50 degrees of Celsius with 24 hours of oven duration. For the interaction between temperature and soak-in duration, the significantly highest germination value was observed at 50 degrees of Celsius with 24 hours of soak-in duration. Finally, for the interaction between oven duration and soak-in duration, the highest germination value was observed at 24 and 48 hours of soak-in duration with 24 hours of oven duration. Then we come to the three-way interaction of temperature, oven duration and soak-in duration on germination. The significantly highest germination was observed at 50 degrees of Celsius with 24 hours of oven duration and 48 hours of soak-in duration. The lowest germination rate was observed at 60 degrees of Celsius with 48 hours of oven duration and 48 hours of soak-in duration, as well as at 60 degrees of Celsius with 48 hours of oven duration and 72 hours of soak-in duration can observe low seed germination rate. Finally, come to the conclusion part. Based on the experimental result, overall the three-way interaction effect show that the best combination to achieve the higher seed germination rate was 50 degrees of Celsius, 24 hours oven duration and 48 hours soak-in period, yielding an impressive germination rate of 90% over the rest of variable combination tested. Finally, I would like to acknowledge National Science Foundation in Sri Lanka for finally support to my research. These are the references I followed during my research time period, and thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Anjula. Now the presentation is open for discussion. Can I just make the first comment, Anjula? Thank you for nice presentation. And generally, we use this paddy seeds with husk to test the germination. that you remove the husk and dehusk and test for germination. In
Yes, sir.
practically, yeah, is there any reason in that when you are when you want to plant this species Neora, so you want to remove that husk and induce germination?
Yes, sir. Before I already another study I checked dehusk and husk seed for the germination. Among them, husk seed not germinates. Sir. Dehusk seed are germinated. Normally, wild rice not germinate with husk. We need to remove husk for the germination, sir.
In normal situation, you know that this wild rice is more competitive than our conventional varieties. So
Yes.
then, if there is no issue of germination, this is a specific cultivar variety, or we are having some problems of weed rice now with competing with our existing one or traditional one, conventional one.
Yes, wild rice have a lot of problem with germination because of when we germinate them, they infected with fungus. But our cultivation seeds not infect with fungus, and wild rice have high dormancy.
No,
Therefore,
let me explain. My question is generally when we are growing
yes.
rice in certain
Yeah.
areas, this wild rice is really problem. They are
Yes.
growing fast and compete with our conventional varieties. But now
Yes.
you mentioned that viability and germination is very low, and there's a lot of fungal disease
Yes.
and all that. But why
Yes, sir.
it's so
Yes,
competitive?
sir. In cultivation paddy field have weedy rice. Sir. This is not a wild rice. Wild type
Right,
have
right.
a tank and
Clear.
some lake side.
Right, clear. So then
Yes.
one more clarification. Your overall conclusion is you have three-factor interaction. The
Yes,
best
sir.
treatment is 50 degrees of Celsius on rain and 24 hours period and soak in for 48
14.
hours.
Yes, sir.
Do you think what type of dormancy is there?
What?
Do you I'm that once you dehusk,
Yes.
do you want to still treat the seeds, or just because of husk just because of husk this germination issues or the dormancy issue?
Yes, sir.
What are the
First,
reasons for
with
the possible
because
reasons for this
yes,
seed
because of
dormancy?
yes, sir. Because of with husk we kept in oven. Without husk, when kept in oven can damage to embryo. I
Right.
think therefore first we kept it husk seeds kept in oven, then dehusk and soaking because of wild rice seed seed husk is hard than the cultivated rice.
Right. Okay. That's all. Any comments or any questions from the audience?
Okay, Mr. Bandar, thank you for your nice presentation. When you are getting results, collecting the data, you collect data in a 2 days interval, right?
Yes.
Why you are getting data in 2 days interval rather than getting it daily? Is there any specific reason for that?
Because of madam, wild rice not germinating evenly. Therefore, I get for interval because of next day some is not germinate. Therefore, I collect 2 day intervals. That's why I collect. Yes.
Okay. Then your maximum observation period is 10 days, no?
Yes, madam.
Okay. Why it is limited to 10 days rather than going more than 10
After
days?
Yes, after that, seed infect with fungus, madam, some seed-borne fungus after 10 days. Therefore, I collect only 10 days during the 10 days.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Bandara. Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
One more, didn't you that treated with fungicide?
No, sir. My one experiment have plant extraction use. It is published. Plant extract use for the reduced fungus, seed-borne fungus. Normally, I use guru and cinnamon and guava plant extract. Among them, Wallinguru is best. Compare with Wallinguru and fungicide, Wallinguru is best for the reduce fungal infection in Oryza nivara.
Okay. Okay. Is there any more questions or comments? If not,
No,
yeah, okay. Okay, thank you very much, Angela.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, the next presentation on development of low-cost method to differentiate organic and non-organic Centella asiatica verticula by SPJC Karunaratna, G. Seneviratna, M. Premaratna, KG Kattapayarachchi, and SNB Kekanai.
Good morning,
Karunaratna,
everyone. It's my undergraduate lesson presentation of the Symposium 2026. My research title is Development of a Locus Method to Differentiate Organic and Non-Organic Centella asiatica. This is the content. Let's see introduction. Centella asiatica normally corners Coca-Cola. There is a high consumer demand for organic food at the market. However, difference between organic and non-organic grown produce in the commercial market remain challenges as a physical appearance, no clear indicator of the cultivation practices. The microbial communities associated with the plants can vary significantly depending on the type of fertilizer used. This study explores the morphological characters of the microbes cultured from Centella asiatica for difference between cultivation method in commercial available and cultivated sample. Let's see problem statement justification. Consumers and regulators face significant challenge in the verify whether products are truly organic. There is a lack of reliable low-cost method to differentiate between organic and non-organic growing Centella asiatica. There is an important inverse microbial morphology of the organic and non-organic growing Centella asiatica. The objective is to develop a low-cost method to differentiate them based on the characters of culture microbes. Let's see the material method. Research was conducted at National Institute of Fundamental Study, Candy. It was conducted CRD method for treatment under trade application. All the samples are collected from supermarkets and cultivated sample. All the samples are first of all sterilized and after cutting to the niche shapes and placing the media plate, and after 2 days let's see this result. After resulting, all the samples are streaking in this procedure. After pick up the small bacterial samples and mix up the drop of water and 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, apply staining and prepare the slide for the staining result. And after this result, all the samples are get ready for the cell viability counting. The data collection, colony morphology in the shape, margin, color, get these results, and is taking place, staining, and cell viability, and after data analysis in Meta software. Let's see result and discussion. First of all, colony characters in the nutrient mega media. The commercial organic and commercial non-organic have no different here because all the samples are the same. And also cultivated chemical and cultivated organic samples are no differentiation. So finally, no differentiate between their for treatment under nutrient mega media. Let's see combined carbon media in the for treatment. The commercial organic and commercial non-organic have no differentiation because one margin and one shape only change. And let's say cultivated chemical and cultivated organic samples have no differentiate. So finally, have no differentiate between for treatment under the combined carbon media. And let's see modified combined carbon media in here. Commercial organic and commercial non-organic have no changes in color are all are same, so no differentiation. And let's see cultivated chemical and cultivated organic have only color change. Chemical samples all are dark brown and organic samples all are light yellowish color. In here, mineral differentiation and the modified combined carbon media. Let's see statement. In here, no clear single colony morphology in all the treatment. So, no difference between under for treatment. Let's see staining. In here, commercial organic samples will appear denser with a more uniform distribution across the field, and non-organic samples, fewer cells, and also the chemical samples have low density, uneven colorations, and also cultivated organic samples display in the strong coloration, so indicate little bit greater microbial abundance and vitality. Let's say cell viability. So in here p-value is 0.55, so no significant difference on the cell viability. Finally, in this present study, Central Asiatic cultivated under commercial available sample and cultivated sample were successfully using different culture media. In the colony characters, density shows similar pattern across the treatments, but modified combined carbon media revealed color difference on the colony color between cultivated sample. The statistics analysis revealed no significant difference between cell viability among the treatment. And also based on these morphology characteristics, the method of MCCA media based differentiate can be developed to differentiate Central Asiatic cultivated using organic and non-organic fertilizer based on the characteristics of the culture microbe. So, but further study needed to confirm this finding. This is a reference. Thank you for.
Okay. Thank you. I forgot the name again. It's Bandaru. Now the paper is open for discussion. Any comments or questions, please?
Yes, thank you for the nice presentation and study. So I have a small clarification regarding the collecting the organic sample from market and whatever the place. So the what criteria were used to confirm the organic status of that samples?
Sorry, madam.
What type of criteria were used to confirm the organic status of those samples?
Actually, supermarkets have the organic sample, I mean label sample, and others are cultivated from the farmers.
Okay, right. Okay. So then, okay, now you have some findings. So then, if someone need to further study. So, what is the recommended to improve those study? Actually, the discrimination between organic and unorganic. Go to color.
Actually, have to add low cost method is improved, but GCMS, HPLCs are needed for this, clarify this. Actually, but these are high cost methods in Sri Lanka.
Right, okay, thank you.
Actually, I had the same question what Ms. Sopipi asked. How you differentiate this organic and inorganic in market? You mentioned that you collected from supermarket. They have mentioned that those are the organic product. But in Sri Lanka, you know that there is a certified organization to confirm that. Anybody can mention that this is organic and we can use as a organic product and get higher price and all. So how you can differentiate actually? Have they got the certification from this organic product association or what?
Actually, I get the organic samples in the label sample. It means organic sample has label in supermarket, and non-organic samples I get is a normal get from the market, not a label sample.
Yeah, this is a problem. That is why you may not get any significant difference of both type of sample. I don't think exactly what they are selling is organic. Somebody should certify it. Because anybody, even though they applied all this organic fertilizer and chemicals, sometimes maybe they are already contaminated. You know that in our situation, it is very hard to find purely organic products, and the areas where we can grow organically crops already contaminated soil. That is the problem. If you can, otherwise you have to get the certification from the this and that specific land as well where they grow in the crops. That is one question. The other one is your title. Okay, can you just go to the title? Just a small clarification. Your title. Yeah. Quickly, can you go to the title?
The development of a low-cost method to differentiate organic and non-organic central asiatica.
Yeah, you just mentioned the differentiate organic and non-organic. Oh, yes. Yeah. Development of low-cost method to differentiate organic and non-organic centrella. That what and with what aspects? You didn't mention anything, but in your objectives, you mentioned that based on the characters of microbe. That should be, and they are in the titles as well. Otherwise, nobody can. I got really confused. Just to comment. Huh? Right, that's all from me. That's all.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, shall we move to the third presentation? Feasibility of biofilm biofertilizer practices in Central Asiatic cultivation by HVD Kulasinghe, G. Seniviratna, KG Katparachi, M. Pemaratna, and SNB Ekanayake.
Hello everyone, I am Darshika Kulasinghe from the University of Colombo Institute for Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences. I am going to present my research title, Feasibility of Biofilm Biofertilizer Practices in Centella Asiatica Cultivation. This is the content of this presentation. Centella Asiatica, commonly known as gotukola, is a high-value medicinal herb and leaf vegetable. At the present, leaf vegetable cultivation mainly depends on chemical fertilizer. However, excessive use can be cause environmental pollution and higher production costs. As a sustainable alternative, biofilm biofertilizer has gained popularity because it can improve soil fertility. Biofilm biofertilizers are beneficial microbes in biofilm mode, produced in vitro to use as biofertilizer. Therefore, this study was conducted to evaluate the feasibility of using biofilm biofertilizer in cuticle cultivation. The main objective of this study was to evaluate agronomic and biochemical parameters of two Centella asiatica varieties with the application of biofilm biofertilizer. The specific objectives were to evaluate soil nutrient availability, soil and plant microbial population, plant growth performance, and to investigate bioactive compound accumulation. This pot experiment was conducted under greenhouse conditions at the National Institute of Fundamental Studies. The complete randomized design was used with two particular varieties, 5 treatments, and 3 replicates. Topsoil was collected from the garden of the NISS and plant material was collected from the Department of Agriculture in Ganur. The treatments were 100% chemical fertilizer, 50% chemical fertilizer alone, 50% chemical fertilizer plus biofilm biofertilizer alone, and the control without amendment. Several parameters were analyzed including soil nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium availability, soil and plant microbial abundance, leaf area and root length, and hectare analysis for bioactive compounds such as ISATRS and matrixoside. This is the recommendation fertilizer rate for 1 hectare. The collected data was analyzed using ETAP 19 software at 0.05 significant level. According to the results, soil NPK availability was significantly increased in 100% chemical fertilizer, 50% chemical fertilizer plus biofilm biofertilizer, and 6% chemical fertilizer alone practices compared to the control treatment in two varieties. Total soil bacteria abundance was improved with biofilm biofertilizer application. Total endocytic bacteria were higher in the biofilm biofertilizer alone treatment than in the 50% chemical fertilizer plus biofilm biofertilizer treatment, likely due to differences in colony size. The leaf area was higher in 50% chemical fertilizer plus biofilm biofertilizer treatments compared to other treatments in mealygium selection. The root length was not significant difference among treatments. According to this study, in mealygium variety, soil nutrient availability, especially nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, increased significantly, but the highest leaf area was observed only in the 50% chemical fertilizer plus biofilm biofertilizer treatment, indicating improved nutrient use efficiency, as well as ISATRS content was high in 50% chemical fertilizer plus biofilm biofertilizer treatment. The higher leaf area may be effective to increase photosynthetic activity. In whole selection, soil NPK availability high in 100% chemical fertilizer treatment, but not result in improved leaf growth. It may be nutrient losses. The asiatic content were more abundant in control treatments. Overall, the whole selection showed a limited response to both chemical fertilizer and biofilm biofertilizer application. The results of this study show that the response of Centella asiatica to chemical fertilizer and biofilm biofertilizer application varied between varieties. The findings suggest that biofilm biofertilizer application combined with chemical fertilizer have potential source of nutrient for Centella asiatica cultivation. This is the end of this presentation. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much for your that nice presentation. So now the presentation is open for discussion. Any comments or discussion? Any comments or questions, please?
Okay, Miss Kulasinghe, thank you for your nice presentation. And did you do any cost analysis with this study?
No, madam.
Okay. Then did you do NPK analysis before the study?
Yes, madam. Initial soil condition was analyzed, and before harvesting, we analyzed the NPK availability.
Okay. What about the findings? What is the main findings you got with the results?
It was varietal dependent. In Mirigama selection, 50% chemical fertilizer plus biofilm biofertilizer. The leaf area was high, so it may be nutrient use efficiency. But in whole selection, the NPK availability was high in 100% chemical fertilizer, but not appear in the leaf area growth. So it can be due to nutrient losses.
Okay, Ms. Kulasing, with this study, I think it is very important. And what is your take-home message with your study?
Sorry, madam.
What is your take-home message? What is the main idea you are trying to give to the society with this study, or
Because
farmer
madam,
society, or
due to chemical fertilizer, it may be environmental pollution. So by using biofilm biofertilizer, it can be reduce chemical fertilizer usage by 50%.
we can reduce the chemical fertilizer, no?
Yes, madam.
Okay, thank you.
Just a small clarification. What is the control you use? You don't use anything, huh? No fertilizer, no
Yes.
biofilm bulb.
Yes,
Right?
sir.
So generally, what are the farmers' practices when they are growing Gotukula?
Sir, in 100% chemical fertilizer. It is the Department of Agriculture recommendation.
Right. Do they apply organic fertilizer, organic manure?
No, sir. Only chemical
Farmers,
fertilizer and biofilm.
Farmers, they don't apply? I don't think. Generally, that almost all these leaf vegetable farmers, they apply organic manure. I don't know you are referring which areas. Sometimes back we have, no, I mean that generally what is the farmer's practice? If you can just follow some of the treatment farmer's practice also. We had a survey sometimes back in Veligam area. Almost all farmers, they apply organic fertilizer as well. But in your study, biofilm biofertilizer, you apply only the little amount, right? Not like organic, conventional organic fertilizer. Yes. Right, just small clarification, that's it. Right. Okay, no more questions, right? Thank you very much, Ms. Fuller Singh. So shall we move to the next presentation? Right, next presentation. Right, on influence of price establishment method on rice shale, influence of rice establishment method on rice shale and rice crop management. A qualitative study at Hakmana DS Station, Mathura district in Sri Lanka by HBM Jinan.
I am HBM Chinani. My research topic is influence of rice establishment method on rice yield and rice crop management, a qualitative study at Hakmana DS Division, Mathura district in Sri Lanka. These are the table of content. Introduction. Rice is the primary food source for around 3.5 billion individuals globally. Oriva sativa L is the predominant variety among the numerous cultivars available. Over 95 farmers is using the broadcasting method for seed establishment technique. Transplanting is the labor-intensive process. Major problem is the lack of skilled workers. Parachute is the Large yield method. The parachute method is introduce some of the issues with transplanting and broadcasting approach. This method is advantages requires less work and few seeds. In paddy agriculture, parachute technique is the seed saving technique. Objective is to determine how different rice establishment methods influence rice yield and crop management practices among the farmers in the Hakmana DS division. This study was conducted in the Hakmana Divisional Secretariat Division in Mathara district. The study area was selected farmers in rice cultivation who adapted to different establishment method, broadcasting, transplanting and parachute method. Purposive sampling was used to choose the farmers of different rice establishment method. Primary data was collected from farmers engaged in rice cultivation of broadcasting, transplanting and parachute method in Hakmana DS division through the in-depth interview. The relevant secondary data was gathered from different sources. Data analysis. Farmers were interviewed and the recordings were made. Question and answer were handwritten in CR book by listening to the sound recording. The singular version of transcript were prepared in the CR book. And these are translated into the English version in CR book. Those English versions were typed in MS Word. This transcript were uploaded to the Google Drive to view by the supervisor of this research. Data analysis done manually. The data was manually coded. The code were identified into sub-themes and themes. Result and discussion. The yield differences. Yield is high in the parachute method than the transplanting and broadcasting method. The yield of the broadcasting method is lower than the other method. These are the farm views supporting the high yield in parachute method, high yield in the transplanting method, and average yield level of the broadcasting method. Cases for rice yield differences among the rice establishment methods are rice plant produce a high number of tillers, appear as a bush, the rice panicle grows healthy, plant is basing enough for speed in sunlight, weed growth is less, pest and disease are less in the parachute and transplanting method. In the broadcasting method, weed growth is high. Rice plant not produce high number of tillers and there is not a space between plant. Therefore, pest and disease spread is high in the reason for low yield in the broadcasting method. These are the farm view supported the appearance of growth of rice plant tillers in the parachute and transplanting method. These farms are view supported the less weed in parachute and transplanting method, less pest and disease in the parachute and transplanting method. Farmers view support high weeds in the broadcasting method. Other cases for crop management differences among the trees establishment method are seed requirement, labor requirement, and the tray requirement. Seed requirement is low in the parachute method. Labor requirement is high in the transplanting method. Tray requirements in the parachute method. The not differences in the land preparation and irrigation and fertilizer requirement in the different establishment method. These are the farmer responses on high seed rate requirement and loss of sown seed in the broadcasting method. These are the higher labor cost of the parachute and transplanting method and the broadcasting method. These are the farmer responses of the number of seed trays requirement to prepare the seedling in the challenging. Conclusion. According to the farmer's perception, yield was high in the parachute method and the transplanting method. The lower weed growth, pest and disease are encountered in the transplanting method and parachute method. Farmers hoped different establishment methods such as parachute transplanting method to increase the yield and quality of rice. This study concludes that parachute method gives a high benefit of cultivation using the lower labor in the small pieces of land. These are the reference. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much, Jinani, for nice presentation. The presentation is open for discussion. Any clarification?
Yes. Thank you very much for the nice presentation and good finding, Miss Jinani. So, according to your finding, you showed the parachute method is give the highest yield with compared to other you selected two methods. So then the many farmers also reported like that, no high higher yield for the parachute. So my question is, although the parachute method gave the high yield, why that technology is not available, that method is not much famous among the farming community? What is the reasons? What are the reasons for that, according to your study?
Hello, audible to you?
Yes, yes.
Madam, according to farmers' response, they are high cost for the parachute. Using the farmers are using trays for parachute method. They are high cost. Then farmers not to find parachute trays for easily. Then most of farmers are not using this method. But we can earn the more yield in parachute method. And agrarian officers are helped to improve this method among the farmers, but some are most of using the broadcasting. Therefore, not mostly using this method in among the farmers.
Right. Okay. So the one treatment was the one method was the transplanting. So what type of nursery they use for obtaining or prepare the seedlings for the transplanting?
Farmers say in depot nursery they use.
That means what is the method they using to transplant, the manually or the transplanters?
They are manually using.
Okay. Right. Okay. Thank you very much.
Just a small comment. You mentioned that this is not much popular among farmers just because of cost of this seedling trays. Then how you that in Hakmana areas, is it that popular farmers they widely use this method?
This method broadcasting. Okay, sir.
No, the parachute method. It's a issue now.
Yeah.
When you are getting this purposive samples from I don't know different villages, 32 something like in PS division in Hakman. Is that all these areas where you can find this parachute method?
No.
How you get the sample?
Some little areas farmers in using parachute method, all are selected this for purpose. Then transplanting and broadcasting farmers are they here in this gene divisions.
The parachute method yield is significantly higher than other methods.
Sorry, sir.
In parachute method, you mentioned that yield is higher. Is it significantly higher? What is the yield?
Parachute method is. Sorry for again repeat, sir.
What is the yield they got that using parachute method which compared to other method? Is it significantly higher or just you mentioned higher?
some farmers are using, most of farmers are using perishable method is small pieces of land, not a higher land. Then farmers are saying oven land, these farmers are using oven land and small pieces, then yield is higher than the broadcasting and transplanting method because cost is less.
Then your comparison is not valid. No? You mentioned that if the farmers, they use similar size farmland, but they use in broadcasting and transplanting. But you are getting different type of them. The extent of field, the sample size are different. So then how you can normalize those things?
I focus for the sampling for purpose and farmers using parachute method. Then lands are not similar for the farmers.
No, let's forget about the one last small clarification in your title. You mentioned that influence of rice establishment method on rice yield and rice crop management. That if you plant rice, you can get different type of crop yield. Why you always rice and rice and rice several times? Just put one time rice. Right? Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Right. Salim is the next presentation on granular polysulfate as a multi-nutrient alternative fertilizer for coconut growing soils, a pot experiment. SDY Nuantika, AARW Abesinga, WRSK Dabarera, and MKF Nadisha. Nuantika is going to present. Yes, you can present.
Good morning, everyone. I am SDY Nuantika from the Coconut Research Institute, Nunuvilla. Today, I will present our study on the potential use of granular polysulfate as a multi-nutrient alternative fertilizer for coconut growing soils, especially for organic cultivation. Coconut requires large amounts of nutrients to maintain growth and productivity. Among the major nutrients, potassium, calcium, magnesium, and sulfur are highly important for coconut cultivation. However, natural fertilizer sources that can supply all these nutrients together are limited, especially for organic cultivation. Polysulfate is derived from naturally occurring polyhalite deposits located beneath the North Sea, United Kingdom, and is processed through mining, crushing, and screening without any chemical treatment. It contains potassium, calcium, magnesium, and sulfur in its sulfate form. The main objective of this study was to evaluate the nutrient release pattern of granular polysulfate in coconut growing soils under greenhouse conditions. A pot experiment was conducted under greenhouse conditions using Madampe soil series, which is the most suitable soil series for coconut cultivation. The experiment was arranged in a completely randomized design with 3 treatments and 3 replicates. Treatment 1 was the control without fertilizer, treatment 2 is polysulfate, and treatment 3 is SOP together with dolomite. Potassium application was based on the adult coconut palm recommendation of 1000 600 gram MOP per farm converted to 4.38 gram per 11 kilogram soil per pot. Fertilizer rates in T2 and T3 were adjusted to supply equal potassium. Dolomite application was based on 1000 gram per farm, giving 11.25 gram per pot in T3 to supply 1.35 gram magnesium, equivalent to magnesium in polysulfate. SOP was added to meet potassium requirements. Madampe soil was air-dried, sieved, and 11 kg was filled per pot. Fertilizers were mixed thoroughly. Pots were maintained in a greenhouse and watered twice weekly. This is sample collection method. Soil samples were collected every 2 weeks per 10 weeks. Samples analyzed using ICP-OAS. Statistical analysis were performed using ANOVA, followed by Turkey's HSD test, and also measured soil electrical conductivity and soil pH value. Results showed that polysulfate significantly increased the availability of potassium, calcium, magnesium, and sulfur compared with the control and T3 treatment. Potassium level rapidly increased and remained high throughout the experiment. Similar trends were observed for calcium, magnesium, and sulfur. Electrical conductivity increased due to nutrient release, but values remain below the salinity of coconut cultivation. Soil pH also remained within the optimum range. These results demonstrate the slow and sustained nutrient release capability of polysulfate. In conclusion, polysulfate showed a strong potential as a natural multinutrient fertilizer for coconut growing soils. It supplied potassium together with calcium, magnesium, and sulfur. Therefore, it may be useful especially for organic coconut cultivation and can potentially be combined with other fertilizer sources. However, field level studies are still needed for further confirmation. These are references. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Nuantika, for your nice presentation. Now presentation is open for discussion.
Okay, Miss Nuantika, thank you very much. This is for my clarification, right? Are you conducted this study totally as a pot experiment? Or
Yes,
the
madam.
study? Okay. Then what is the duration? Your experiment?
10
weeks.
duration. 10 weeks.
Can you little bit explain how you conducted that study? Briefly explain the method.
Polysulfate and
which age of the plant you use here?
No,
what is the age
madam.
of plants?
No, madam. No use plant. Only soil based.
Soils. Okay, that's the thing actually that I wanted to clear. Then what are the challenges when you are practically applying this to the field conditions? This as a pot trial, no?
Yes, madam. No, field trial conducted it.
Yeah, you did not conduct it, but I'm asking, when you're applying this as practically to the field, which kind of challenges can you have to face? Which kind of challenges you may face with application of this fertilizer? Okay. Whatever that, what is your major finding with the result, your study?
It can use as a natural fertilizer for coconut cultivation.
Okay. Did you do any cost analysis with this study?
Yes, madam. No, I have no amounts, but it lower than organic fertilizer use present.
Okay, then what is your message that need to be conveyed to the society with your study?
To increase organic fertilizer to reduce pollution, soil pollution, protect the environment.
Okay. Thank you very much, Miss Nuantika. Thank you.
Nandita, just one clarification. Then now you have used this different type of fertilizer in pot experiment and you measure these different type of nutrients. So do you think if you apply this fertilizer, natural fertilizer in real situation in the field, it would be the same results or maybe different?
Different some amount and
And what is that one last one? Do you have any idea of the solubility of this fertilizer?
yes, sir.
It is
Nearly muriate of potash soluble.
Good. Okay, that's all. There is no any more questions, so thank you very much, Ms. Nandhi. Thank you. Shall we move to the next presentation? Sorry. Next presentation. Okay. Salicylic acid induce proline accumulation enhance heat stress tolerance in rice, Orisa sativa by R.M.N.S. Ratnayaka, W.G. Nimantika, and K.G. Katpayaraj. I think
Good morning,
Ratnayaka is going to
everyone.
present.
I am R.M.N.S. Ratnayaka from University of Colombo Institute for Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences. Today I am here to present about my research project. The title of my research is Salicylic Acid-Induced Proline Accumulation Enhance Heat Stress Tolerance in Rice. This is the content of my presentation. Rice is one of the major staple food crop worldwide. Temperature is the main climatic requirement affecting for paddy cultivation. The optimal temperature range for paddy cultivation is 25 to 35 Celsius, but heat stress is the main problem in paddy cultivation. Proline is one of a plant stress regulator. Salicylic acid is a plant hormone known to active stress response pathways. Salicylic acid may enhance proline accumulation. You can see the proline accumulation pathway. Increase in temperature or heat is the main problem in paddy cultivation, especially in dry zone areas. Heat stress mainly affecting for rice growth, development and yield. You can see the problem statement. The main objective of my research is to quantify the biological proline level in response to heat stress and salicylic acid application. Other specific objectives are to compare the proline level in different growth stages under different stress conditions and to evaluate the efficiency of externally applied salicylic acid for the management of heat stress damage. BG358 variety was selected. The field experiment was conducted in 2024 yellow season and 2024 to 2025 Maha season. This is the experimental design. Those are the treatments. There was two main steps. First step is development of proline standard curve. Second step is proline extraction from rice plant tissues. First, I was optimized proline standard curve protocol. The first step is development of proline standard curve. This is development of proline standard curve protocol. Those are the materials and equipment used for that. This is the protocol of development of proline standard curve. You can see the procedure of development of proline standard curve in this slide. Those are the absorption values I was got. This is the proline standard curve I was developed using absorption values. The second step is proline extraction from rice plant tissues. Those are the materials and equipment used for that. The protocol used to extract all rice plant tissues. This is data analysis procedure. Data is statistically analyzed by SAS statistical software. So let's move to result and discussion part. This is 2024 yellow season monthly average temperature data. The highest temperature was recorded July month. This is 2024 to 2025 Maha season monthly average temperature data. The highest temperature was recorded January month. Those are the 2024 yellow season data. In April month, highest proline content and yield was recorded P1 treatment. In this month, also P1 treatment had significantly higher proline content and yield. But in June month, there was no significant difference among the proline content treatment, but there was significant difference among yield. P1, P2, P3 treatment recorded similar yield in this month. In July month, highest proline content and yield was recorded P1 treatment. Those are the 2024 to 2025 Maha season data. This is October month proline content and yield data. The highest proline content and yield was recorded P1 treatment. In November month data, P1, P2, P4 treatment recorded similar proline content. P1 and P4 treatments recorded significantly higher yield compared to the P2 and P3. But in this month, P1 and P3 both treatments recorded similar proline content and yield. In January month, P1 treatment showed significantly higher proline content and yield. Other treatment recorded similar proline content and yield. So this is the conclusion part. Heat stress during reproductive stage induce higher proline accumulation in rice. Salicylic acid application enhance proline production and improve grain yield under stress conditions. And salicylic acid application at both PI and flowering was the most effective treatment in this research. Those are the references I was referred to prepare this presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your nice presentation. Now this presentation is open for discussion. Any comments or clarification, please?
Yes, thank you very much, Ms. Ratnayaka, for your nice presentation and very timely valuable findings. So according to your findings, the application of salicylic acid gave the positive effect, especially in the reproductive stage. Okay, so did you analyze the cost for application the salicylic acid?
No, madam, did not analyze cost, but there is required very little amount of salicylic acid for the paddy cultivation, and it's related to cost also very low, but we did not analyze cost yet.
Okay, so yes, so then after getting such a positive finding, it should be transferred to the farming community to get obtaining the result for them. So what is your idea regarding the transferring this new findings to the farming community? It's, for the commercial paddy cultivation, it's a feasible, or it's a possible, there's a possibility to apply it?
Yes, madam. Some months recorded higher temperature. That times yield also reduced, and commercially farmers they cannot get potential yield also. But when we use salicylic acid for the paddy cultivation, we can get potential yield and can reduce the rice cultivation damage.
Right. Okay, clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam.
There are any other? What is the rate you use this salicylic acid? What is the
0.2 conservation.
Sorry, 2 ppm.
0.2 conservation.
0.2% out is 0.2 ppm or what?
Sorry, sir?
0.2 means 0.2
Zero-
means what is
Zero-
ppm? 2 ppm or 2 milligram per liter or what?
Milligram
per liter.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes.
Your findings confirm that we can use this salicylic acid as a stress tolerant treatment for paddy cultivation.
Yes, sir.
Is there any studies that previously conducted of using this salicylic acid in our paddy farmers?
No, sir. There is very limited quantitative evidence of salicylic acid accumulation of proline under heat stress condition. So salicylic acid can control heat stress, but there is very limited quantitative evidence. So that's why I chosen this topic for my research.
Which area the paddy farm and the paddy cultivation, in which area you are going to recommend this salicylic acid application?
I conducted BG 358 variety. Dry zone area, I recommended can get best result and control the heat stress damage and can get potential yield.
Have you done in wet zone as well?
No, sir.
But how can
we
you
conducted
recommend?
dry zone area.
In certain areas of wet zone also we are having the high temperature, sometimes higher than dry zone.
Sorry,
Yes.
sir?
Sometimes in wet zone also we can find the high temperature areas.
Yes, sir. But I conducted dry zone area, not yet did this research in wet zone area.
Yes, that's why my question is why you only recommend for the dry zone. Whether we can't recommend for
wet
a
zone
area.
Wet zone area also can use salicylic acid application, sir.
Right. Other that question related to that. So if this salicylic acid is related to the water stress, not only heat stress, water stress also. In areas where we can find water stress, also can we use this salicylic acid?
We can use salicylic acid.
Generally for stress or common stress or heat stress only?
Heat stress, sir.
But in certain crops they use and the different crops for drought stress as well. Right, that's all. There is no anymore, so thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Shall we move to the next one? Right, shall we move to the next presentation on green manure incorporation for optimum growth and yield performance of brinjal by M. Anushya, R.R. Ratnayaka, A.J. Mohanty, and L. Pradeepan. I think M. Anushya is going to present.
Very good morning all of you. Today I am going to present the paper under the title of Green Manure Incorporation for Optimum Growth and Yield Performance of Brinjal. So let's see the introduction. So the sustainable crop production relies on techniques that restore the soil fertility, boost the nutrition cycling and reduce the reliance of synthetic fertilizer. So improving the soil fertility is still a key concern on the Jaffna Peninsula. So the farmers are decided. So green manure incorporation is one of the best practice for enhancing the soil fertility through improved organic matter content, nutrition cycling and soil physical properties. Among the green manure incorporation, the best green manure incorporation is leguminous green manure incorporation. Let's see the objective of the study to evaluate the effect of different green manure on growth and yield performance of brinjal. Let's move to the material and methods. The field experiment was carried out in Jaffna Peninsula from March to October 2025. So the brinjal variety used for this experiment was hybrid 704. The experiment was laid out randomized complete block design with 3 replicates. There are 5 treatments such as T1 was Sunchem incorporation, T2 was green gram incorporation, T3 was black gram incorporation, T4 for cowpea incorporation and T5 was the control. There is no green manure added or no fertilizer added. This is the field layout of my experiment. The selected green manure crops were grown in the allocated plots. Green manure crops were harvested at 50% of flowering stage, incorporate to the soil. Following incorporation, an 8-week of decomposition period was allowed to facilitate the adequate mineralization of organic residues. Then the brinjal seedling, which were 21-year-old, were subsequently transplanted in each plant. All the standard cultural practices recommended for brinjal cultivation were followed. The nutrition requirement of brinjal were fulfilled entirely through the incorporation of green manures. No chemical fertilizer or additional organic amendment were applied. Growth of brinjal was recorded at regular intervals by measuring plant height, number of leaves per plant, number of branches per plant, number of flowers per plant. Yield parameters was recorded such as number of fruits per plant, average fruit weight, fruit length, fruit girth, fruit diameter, total fruit yield per plant, yield after red toning. The data were analyzed using SAS software. So let's see the results and discussion part. So among the mean plant height at weekly interval, so Sunchem incorporation was obtained maximum mean plant height that was 74.93 at 50th week of growth and growth. Under the mean number of leaves per plant at weekly interval, so highest number of leaves per plant was observed under the Sunchem incorporation, that was 140. So the control was observed the minimum number of leaves per plant. Then we move to the mean number of flowers per plant. Among the 5 treatment, Sunchem was observed higher number of flowers produced, such as 57 flowers per plant. In control, there are 28 plants for plants, 28 flowers was observed. Under the mean number of fruits per plant, among the 5 treatments, 37 fruits per plant was observed under the Sunchem incorporation. The 17 fruits per plant was observed under the control. The mean fruit length per plant among the 5 treatments, that's also the Sunchem incorporation field uptime. The maximum length, fruit length was observed, that was 14.77 centimeter. Then mean fruit girth of plant among the 5 treatments, the Sunchem incorporation was observed, maximum fruit girth. So among the mean fruit diameter among the 5 treatment also, Sunchem incorporation field was observed in the highest fruit diameter. So among the mean fruit weight per plant and fruit yield per plant, so among those parameters also, Sunchem incorporation was obtained highest mean weight per fruit and fruit yield per plant was obtained. Then after the final parameter, the mean ratoon crop yield per plant, among the 5 treatment also, the Sunchem incorporation was obtained highest, the maximum ratoon crop yield per plant. Let's move to the conclusion part. The incorporation of different green biomass material had a significant influence on vegetative growth and reproductive performance of brinjal. Among the treatments, Sunchem is the most effective green biomass for improving the both growth and yield characteristic of brinjal in the studied environment. Sunchem is the most effective green manure for improving the both growth yield characteristic of brinjal in studied environment. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. I think Anusha present, I suppose. So now the presentation is open for discussion. Just can I start with small clarification? Which type of soil that you use for this experiment? In Japan area, what is the soil type? In this particular area where you did this experiment, what is the soil type?
Red loamy soil, sir. Red calcic
Red loam is more that little sandy.
Yes, sir.
Bulk density is that low.
Yes, sir.
This other one is, have you measured the organic matter content of the soil before you start in this experiment? Before you starting growing this? No.
No, sir.
Is generally this soil organic matter is very low, right?
Yes, sir.
So if you actually analyze, and you can give them a good better idea for this different type of grain manuring crops. Then last comment is you mentioned that this cultivation of sun hemp as a grain manure is you can get better results. Any reasons for that?
normally compared to, so normally in Jaffna Peninsula, so the fewer farmers are cultivating the sunken as a green manure incorporation. So, but other crops is green gram, black gram, and cowpea. They are not popular as a green manure. So that's why I selected this experiment. I selected the 4 crops. So normally sunken, they are easy to degrade in the soil compared to other crops.
Almost all the crops are that legumes. No?
Yes, sir.
Why only sun hemp decompose quickly?
It's normally, so they are supply the nutrition. It's more than other crop. So it's the nitrogen.
Any reason? My second question is related to that. Have you measured the organic matter biomass in different green manuring crops once before you incorporate it into the soil?
No, sir.
Just because of lot of biomass in sun hemp.
Yes.
That is the main reason, because biomass is very high in sun hemp with compared to other 2 green manuring crop you use. Right. Any other questions, please?
Okay, Miss Anusha, thank you for your nice study and the presentation. So, when you are applying this each type of green manure, that finally you are finding is sun hemp is the best one, right? So, did you have any idea when we are applying the sun hemp for 1 acre? What is the recommendation based on your study? I'm asking. What is the recommendation for brinjal? What is the amount? Actually, not the recommendation. What is the amount that we have to apply at once?
So normally 25 kilogram per hectare. It's recommended for 1 hectare.
All right.
What?
That how
20? Wait, yes, 25 kilogram per hectare.
25.
Biomass.
25 tons.
25 kilogram of what? Organic manure?
25 tons.
Tons. 25 tons. Okay. Then. Okay. Then. How many applications we have to do during cultivation? How many applications that I mean that as a if you recommend this as a recommendation, right?
So normally madam, this is the before the cultivation. So before the cultivation, we are cultivated in the same land for sunken. After the 50% of flowering stage, we are incorporating the same field, and we need certain decomposition period. After that, we are planting the main crop. So during the period, during the decomposition, it's provide the nutrition to the soil. So that's why. So before the cultivation, we have to cultivate the same plant. So
okay. Then with the time limitations, what is the disadvantage? Is there any disadvantage with the time limitations, or that normally per year twice or thrice we have to cultivate?
that's why normally the farmers are reluctant to cultivate the green manures because it needs certain time to incorporation and giving the nutrition. So that's why the farmers are putting the compost and all the things. But compared to compost, so this is the more beneficial than the compost, my opinion.
Okay. Do you have any suggestion to avoid that one? That means that if the sun hemp is better as green manure, so we can go for a better yield, and so to that improve the cultivation of sun hemp, or to increase the use of sun hemp as a green manure among the farmers. What kind of suggestions can you give to promote it?
It's normally it's sun chem, so we just spend the seat, just we spend the price for the seat. So it can be during after the rainy season we are broadcast the sun chem, so it can able to germinate through the residual moisture, so the no need spend more cost for this production. But it's compost, they are spend more price for the compost. So compared to compost and other organic amendments, so the sun chem there is the cost effective method, and also it's good nutrition enrichment method.
Okay, that then in your area, actually that in Jaffna area, is there any different field for Sunhim as cultivations?
I couldn't different field,
Different
madam.
cultivation areas are available for the Sunhim, or the
Normally,
same?
yeah, normally so same the land they are planting and incorporation, and they are doing the main cultivation.
Okay, thank you, Miss Anusha. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Yes, I have a very small clarification regarding your research. So you selected the 50% flowering stage as a incorporating stage with the soil. What is the special reason for that?
So that is the 50% is the high nutrition compared to. So normally if the after the full bloom stage is 100% flowering stage, all the nutrition are drawn for the reproductive phase. So the 50% is the high nutrition stage normal.
Did you analyze it?
Yeah, madam. And also there are several research findings told about this. Is the 50% stage is the good stage for incorporation of sun care.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Right. That is also. Thank you very much, Ms. Anusha.
Thank you, sir.
Any other percentage? That's all, or any other presentation?
Yes, that's all, sir.
You want to conclude the session?
Yes, sir, we can conclude the session, sir.
Just tell me that thank you very much. That all the presenters, those who have done, that some of maybe finally students, I suppose, the research findings, but it's still that very interesting findings, very interesting some of the issues they try to solve those things. Even though little clarification we made, generally I'm so happy with that all these presentations we can they can provide some interesting results to the general scientific community. Thank you very much all this presentation and this Ms. Supipi, Ms. Nelka, and I forgot the other name. There's your coordinator, session coordinator, and thank you very much for inviting me this session to chair this session. Thanks.
Thank you very much, dear sir. With that, we have come to the end of the session 2 on smart and climate ready crop production technologies. First, I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to Emeritus Professor Subhasingha for his presence, guidance, and continuous support throughout the session. Thank you very much, dear sir. I would also like to sincerely thank Mrs. S.L. Navaratna and Dr. Nelka Srivarna Singha for their valuable comments and insightful contribution to the session. Finally, my sincere appreciation goes to all the presenters for sharing your research findings with us and for actively participating in the fruitful discussion throughout the session. We warmly invite you to join for the session 3 on smart and climate ready crop production technologies, which will commence shortly. Until then, thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I warmly welcome you to Technical Session 3 on Smart and Climate Ready Crop Production Technologies. We are privileged to have with us Professor Mrs. N.P. Vidanapathirana as the chairperson of this session. Professor Vidanapathirana serves at the University of Colombo Institute for Agritechnology and Rural Sciences, Hambantota, Sri Lanka, and is currently the head of the Department of Agritechnology. She has made significant contributions to the fields of agricultural biology, biotechnology, and plant genetics and breeding, and we are honored to benefit from her expertise and guidance during this session. We are equally honored to be joined by our distinguished panel members, Dr. P.C.D. Pereira, who is a senior lecturer in the Department of Agricultural Biology, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Ruhuna, Sri Lanka, and Mr. H. Rohanadira, Head of the Plant Tissue Culture Production Unit at the University of Colombo Institute for Agritechnology and Rural Sciences, Sri Lanka. It is now my distinct honor to invite Professor Mrs. N.P. Vidanapathirana to assume the chair and commence the proceedings of Technical Session 3. Madam, the session is now yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Now we are going to start today crop production panel 3. It consists of several research papers, and first presentation and first research is development of a cost-effective spirulina cultivation medium using rice bran and azolla extract as natural nitrogen sources. The presenters or authors are NWSN Rasanduni, KHMC Tilakaratna, HCC Di Silva, KHT Karunaratna, and KN Vijay Sekara. The presenter is Rasanduni. We would like to invite Rasanduni to present their valuable research findings with us. Over to you.
Good morning, respected panel and my dear participants. I am Sandhini Mahasharasuduni. Today I am going to present about my research titled on development of a cost-effective spirulina cultivation medium using rice bran and azolla extracts as natural nitrogen sources. So this study was conducted at Department of Biosystems Technology, Faculty of Technology, University of Pune. Here this is the content of my presentation. First introduction, spirulina. It is scientifically known as the Arthrospira radiensis. It is a blue-green microalgae and it is rich in protein, mainly 50 to 70%. Other than that, it contains vitamins, minerals and the bioactive pigments. So this large-scale spirulina production is limited due to the high cultivation cost of conventional media, mainly for nitrogen sources. When I consider about the Sarok media, so most commonly Sarok medium is used for the spirulina cultivation. Here you can see the chemical composition of the Sarok media. In here, sodium nitrate is act as the major nitrogen source. Here are the optimal conditions for spirulina cultivation, mainly light, maintained at 2000 to 4000 lux, temperature 30 to 35 Celsius, pH 9 to 11, alkaline medium, and also continuous aeration. When I consider about the azolla, azolla is a free-floating aquatic fern and it contains approximately 3 to 5% of nitrogen content. So azolla is mainly act as a bioavailable and sustainable nitrogen source as an alternative for synthetic nitrogen. Then the rice bran. It contains about 2 to 3% of the nitrogen content, and rice bran also a low-cost agricultural byproduct. Here is my main objective, to develop a cost-effective alternative nitrogen source for spirulina cultivation, and the specific objective is to evaluate the growth performance of spirulina cultivated in media supplemented with rice bran and azolla extracts. So the previous study shows that the Sarok media provides high yield of spirulina, but it limits large-scale production of spirulina due to high cost. Then the azolla extract, so it provides bioavailable nitrogen and it supports for the growth of spirulina. Then rice bran provides essential nutrients for spirulina growth. And estimate of biomass content, chlorophyll A content, specific growth rate and optical density provide. We measure the growth parameters of spirulina. Here is the methodology that I followed. First, I developed a modified Sarok media. So in this modified Sarok media, it contains only macronutrients except micronutrients, and all these treatments were conducted in triplication. Here is the procedure that I followed for dried azolla extraction. Here is the procedure that I followed for rice bran extraction. So here you can see 10%, 20%, 30%, 40% azolla extract I used, and the other proportions I added the modified Sarok medium, and 100% modified Sarok medium is used as the control media. Similar to the azolla extract. So rice bran extract also 10%, 20%, 30%, 40% rice bran extract. And the other proportions I added the modified syrup media. In here also 100% modified syrup media is used as the control treatment. Here are the growth parameters of spirulina cultures that I measured. Mainly dry biomass using oven dry method, chlorophyll A content using spectrophotometer, optical density using spectrophotometer, and the specific growth rate I measured. Here are the results and discussion. First, estimation of spirulina cell weight. Here you can see the azolla extract and the rice bran extract. So T2 azolla, it means 20% azolla has the high cell weight of the spirulina because of the balanced nutrition rather than the rice bran extract. Then the estimation of chlorophyll A content of spirulina platensis. Here, when we consider about the azolla extract and the rice bran extract, you can see the highest chlorophyll A content can be seen in the T4 azolla. It means a 40% azolla has the high chlorophyll A content due to availability of high nitrogen content. Then the measurement of optical density. When we consider about the azolla extract and the rice bran extract, you can see 20% azolla has the high optical density. Overall, the specific growth rate of spirulina platensis, you can see T2 azolla, it means 20% azolla and 80% modified syrup media has the high specific growth rate of spirulina. As a conclusion, I can say partial substitution of sodium nitrate in syrup medium with azolla extract 20% and modified syrup medium 80%. So significantly enhance the spirulina biomass, chlorophyll content and specific growth rate. Here this is my future recommendation. There should be conduct a cost-benefit analysis to quantify the economic advantage of replacing the sodium nitrate with azolla and rice bran extract in large-scale spirulina production. Here are my references and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rasanduni, for your nice presentation and that valuable findings. Now the presentation is open for the discussion. I invite panel members to ask questions.
Hello, thank you for me inviting for the ISATRS 2026 as a panel member. It's a very great pleasure to having it too. And thank you for the nice presentation about the spirulina. It's really a discussing point in these times. And I have a question about that one. I saw in the graph the nitrogen level is reducing after 15 days, 15 days when compared to 18 days and the chlorophyll content. Is there any reason for that one?
Yes, sir. In 15 days, I saw the maximum growth of the spirulina. After 15 days, so I observed the reduction of the spirulina growth and the chlorophyll A content reduction. So I think the maximum growth is about 15 days.
Yeah. What is the lifetime of the spirulina during the one growth cycle?
Normally 3 months.
3 months. Yeah, that's why I have some 18 days means less than 3 months. It's 18, the more or less the half a month. That's why I'm thinking when which you observed it's did you find any literature about the reduction of the photosynthesis of chlorophyll after 15 days? So it's some kind of physiological changes in the spirulina? or if because of the less nutrient in your treatments?
I commercially observed they harvest the spirulina cultures from 3 months to 3 months, but in my test, I observed that in 15 days they have the optimal growth and the chlorophyll A content. After that, they reduce their production.
Yeah, because in the normally, this is my question. Normally, you told that they are harvesting after 3 months in the commercially.
Yes, sir.
Am I right? Yeah,
Yes, sir.
but your recommendation is after 15 days is really good for harvest the spirulina.
Yes.
Yeah.
Their reproduction rate is low, sir.
Sorry?
After 15 days, their reproduction rate also low, sir.
Yeah, yeah. My question is now, your recommendation is to harvest after 15 days, within the 15 days, spirulina. But
Yes.
commercial recommendation is 3 months. Did you observe any significant things during from literature or some surveys? Spirulina is giving the good yield, or it's good for production of some byproducts or something? It's really good within the 15 days. It's what's your recommendation? It's better to harvest 15 days, so as a recommended time with 3 months.
I recommend so the harvesting period should be in 15 days. After 15 days, the spirulina become aging. Cultures become aging, I think.
Yeah, did you calculate the final final nutrient level in the your medium after the initial medium? You know what you added to the spirulina cultures. Did you analyze at the end how was the content of the your treatments?
Actually, sir, I not measured the nutrient content. I only measured the optical density, biomass concentration, and the chlorophyll A content. I want to observe the growth rate, how the growth rate of the spirulina.
Yeah, I think it's for the growth rate. I think we need to continue the nutrient also from the media. So I think it's better to calculate the nutrients in the medium also. I think it's a good idea to continue with calculating the nutrient before you publishing something. Okay. Okay. Thank you
Okay.
very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Rasanduni, am I correct that I correctly pronounce your name? No.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's a nice findings there. I need a few clarification. First one is that you have used rice bran, no?
Yes,
It
sir.
is red rice or white rice?
Red rice, sir.
Why? What is the specialty? Why you did use that red rice instead of white?
Red rice contains many essential nutrients for spirulina cultivation. So I searched from the research findings, it has many amino acids, proteins than the white rice brands.
Yeah, sometimes it could be vary. Yeah, according to the composition of that chemical it's having, that sometimes more or less deviations are there. Okay, good. Second one is when I go through that your presentation, you implement that 20% azolla substitution show the higher biomass. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And when we increase that the 40% that azolla, it reduce the biomass. Correct, no?
Yes. Yes, sir.
In other hand, you have explained that 40% azolla represent higher chlorophyll content.
Yes, sir.
So that's some mismatch thing, that if that the 40% having higher chlorophyll, how that the biomass is reduced, is reducted instead of 20%.
Yes, sir. So in 20% azolla and the 80% modified syrup media has the balanced nutrient content. No more nitrogen or no other nutrients, so it is balanced. But when we consider about the 40% azolla, it contains high amount of nitrogen. So in high amount of nitrogen, so chlorophyll synthesis is more high. So in 40% azolla, the chlorophyll content is high, and the 20% azolla, the biomass concentration is high due to balanced nutrition.
So it's depend on the balance content, no? Okay,
Yes.
that's why. Yeah, actually, that your topic explore that the cost-effective methods for that the sodium nitrate. Is that
Yes, sir.
correct? So then,
Yes.
have you calculate what is the percentage of the cost reduction using azolla instead of sodium nitrate?
Actually, I am not calculate the cost benefit analysis yet, sir, but I studied about this further.
Yeah, it's very essential because that your topic indicate that costs something,
Yes,
no? So it should be
yes.
there. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for panel members. Yes, I also that concern about that cost because your main purpose of doing the research is to reduce that or that introduce a alternative
Yes, sir.
for that alternative from the for that traditional culture and introduce a new one to reduce the cost. So that you have to do that cost benefit analysis definitely for the research. To continue the research, you have to add that part also. And also
Okay.
that Dr. Pereira mentioned that nutrition analysis, that is also very much important because that is also a significant variations can be happen. Okay. So
Okay.
thank you very much for your nice findings and thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Okay, then next we will move to the second presentation, second research of today's session. That is antifungal activity of Karatha columban and Willard mango extract against Pestalopsis mangifera and Mucor fungal pathogens. The presenter is Miss Pereira, and I would like to invite Miss Pereira to present their findings.
Hello everyone, I'm Sachini Pereira, and today I will be presenting my study on the antifungal activity of Carthocolumban and Willard mango extracts against two fungal pathogens, Pestalotiosis mangiferae and Mucor irregularis. So this study focuses on the potential use of mango byproducts as eco-friendly alternatives to synthetic fungicides. So mango cultivation is economically important in Sri Lanka, but fungal diseases may significantly reduce the productivity. So two important fungal pathogens affecting mango leaves are P. mangiferae and M. irregularis. So at the same time, mango processing procedures produces byproducts such as peels, seeds, leaves, and pulp, which may contain bioactive antifungal compounds. So, therefore, this study investigated whether these mango byproducts can be used as natural antifungal agents. So when it comes to the objectives of the study, first to determine the antifungal activity of the peel, pulp, the leaf and seed extracts from two mango varieties, the Carthocolumban and Willard mango varieties. Then secondly, to identify the minimum inhibitory concentration and the minimum fungicidal concentration of the most effective extracts. And to finally evaluate the possible synergistic effects between extracts using the checkerboard assay. So when it comes to the methodology, so first the infected mango leaves were collected from three areas in Sri Lanka: Galewala, Colombo Kotte and Kandy. And the fungal pathogens were isolated using PDA culture techniques and identified through microscopy and molecular methods. So for plant extraction, the peel, the pulp, seeds, and the leaves from Carthocolumban and Willard mango varieties were shade dried, they were powdered and extracted using 95% ethanol. So these extracts were then concentrated and stored for antifungal testing. So the antifungal activity was tested using the well diffusion method on PDA plates. The zones of inhibition were measured to evaluate the antifungal effectiveness. The MIC values were determined using broth microdilution methods, while MFC values were obtained by subculturing onto fresh PDA plates. The synergistic activity between Carthocolumban and Willard seed extracts were evaluated using the checkerboard assay and interpreted using the FICI value. So when we talk about the results of the study, the seed extract showed the strongest antifungal activity compared to the peel, pulp, and the leaf extracts. So against P. mangiferae, both Carthocolumban and Willard seed extracts produced a zone of inhibition of approximately 2.9 centimeters. Against M. irregularis, both seed extracts produce zones around 2.5 centimeters. So the results indicate that mango seeds possess stronger antifungal properties than other mango parts. So when it comes to the MIC values, the KSE seed extract showed an MIC value of 2.65 micrograms per millimeter against P. mangiferae, while the VD seed extract showed the same MIC value against M. irregularis. The MFC values were equal to the MIC values, which indicates the fungicidal activity rather than the fungistatic activity. So the checkerboard assay demonstrated strong synergism between the Carthocolumban and Willard seed extracts with FICI values of 0.281 and 0.070, both well below 0.5. So the strong antifungal activity observed in the seed extracts may be due to the presence of bioactive compounds such as polyphenols and flavonoids. So Carthocolumban seed extracts were more effective against P. mangiferae, while Willard seed extracts were more effective against Mucor irregularis. So the synergistic effects suggest that combining the two extracts may improve disease control and reduce the concentration required for effective treatment. So when it comes to the future directions, so future studies can focus on identifying the active antifungal compounds present in the mango seeds. Further research is also needed to evaluate the effectiveness under field conditions and to assess the environmental safety before commercialization as biological fungicides. So in conclusion, this study demonstrated that mango seed extracts from Carthocolumban and Willard varieties possess significant antifungal activity against P. mangiferae and Mucor irregularis, and the combined extracts also showed strong synergistic effects as well. So therefore, mango byproducts, especially seeds in this case, have potential as sustainable and eco-friendly alternatives to synthetic fungicides. These are the references that I used for my presentation. And thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Pereira, for presenting very nice research finding. And now the presentation is open for the discussion. I would like to invite panel members to ask questions or comment to the presentation.
Okay, thank you very much for the nice presentation. It's interesting to find some antifungal study with the seed extraction with the mangoes. Yeah. And what kind of synthetic fungicide did you check with the in your as a control? What fungicide did you use? We cannot hear you.
For fungi, we use cyclohexamide.
Yeah, it's a contact or fungicide, or there is a systemic fungicide.
Sorry?
Does it systemic or contact fungicide?
Contact fungicide.
Yeah, okay. Okay, and how did you manage the concentration? Did you use the same concentration extract from the mango seeds, or
Yes, we prepared the extracts and then we used ethanol. Then we used like different concentrations of ethanol, like different volumes of ethanol, and we mix them with the volumes of the powder as well. So that's why it's in micrograms per milliliter. Like
yeah, and
bio.
yeah, that's good. But so for my practical understanding, when we use the ethanol, we use for the disinfecting the many fungus in with the using the ethanol.
Yes,
So
yes, sir.
how do you think the effects of the antifungal effects from the seeds, or it's from the antifungal effect from the ethanol? Did you use ethanol for the
We used
control
the
also with
control
the
and we
only ethanol?
adapted. Yes, yes, with only ethanol, and it was a
Okay.
very low, like a significant amount, and so we deducted it, and then we, got the results of like the actual extracts. We did a control.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Pera, thanks for your nice presentation. Yeah, when I observe your presentation, I have a first thing to ask that you use that seeds, no? There are two
Yes,
varieties of the mangoes. Yes, you use seeds. In
seeds,
which, yeah, what else?
seeds, peels, pulps, and leaves. We used
But
both.
positive results go for only with the seeds, no?
No, there were positive results for all four, but the best was for the seeds. And seeds we usually like throw away. So or we plant or we basically throw away. So we can like crush it and like take it as an extract. So it's like a very environmental friendly method using like parts that we throw away. That's what we wanted to highlight.
Okay, that's great. Okay, in which maturity stage of fruit you have collected the seeds? Because
Ripe fruit.
based on that the maturity stage, the phenolic and antifungal effect could be vary, you know. So
Yes,
in
sir.
which stage, or have you checked the several stages, or what is the
We did
mechanism?
few stages. We just went through literature and like we decided that the right stage was the best stage to do it. So we chose the right mango. Since
What is the age? Yeah, what is the age of that particular mango?
About like a
How many
few
days
days,
of that?
about a week,
Sorry, pardon me. One
about a
week.
week. Yeah,
Very
about a
small
week.
size, no?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Other thing is that you have seen that antifungal effect for that particular two fungus strains. Actually, that plus one is the leaf fungus and mucor is considered as a water mold. So it generally we can observe in that when we store that fruits there, no, as a post loss could be a agent. Yeah. Then my question is that have you identified which kind of chemical compound or polyphenolic compounds which affect against this fungus?
No, so we only molecularly identified the fungus, and we couldn't do the chemical like the effects. So that is like a future plan to like continue this to and identify the polyphenolic and the flavonoids and the other chemical constituents of the antifungal properties.
Yeah, that's great because it will make a good sound for your research. No, it's
Yes.
completed one. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, well done. Thank you.
Okay, that I have very few clarifications, and that in this research you are going to introduce some kind of biofungicide
Yes,
for
ma'am.
controlling those diseases to the
Yes, ma'am.
mango, and do you think that considering extraction costs and also those things, is it feasible?
Yes, madam. Because when you consider ethanol and the extraction, we use mostly natural products for the to make the powder. We use like only the natural products that were like thrown away. So from that part, from the powder part, we can reduce the cost like a lot. And anyway for like biofertilizers, they use ethanol plus like other chemicals. So if we consider like the ethanol that is used, we anyways they use like other chemicals, so that cost can be reduced by the extract that we make from the natural products. So I think it's like very feasible and the cost goes low.
Okay, then better that you can do that analysis also, that cost
Yes, ma'am.
feasibility also, and also stability of the formulations. Have you think about that also? Have you thought that?
No,
Formulation stability?
not, no, no.
Okay, I hope that also you have to consider that is
Okay.
stability of the formulations.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much for nice findings, and thank you. Okay, then we will move to the third presentation of the today's session, that uh, determination of plant growth promoting activities of bacterial isolated from Curcuma longa, a rhizosphere soil in Dehiwala, Western Province in Sri Lanka. The presenter is M.N. Fernando, and authors are M.N. Fernando, M.F. Fernando, and K.T. Dilrukshi. We would like to invite M.N. Fernando to present the findings.
Hello everyone, I am Michelle Nami Fernando. My manuscript number is 26. My research topic is determination of plant growth promoting activities of bacteria isolated from Curcuma longa rhizosphere soil in Dehiwala Western Province, Sri Lanka. This is the table of content. Soil bacteria are vital to soil health. A beneficial subgroup of plant growth promoting bacteria colonize the plant root zone and boost the growth through direct mechanisms such as nitrogen fixation, phosphate solubilization, ammonia production, and phytohormone production, and indirect mechanisms such as biocontrol and induction of systemic resistance. Turmeric was chosen because it grows in nutrient-rich microbe-active soil, making it ideal for finding effective promoters. This research helps identify natural alternatives to chemical fertilizers, improve soil fertility, supports sustainable agriculture, and contributes to eco-friendly farming. General objective was to isolate and characterize plant growth promoting bacteria from Curcuma longa soil in Dehiwala. Especially we aim to collect the sample, isolate bacteria, screen for plant growth promoting activities, and etc. First, soil was collected from Dehiwala and transported to the BMS laboratory. Enrichment process: serial dilution from 10 to the power minus 1 to 10 to the power minus 6, and split plate dilution 10 to the power minus 4, 10 to the power minus 5, and 10 to the power minus 6 in triplicate or nutrient agar were performed for subculturing process. Each was screened for phosphate solubilization, ammonia production, nitrogen fixation, and IAA production. Antagonistic activity used the cross-streaking method. Identification involved gram staining, biochemical test, DNA extraction, PCR amplification, gel electrophoresis, and NCBI blast analysis. In the results, the enriched nutrient broth showed clear cloudiness compared to negative control, confirming successful bacterial growth as shown in Figure 5. Spread plate at 10 to the power minus 6 dilution factor in triplicate show well-isolated colony as shown in Figure 6. From these, 11 distinct colonies were successfully grown on nutrient agar split plates as shown in Figure 7. Out of 11 isolates, 8 isolates were positive for phosphate solubilization, confirmed by the formation of clear halo zone around the colonies on PVK agar as seen in Figure 8. For ammonia production, all isolates were positive. The development of faint yellow to dark brown color upon adding Nestor reagent confirmed ammonia production across all isolates. All isolates were positive for nitrogen fixation on Jensen media. For IAA production, 8 out of 11 isolates were positive following the Salvosky reagent assay. All 5 chosen isolates were oxidase positive and motile, 3 were positive for catalase activity, and 3 were gram-negative and 2 were gram-positive. Molecularly, SPD5 was identified as Phosconia saccharide and SBD9 as Phosconia pseudosaccharide. In conclusion, 11 bacteria colonies were successfully isolated from Curcuma longa rhizosphere soil, all demonstrating key plant growth promoting activities. 2 isolates were identified as Cosconia saccharide and Cosconia pseudosaccharide, highlighting their potential as biofertilizer to reduce chemical fertilizer used and improve crop productivity. This is the acknowledgement. This is my reference list. And thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Fernando, for your nice presentation. And now the presentation is open for the discussion. I would like to invite panel members to ask questions or give some comments.
Yeah, thank you for the nice presentation, Fernando. And how did you check the species, really species in your study? Because I saw you only figure out the 2 species from your How did you do
Yeah,
that?
I isolated 11 isolates from one sample. Then I chose 5 bacteria for the conventional identification and biochemical test. Then I chose 2 bacteria because of the cost effective and time durations. Those are the reasons. That's why I choose only 2 bacteria isolates for the identification, cost effective and time durations.
How did you check it's a particular disease species? How did you identify as that isolate 2 bacteria? You mentioned the 2 species name. How did you get the results?
Using Sanger sequencing, we first did DNA extraction, then PCR methods. Then I sent to the Korea to Sanger sequencing. That's how I identified 2 species.
How that the Corsicania species in the bacterial helps to the plant growth and the development?
Cosconia saccharide is most help. It is a plant growth promoting bacteria. It's help to grow plants, and it's specifically help to nitrogen fixation, indole acetic acid AIA test, and phosphate solubilization activity. Cosconia saccharide is specifically for that. So that means help to plant growth promoting activities.
And do you have any idea within your medium in the soil sample? What is the presence of that Corsicania species in the soil sample? Do you have any idea? about that one?
I didn't
Because
get
you
that.
no, do you have any idea about it? Because you isolate 11 bacterial strains. So you only focus on the after that two in the Corsicania species. Do you know when we get the sample, it's 100%, because during isolation you can see about the colonization. And do you think how it's produce the colony other than the other bacteria, and how many percentage if we total get the 100, how many percentage you can see in the Corsicania species colonization and the abundance?
I didn't check specifically, but I think most of bacteria have Cosconia saccharine because it is a endophytic bacteria. So my biochemical test showed the equal results, same results, and plant growth promoting activity also shows the same results, like positive, or all shows positive in nitrogen fixation and ammonia reduction. Like this, I think most of bacteria are family.
Okay, okay, thank you very much. Farhan.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Fernando, thanks for your nice presentation. I have a few clarification from you, that as you know that turmeric is used as an anti sometimes antibiotic because it's having that broad spectrum of antibiotic properties there, ne? So then that you have collected the rhizopia from that particular plants over there. So
Yeah.
probably that the selected bacterial, are you going to screen them all, or are you going to identify all the bacterial strain that you have collected there?
Yeah. My all isolates I collected from Turkey Malanga. Yeah. Is that
Okay, then
question?
okay. Up to now, up to now, have you identified any disease case in bacteria among them? Because if they're having some very positive activities in IA, growth regulators or growth promoting activities, if they're having any disease causing activities even, so we have to think about that. So have you already identified, or what do you think about that?
We did antagonistic. I did antagonistic activity for that. My antagonistic activity shows all negative. That's mean it's all positive plant for plants. So for antagonistic activity is the test I did for that.
Yeah, hopefully we hope so. Yeah, you have to proceed it as well. Thank you.
Okay, I have very few clarification that that you are identifying some plant growth promoting traits, no, for some that in those bacterial isolates. Okay, then do you think that these traits can be that uh, can be sustained in different environmental conditions that you are after introducing?
Yeah, my future work is to produce a biofertilizer. So my plan is separately creating a two biofertilizers for my two bacteria species.
Okay, then you think that that can sustain those qualities in different environmental conditions also.
Yeah, yeah. I will be check on using several soil samples.
Yes, yeah, that's very much important, I think. Yes.
Yeah, this the
Okay,
it was the
thank you very much. Yeah. Yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
No, it is my
Okay.
future work.
Okay, okay, okay. Thank you, Miss Fernando, for your nice findings, and you can complete with a good research with these comments, addressing these comments also. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, now we will move to the next research presentation, that is determination of plant growth promoting activities of bacterial isolated from soil sample around Siamese plant in Bibile, Sri Lanka. The presenter is DDK Fernando. That authors are DDK Fernando, MA Fernando, and KT Dilrukshi. We invite Fernando to present their findings.
Good morning everyone, I'm Deoni Fernando and I'll be presenting my undergraduate research on determination of plant growth promoting activities of bacteria isolated from soil around Siamese in Bibile, Sri Lanka. Agriculture faces a real puzzle today. Chemical fertilizers and pesticides are damaging our soils and ecosystems. Yet, we simply cannot stop using them without risking food shortages. A sustainable alternative is plant growth promoting bacteria. These are naturally occurring microbes in the root zone that boost plant health through mechanisms like phosphate solubilization, nitrogen fixation, and oxygen production. Maize in Sri Lanka is the second most important crop, producing roughly 313,000 metric tons per year. Yet, local yields still cannot meet the national demand. Most existing research uses generic PGP strains that may not survive local field conditions. This study focused specifically on Bibile Uva province to find bacteria already adapted to that ecosystem. This is the first essential step toward a truly effective location-specific biofertilizer. The general objective was to isolate and characterize plant growth promoting bacteria from Siamese rhizosphere soil in Bibile. Specifically, we aim to isolate bacteria, screen their PGP activities, assess antagonistic interactions, and identify them using both conventional and molecular methods. The methodology. This study followed a six-stage workflow. Rhizosphere soil was collected from Bibile and then transported to the BMS lab within 24 hours. The sample was enriched in nutrient broth, serially diluted from 10 to the power minus 1 to 10 to the power minus 6, then plated using spread and triplet techniques, which gave us 13 morphologically different isolates. Each isolate was then screened for four key PGP activities: phosphate solubilization, ammonia production, nitrogen fixation, and indole acetic acid production. 5 promising candidates were then taken forward for antagonistic activity testing, conventional biochemical identification, and molecular identification via 16 srRNA gene sequencing. From the enriched sample, we successfully isolated 13 morphologically distinct bacterial colonies. The dilution gradient worked exactly as expected. The 10 to the power minus 4 and 5 plates showed dense merged colonies, while the 10 to the power minus 6 plates gave clear, well-separated colonies. As you can see in table 1, the isolates range from punctiform to large, smooth to dry, round to irregular, showing good diversity in the Bibile soil community. Moving to the plant growth promoting activity screening. For phosphate solubilization, 6 out of the 13 isolates form a clear halo zones on PVK agar, confirming that they can release phosphorus into a plant available form. Impressively, all 13 isolates were positive for nitrogen fixation, showing growth on nitrogen-free Jensen's media. This means that every single isolate can convert atmospheric nitrogen into ammonia. And also, all 13 isolates were positive for ammonia production, which confirmed by the color change from pale yellow to dark yellow with Nessler's reagent. For IAA production, 7 out of the 13 isolates showed a pink color change with Salkowski reagent, confirming they can convert L-tryptophan into this key plant growth hormone. Importantly, none of the 5 selected candidates showed any antagonistic activity against each other, which means they can coexist in a combined biofertilizer. The 5 candidates, which are SBB2, 4, 8B, 9 and 10, were taken forward for identification. Conventional tests showed all 5 are gram-negative and catalase positive. For oxidase positive, 3 showed motility by the hanging job method. For molecular identification, 16S rRNA gene sequencing produced high-quality reads all above Q30, confirming successful amplification. BLAST analysis revealed that SBB8B has 93% sequence identity to Bacillus altitudinis and SBB9 has 86% identity to Pseudomonas mentosina. Both Bacillus and Pseudomonas are well-established plant growth promoting genera. To summarize the findings, 13 bacteria were isolated, 6 soluble as phosphate, all 13 fixed nitrogen and produced ammonia, 7 produced IAA. These results are notably stronger than comparable studies conducted by Salsabila et al., who found only 6 out of 20 isolates positive for nitrogen fixation, and Thakur and Parikh found only 70% positive for ammonia production. However, this study also had limitations. The sample size is small, assays were primarily qualitative, sequence identities were below 97 threshold for confirmed species level identification, and no field trials were conducted. In conclusion, soil quality improving bacteria are clearly present in Bibilae, specifically strains closely related to Bacillus and Pseudomonas. These results provide a strong identification foundation for developing a location-specific eco-friendly biofertilizer for maize cultivation in Bibilae, reducing dependence on costly environmentally damaging chemical inputs. These are my references. Thank you very much. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you very much for your nice findings. And now the presentation is open for the discussion. I would like to invite panel members and other members to ask questions or give some comments regarding the research.
Okay, thank you, Fernando, for the nice presentation. See, it's really interesting to isolate some bacteria from the maize biosphere. And what is your next step when you isolate that? You isolate 5 strains from the bacteria, and what bacteria is the most effective, and how you can apply for the future biofertilizer productions?
Yeah, we in the beginning we isolated 13 bacteria, but we only selected 5 potential from them, and due to limitations of time, we only selected 2 for molecular identification. So as the next step, we would like to do a quantitative analysis as well, because our analysis was only qualitative, and also to conduct a field and greenhouse analysis as well, because this is only the first step, because we have only identified what the bacteria isolates can do in a controlled, we did this in the lab, so it's a controlled environment. So as a next step, we need to do a quantitative analysis as well as do a greenhouse and field analysis as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Fernando. Yeah, I want to know something very specific, because that your total research conducted on place specific in Bibilae. Am I correct? Yeah. Why the Bibilae? You would think that if you change that the particular place with that cone cultivation, that the amount and the activity of identification of the particular bacteria amount could be vary or something?
Sorry, I didn't get the question.
Yeah, my question is that you have selected the area as a Bibilae. So if you select that the Mahiyangana or Ampa are very native, very close to Bibilae, the amount of the bacteria and their diversity, what do you think about that? It could be vary, or sometimes in Mahiyangana bacteria having more productive than the Bibilae. What do you think?
Yeah, it can vary. I only focused on BPLA soil. So it can vary according to the area and the soil. So in the future, as a next step, I told. So in doing the future analysis, we are hoping to take soil samples from different areas as well.
Yeah, definitely it is very important because that based on the place and the availability, sometimes of soil pH, moisture content, the temperature, and available organic matter, all the factors could be affect for the proliferation and there are variation of that particular bacteria. So when you go for this kind of a research, it's better to select few places. Not limiting that only for the B pillar. Okay, if you are trying to continue this as a second step, as that doctor said that go for some kind of fertilizer production, yeah, it's better to identify what is the best among them, considering the places. Okay, good luck for your future aspects. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, and it's very good research, and you can go for contribute for the biofertilizer production in future using this research. Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, then we will move to the next research presentation, that is isolation and screening of plant growth promoting rhizobacteria from turmeric rhizosphere soil in Negombo, Sri Lanka. The authors are T.V. Chandrasekhara, A.M. Fernando, and K.T. Dilrukshi. Today the findings are presented by T.V. Chandrasekhara. We would like to invite T.V. Chandrasekhara to present their findings with us.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Tharani Chandrasekhara. Today, I will be presenting my research project on isolation and screening of plant growth promoting rhizobacteria from Curcuma longa rhizosphere soil in Negombo, Sri Lanka. This is the table of content that I will be presenting on. To begin with, soil microorganisms play important roles in plant growth and soil fertility. The rhizosphere is highly active with microbial interactions. Among them, plant growth promoting bacteria helps plants through phosphate solubilization, nitrogen fixation, ammonia production, and IAA production. Turmeric is an economically and medicinally important crop in Sri Lanka and requires sustainable cultivation methods to improve yield and reduce environmental impacts. Excessive use of chemical fertilizers negatively affects soil and environmental health. Therefore, beneficial rhizobacteria can be used as sustainable alternatives in agriculture. The general objective of this research project is to isolate and characterize plant growth promoting rhizospheric bacteria from Curcuma longa plant soil in Negombo, Sri Lanka. The specific objectives are mentioned in this slide. When we look at the methodology, soil sample was collected from Negombo and it was transported to the microbiology lab within 24 hours after collecting. Then soil enrichment process, serial dilution, and plating techniques such as spread and streak plates were carried out to isolate pure bacterial colonies. Plant growth promoting activities such as phosphate solubilization, ammonia production, nitrogen fixation, IAA production, antagonistic activity, and conventional methods were performed as mentioned in these slides. In molecular identification, first DNA extraction was carried out, followed by PCR, agarose gel electrophoresis, and then finally sequencing were performed for bacterial identification. In results, the nutrient broth inoculated with turmeric rhizospheric soil suspension showed visible turbidity and appeared slightly cloudy and denser. Colony growth was isolated at higher dilutions in spread plates, and 10 to the power minus 4 plates showed dense growth with overlapping colonies. 14 well-isolated colonies were observed in streak plates. 3 isolates were positive phosphate solubilization activity, where the formation of clear halos around the colonies indicated phosphate solubilization ability. All isolates produced ammonia, where a pale yellow to brown color indicated ammonia production by the bacterial isolates. 10 isolates were positive for nitrogen fixation, where growth of colonies in nitrogen-free medium indicated nitrogen fixing ability of the isolates. 9 isolates were positive for IAA production, where a light yellow to brown color indicated a positive result. Summary of catalase, oxidase, motility, and gram staining tests is shown by this table. In data analysis, the obtained sequences indicated that isolate SBN3B had the greatest similarity to Cytobacillus cocci, while isolate SBN5A was identified as Serratia marcinans. In conclusion, a total of 14 bacterial isolates were successfully obtained from turmeric soil sample. 3 isolates were positive for phosphate solubilization. All isolates produced ammonia. 10 isolates were positive for nitrogen fixation, and 9 isolates were positive for IAA production. Data analysis identified isolate SBN3B as Cytobacillus cocci and isolate SBN5A as Serratia marcinans. The study shows that the PGPB are functionally active with several beneficial characteristics in the turmeric rhizosphere soil in Negombo and indicate that locally adapted rhizobacteria could promote sustainable agriculture through increasing plant growth and reducing chemical use. This is the acknowledgement. These are the references I used for my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much for your nice findings. And now the presentation is open for the discussion. I would like to invite panel members and other presenters and members to ask questions or give some comments regarding their findings.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. It's somewhat more or less similar to the previous one, but the area is only the change with the Nibambo and the Bibili area. And what did you? I hope that you also listened to the previous presentation. Did any significant findings from you other than the previous isolation from the Nigombo? And any significant things did you observe from your research?
Ms. Chandrasekhara, are you here with? Ms. Chandrasekhara? Yeah, any other co-authors are there? They could join for that justification that you are finding instead of Ms. Chandrasekhara.
There is a signal error for her. I think she's joining.
Sorry,
We will
sir.
wait.
Something went wrong with my connection. So sorry.
Okay, over to you, Dr. Pereira.
I'm just asking with the previous presentations from the isolation from the Nigambo, and what kind of some significant difference you observed during your treatment from the Bibile isolations? Did you find any significant difference? I hope you had that presentation too.
Sorry, sir. I couldn't get the question.
No, the previously also one presenter presented about the Miss
Yes.
Pranando presented about the isolation of the Nikampo.
Yes, sir.
And you take the samples from the Bibile. Did you also some similarities or some kind of deviations because some species or same performances
Yes, sir.
those who are dwelling with the soil in the cucumber. So,
Yes, all three are from the same university, sir. We conducted the same research, but we did it an individual project. The supervisors
yes,
were the
yes.
same.
I'm sorry. I'm not asking about the project. I'm asking about the. Did you observe the difference because you isolate
Yes, sir.
bacteria from the bibile? She isolated
Yes.
bacteria sample from the nigambo. I'm
Yes.
asking, did you see some significant difference, more or less equal, or how
No, sir.
about
They
the
were different.
observations from the both isolations?
Yes, sir. All were different, sir. I got different results for phosphate solubilization, nitrogen fixation, and IE production because my soil sample was from Nigambu. And I identified different two bacteria from the Kirkmalonga soil in Nigambu.
Yeah. And what is the purpose of analyzing the baby? Because for my understanding, why did you analyze in the ammonium producing bacteria colonies?
Ammonia production, we did it whether it contributes to nitrogen availability and it supports plant growth. So we conducted the ammonia production test to check that.
Okay, so normally they producing ammonium, some nitrate or something else, or just the bacteria producing the ammonia.
Bacteria produced ammonia. So all isolates showed positive results for ammonia. I think they all showed positive results because it's a most common characteristics among soil bacteria.
Okay, oh, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Ms. Chandrasekhar, yeah, the same as that the previous to your colleagues' research. Anyway, one thing that I want to clarify, very simple, that what is your next step of this project, this research?
Yes, sir. We did only qualitative tests. So I'm planning to do future plans to develop a biofertilizer using the selected bacteria, using the selected two bacterial isolates and evaluate their effectiveness in greenhouse and field trials.
It means that are you going to sequencing this all that identified bacterial? There are
No,
13
sir.
or something, no?
We did only two bacterial isolates for sequencing due to the time and cost effectiveness.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, then that finally you have to select for some promising isolates, no? That to the biofertilizer production. That in your research you can consider about different plant growth promoting traits. Okay, then from those, what are the most importantly you think about when selecting those prominent traits? Are you considering all or some specific traits?
I couldn't get you, madam.
That finally that you have to select some traits, not promising isolates, bacteria
Yes.
isolates for biofertilizer production. Okay,
Yes,
then
yes,
for selection, selection you are considering different plant growth traits.
Yes.
Likewise, that nitrogen fixation. Likewise.
Yes.
So that are you considering those all plant growth traits, or that considering specific traits you are selecting those?
No, madam, we are considering all the plant growth promoting traits. So I have done sequencing for 2 bacteria. We selected those 2 bacteria from those bacteria showed the most plant growth promoting traits.
Okay, they are representing all that plant growth.
Yes, most plant growth
traits.
promoting traits were positive for those 2 bacteria.
Okay, good. Okay, then thank you very much for your nice findings, and good luck for your future research also.
Thank you so much.
Very much. Yeah.
Thank you so much, madam.
Okay, thank you very much. And then we will move to the next research presentation, that is citrus accumulation characteristic of NHP in response to CLA's infection. The presenter is S. Shao, and there are several authors: R. Shen, Z. Zan, L. Shang, J. Ma, M. Du, and Shuo. That we will invite Shao, the presenting author, to present their valuable findings with us.
Good morning, everyone. My name is John Sailan from Southwestern University. Today, I'm honored to present my research titled Citrus Accumulation Characteristic of NHP in Response to CLA's Infection. This study focused on the immune singular molecule N-hydroxychloric acid and its role in citrus defense against Huanglongbing, the most destructive disease in global citrus industry. First, let me introduce the research background. Citrus is the world's largest fruit, ranking first in both cultivation area and output globally. Citrus refers to a series of plant species belongs to the Citrine subtribe under the Rutaceae family, and is a generic term from tangerines, mandarins, oranges, quinquins, grapefruits, and so on. However, citrus production is seriously sentenced by Huanglongbing, also called citrus greening. Huanglongbing is caused by Cilus, a phylum-limited bacteria. It leads a leaf yellowing, malformed fruits, and huge yield losses. Traditional control methods are not effective enough. System resistance is a promising way to improve citrus disease resistance. Many studies provide overexpression of system resistance genes can inhibit CLA's infection. SAR is a crucial component of plant resistance and measures. The trigger that initiates SAR is a long-distance mobile singular, which is mainly divided into the salicylic acid singularity pathway and the NHP singularity pathway. At present, the SA pathway has been well studied, while the other pathway is mainly mediated by NHP. When pathogenic bacterial environment, a large amount of lines accumulates in plastic, and subsequently, NHP is seized by key enzyme genes such as LD1, SRD4, and FOMO1. How does NHP function? Studies have found the NHP mediates the immune warding response in plants. NHP enables plants to enter a highly sensitive state after the primary infection of pathogens and responds to subsequent pathogen infection in a more rapid and powerful way, thus effectively promoting the immune defense response of plants. Ingenious application of trace amounts of NHP can significantly reduce the pathogen's content while enhancing their disease resistance. The following are my results. We used two materials, hormone-tolerant clarify line, hormone susceptible 1 ginger orange. Cellus inoculation was done by branch grafting. We used UPLC mass to measure PIP and NHP contents and qPCR to quantify Cellus titer. After 6 months of infection, 1 ginger orange showed several hormone symptoms and high Cellus levels. Graphary line and had much slighter symptoms and lower bacterial titers. Before infection, Cafe line had a higher basis NHP in all tissues. After infection, NHP increased in both cultivars, but remained significantly higher in carrier line, especially in teams and roots. We found that NHP accumulation is more closely related to hormone tolerant than its PIP. Finally, comes to the conclusion. We found comparative analysis between the disease-tolerant variety carrier line and the susceptible variety 1 ginger showed that the basis level and the pathogen-induced level of NHP are closely related to citrus hormone tolerance. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Shao, for nice findings regarding citrus research. And now the presentation is open for the discussion. Okay, I would like to ask one question from you. Based on your findings, do you think exogenous application of NHP could be developed as a partial strategy to enhance HLB resistance in susceptible varieties, citrus varieties?
Thank you. So, our findings suggest that NHP plays an important role in citrus defense against HLB infection, making it a promising candidate for enhancing resistance. However, additional studies are needed to evaluate the effectiveness, optimal dosage, application methods, long-term effects, and economic feasibility under field conditions before commercialization.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, Ms. Shao, it's a nice finding you have gathered that your presentation with research. My concern is what is the most important practical implication of this research for that citrus growers in your particular area?
So HLB is specifically a deadly disease for citrus that can't be fully cured. Even if NHP can't wipe out this bacterium completely, it slows the disease infection at an early stage. So for farmers, this means a lot since they have a steady income. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Shao. Then we will move to the next presentation of the today's session. That is varied symptom expression and responses in leaf characters of 21 commercial sugarcane varieties for sugarcane white leaf disease. The authors are WSHK Danushka, SL Navaratna, GGP Vihangaka, SDTL Sandanayaka, HADK Aryaratna, and KMG Chanchala. The today presenter is WSHK Danushka. We would like to invite Danushka to present their valuable findings with us.
I am WSHK Danushka, undergraduate student in University of Colombo Institute for Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences. This research was conducted collaboratively by members mentioned here and myself. This research topic is varied symptom expression and responses of 21 commercial sugarcane varieties for sugarcane whiteleaf disease. This is the order of this presentation. As an introduction, sugarcane is the major crop cultivated for the sugar production in Sri Lanka, but that crop also affected various pests and diseases. Among them, WLD is the major one. It's a phytoplasma disease. The disease symptom expression can vary among different sugarcane varieties. Here you can see few symptoms of WLD. In this study, the objective is to evaluate the variation in leaf characters of 21 commercially grown sugarcane varieties affected by WLD in both plant and ratoon crops. This study was conducted in Pathology Substation Sugarcane Research Institute, Siembalandur. This is the studied varieties. Experimental design is split plot design, and this is the summary chart about the research. Here we studied whether the normal characters of plant varieties change due to WLD infection. For that, we observed both healthy and infected in plant and ratoon stages. And this is the feed layout. Data were collected 4th, 8th and 12th week after planting and ratooning. Collected parameters are leaf length, leaf width, number of leaves. Data were analyzed mixed model procedure using SAS software 9.1 to determine the significant difference between treatments. Let's move to the result and discussion part. There are 3 leaf characters we observed. According to this category, our main focusing on is variety and disease. It means how disease affect for the variety. Due to that reason, discuss according to that. Leaf length significantly differs in all considered weeks. In 4th week, higher variation showed SLI 121 and SL 04624, and the lower variation showed SL 00354 and CO 775. In 8th week, higher variation showed SL 88116 and SL 04624, and the lower variation showed SL 906237 and SL 00654. And 12th week, higher variation showed SL 04624 and SL 924918, and the low variation showed SL 981673 and SL 944430. When we move to the leaf width, here also significantly difference all consider weeks. And 4th week, higher variation showed SL 00354, SL 954033. Low variation showed SL 8306 and SL 924997. In 8th week, higher variation showed SL 04624, SL 88116, and low variation showed SL 954430 and SL 7130. And these are the varieties in higher and lower variation showed in 12th week. regarding the number of leaves, in fourth week there is no significant difference among the varieties for these seeds. But when you move to the 8th and 12th week, there is a significant difference with the varieties. In 8th week, higher variation showed SL906237 and SL0492624, and the low variation showed SL8306 and SL8618. And the 12th week, higher variation showed SL04624 and SL906237. The low variation showed CO775 and SL00603. In here, I have summarized performance of the varieties up to 12th week. SL04624 recorded the higher variation with all measured parameters. And these are the references I have used. And the end of my presentation. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Danushka, for your nice presentation and valuable findings. Now the presentation is open for the discussion. I would like to invite panel members and others to join with their comments and questions.
It's a nice presentation. Yeah, it's really. Did you observe with the different climate, with the severity of the white leaf disease, sugarcane?
No, sir.
Sorry?
No, sir.
No, with the increase with the rain, or when it's a drought is coming, you observe. So, did you observe some difference severity level from? No.
Climate, no, sir.
Yeah, you can see that white leaf disease in the all around the year in the sugarcane. White leaf disease.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Is the
okay.
main.
Sorry, I didn't get you. Okay. So what is your recommendation for the farmers to minimize the white leaf disease?
WLD is the major threat for the sugarcane, sir. It's the but we need to vector control.
Why did you observe the bigger variation in the SL04624 variety other than the other varieties?
That variety also, that variety mainly shows these three parameters difference, higher variation with the healthy varieties. Healthy.
What does it mean? There's higher differences. That's why I need to clarify from you. You told about that you observed the among all varieties SL04624 consistently exhibits the high level of variation in the measured parameters. So it's about the genetically or with leaf white leaf disease.
Need to further study, sir, that normally all the varieties, variety to variety difference, no, sir?
Yeah. Within the variety, you observe some differences. So this does means it's not the pure line. It may be mixing with some line or something like that. Or oh, you basically concentrate of the different disease level. What about the disease level of that species SL04 04624? Is that the same or is like all different observations? Difference. Okay, thank you, Dhanushka.
Okay, thank you very much, Miss Dhanushka, for your presentation and valuable findings. Next, we will move to the next presentation, that is okay, next presentation is the research regarding development of trichoderma based formulations for the biocontrol of Rigidophorus microphorus, overeem causing white root disease in cinnamon. The researchers are G.E. Dilhani and HMTT Madhurangani. Today the presenter is D.G. Dilhani, and we would like to invite G.E. Dilhani to present their valuable findings with us.
Hi everyone, I am G.E. Dilhani. I will be presenting my research on development of trichoderma based formulation for biocontrol of Rigidophorus microphorus overeem causing white root disease in cinnamon. This is my research team supervisor and my name. Let's begin with some background on this topic. Cinnamon, scientifically known as Cinnamomum cylanicum, is a significant spice crop native to Sri Lanka. However, various pest and diseases like white root disease, rough bark disease, leaf spot disease can significantly reduce cinnamon cultivations. White root disease caused by the pathogen Rigidophorus microphorus. This disease severely affects the bark yield and quality of cinnamon and other commercial crops like rubber and tea. Now identify the problem and justify this research. White root disease is common in lands previously used for rubber cultivation or lands closer to rubber cultivations. Then farmers commonly use chemical fungicides like tibuconazole, hexaconazole to control white root disease. However, it negatively affects the soil fertility, organic farming and human health as well. So trichoderma species can be used as an effective alternative biocontrol agent, reducing usage of chemical pesticide and promoting sustainability. This approach offers a more effective and environmentally friendly solution to the problem. The main objective of this research is to development and evaluate a trichoderma-based formulation effective against white root disease in cinnamon. Let's move on. Next, move on the methodology part. First, soil samples were collected from Matara district. Culture as equation. The pure culture of Rigidophorus microphorus culture were obtained from the culture collection of National Cinnamon Research and Training Center. Trichoderma species were isolated and pure culture. Morphological identification of isolated Trichoderma species. Then I tested the antagonistic potential of trichoderma isolates against Rigidophorus microphorus. After that, I selected most vigorous trichoderma isolate and prepared trichoderma spore suspension. Then formulation preparation. Here I selected 3 substrate. Then I determine the shelf life of formulations, and finally conduct necessary treatments, the collected data and analyzed by them using Minitab software. For the microscopic observation, I have used three different methods: wet mount method, sticky tape method and slide culture assay. Slide culture assay was the best method to identify morphological characteristics of fungus compared with the other two methods. Trichoderma often produce highly branched conidiophores and asexual spores are produced. This is the branched conidiospores and spores. This slideshow shows the dual culture bioassay results. According to the results, TRI1, TRI3 and TRI6 shows the highest values. So I selected these three isolates for further preparations due to their strong biocontrol potential. These are the dual culture plates of above mentioned trichoderma isolates. To determine the effect of each formulation on the cinnamon seedlings growth, I checked several factors. Here are the figures of external appearances of treated cinnamon seedlings within 3 months. First factor is green leaf count. According to this graph, maize seed-based formulation and tea leaf-based formulation showed the highest number of green leaves during 3 months. Tea leaf-based formulation showed the relatively lower yellow leaf count across all months and also the dead leaf count. Inoculated control has the highest number of dead leaves. In this graph showed the highest height of cinnamon seedlings. All 6 treatments gradually increased the height of seedlings. Finally, as the conclusion, 7 trichoderma isolates were obtained from compost, pepper, long bean, rhizosphere and forest soil. TRI1, TRI3 and TRI6 isolates exhibit the highest PIRG values. Maize seed-based formulation demonstrated the highest spore count at 30 days and formulations gradually declined by the 3rd month. TLBF tea leaf based formulation had the lowest and dead leaf count. So tea leaf based formulation is recommended for the further studies due to the fast sporulation and plant health benefits. These are the references I used for this research. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Dilhani, for your nice findings. And now the presentation is open for the discussion, and I would like to invite panel members and other members to ask questions or give some comments regarding the research.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Dilhani, for your nice findings. I want to clarify something that are you audible here? Can you hear us, please?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's great. Ms. Dilhani, that based on that your results, we have observed that some reduction of a disease condition of that particular cinnamon, that plantlets, that there are many reasons could be effect on that. Can you suggest which kind of activity of trichodoma affect on that reduction of the disease condition of the particular plant?
Sorry, sir, I didn't get your question.
Yeah, based on your results and your observations you have gathered throughout that your practical exposure for that particular research, that white root disease conditions are reduced, somewhat reduced with separate trichodoma isolates. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then what could be the reason for that? That while some are not showing any drawbacks, while some are that positively affect to control the disease condition. So, what could be the reason? What kind of the activities of trichodoma could affect on that?
Trichodoma commonly used as a biocontrol agent. It affects to the soil plant growth as well. The digitoporous microporous affect like to the cinnamon plant. It affects bark yield and the growth of cinnamon seedlings.
Have you observed any antagonistic effect? Ms. Dilhani, have you observed any interaction with that the trichodoma and disease casing that particular disease agents?
I tested this. Tested antagonistic potential of trichodoma using the dual culture bioassay in vitro dual culture bioassay. So according to that result, I selected the three trichodoma isolates. Which was I isolated.
Yeah, over here you have to mention something, because that when we are considering that the effect of trichodoma, it could be in three separated paths. First one is it could be a physical attack. Second one, it could be a chemical defense mechanism, that trichodoma having such kind of mechanism to control this particular diseases. Third one is that it having good ability to competition for the resources available there, so it can suppress that particular disease condition. So you have to observe this all. Thank you.
Okay, also you have to consider about, yes. Yes,
No,
over to you,
continue.
Dr. Perry.
Okay, I have some similar. He discussed about that one, but as a practically, when you're going to apply for the trichodoma, what kind of condition it should be in the surrounding?
In this research, I going on an acid treatment. In here, I placed on the cinnamon seedlings in a greenhouse, the controlling the environmental conditions.
Did you apply as the foliar spray, or did you apply for the soil before seedling, or what is the humidity inside the your greenhouse experiment?
I mix the formulation into soil before plant seedlings.
Okay, thank you. So it's like to be the soil is sterilization, or how it looks like when you apply the trichodoma to the soil before, because you are checking the parameters from the leaves, no?
Sorry, sir.
You took the parameters about the disease infection from the dead leaf count.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and as the biocontrol trichodoma, and how, because your applications to the soil at the beginning, and how it's you think it's overcoming the leaf disease.
Before I using plant cinnamon seedlings. Before 1 month, I had 4 times the formulation soil. Then I planted cinnamon seedlings and get data according during 3 months.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Miss Dilhani, for your findings.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, then next we will move to the next presentation of the research of evaluation of a package of cultural practices for the management of vertebrate pest in cinnamon cultivations in Sri Lanka. The authors are C. Maddegoda, HMTT Madurangani, CW Vidanapatirana, and GG Jayasinghe. Today the presenter is C. Maddegoda. I would like to invite Maddegoda to present their findings of the research.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to welcome you all for my presentation. The topic of my presentation is the evaluation of a package of cultural practices to manage the vertebrate pest damage in cinnamon cultivations in Sri Lanka. I am C. Maddegoda. I work as Development Officer at National Cinnamon Research and Training Center in Department of Cinnamon Development. This is the content of my research, presentation. And we will move into the background of this research. In Sri Lanka, cinnamon export volume is 18,800 million tons of tons, and we have earned 45,000 million Sri Lankan rupees as export earnings from cinnamon. Around 48.5% of the total export earnings of export agricultural crops in 2020 has obtained from cinnamon exportation. The current productivity of cinnamon plantations is very low. It is 150 to 200 kilograms per acre. There are several reasons for the low productivity, one of them being the pest and disease issue. Among the pests of cinnamon cultivations, vertebrate pests damage becomes a critical issue. The vertebrate pests damaging newly emerged cinnamon shoots are barking deer, mouse deer, sambar deer, peacocks, porcupines, bandicoots, squirrels, field mice, and etc. The field productivity of cinnamon is very low. The higher the vertebrate pest damage to the emerging shoots happen, and it directly reduces the number of harvestable shoots in the next production cycle after harvesting. The general objective of this study is to evaluate and compare the effectiveness of selected environmentally friendly cultural practices to mitigate this vertebrate pest damage on newly emerged cinnamon shoots. Farmers from different cinnamon growing areas follow various techniques to repel vertebrate pests. However, the effectiveness of those practices has not been evaluated. We will move into methodology part. We conducted this research at National Cinnamon Research and Training Center premises. It belongs to low country intermediate zone where cinnamon is growing well. There were 8 treatments in this study. T1 was fresh cow dung slurry, T2 sulfur solution, T3 neem leaf extract, T4 rotten vegetable extract, T5 rotten egg solution, T6 physical barrier using nets, T7 treatment, physical barriers using cut off cinnamon twigs, T8 distilled water, that means control treatment. The design of the research was completely randomized design. There were 8 treatments and 25 replicates per treatment, and altogether we used 200 mature cinnamon bushes for this study. This is how we prepared the solutions for treatments. And as data we collected the number of counted number of damaged new shoots per bush. And we will move into results and discussion. This chart shows the percentage damage to the newly emerged shoots, and x-axis shows the 8 treatments. Here you can clearly see T1 treatment, T6 and T7 treatments completely prevented the shoot damage. Significant treatment effects were observed on vertebrate pest damage in cinnamon. Cow dung slurry, that means T1 treatment, net barriers T6 treatment and pig barriers T7 treatment completely prevented shoot damage, recording 0% damage and showing 100% reduction compared with the control. In contrast, sulfur solution T2 treatment, neem extract T3 treatment, rotten vegetable extract T4 treatment and rotten egg extract T5 treatment resulted in intermediate damage levels of 20, 14, 25 and 35% respectively, and the control treatment recorded the highest damage. Then we will move into conclusion part. T1 treatment, T6 and T7 treatments were superior treatments. They completely prevented the shoot damage. When comparing these three treatments, T6 was practically not effective for large-scale farming and T1 treatment is effective and low cost. However, it is susceptible to being washed away by rain. Therefore, periodic application is recommended until the red shoots turn into green color. And T7 treatment is low cost and sustainable. Pig barrier treatment can be identified as one of the effective, low-cost and sustainable option because in cinnamon there is a practice of selective pruning of unwanted twigs, and at that time these pruned twigs can be arranged around the cinnamon bushes as barriers to protect newly emerging shoots from vertebrate pests. And these are the references, and thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Miss Maddegoda, for the nice presentation and findings of you. And now the presentation is open for the discussion. I would like to invite panel members to ask some questions and give some comments of the findings.
Thank you for the Miss Mandakota for nice presentation. And what is the treatment number 7? Was cut off cinnamon twigs. How did you place in your experiment that one? Can you explain?
I arranged them around the cinnamon bushes one by one. I cut the collected cinnamon debris and I covered the base of the bushes with big parts, big than leaves and cut off cinnamon.
Yeah, the application is after removing the stems, no?
Yes.
Protecting the new shoots.
Yeah, for protecting new shoots.
Okay. Okay, and you covered with all the
yeah, one by one,
all the
each and
plants.
every bush I cover.
I have one problem. How about the growth of the shoot? Because when you're covering, the leaves under shadow.
No,
And
not complete, not
do
complete.
you observe any differentiates with the other treatment about the growth of the shoots after treatment 7?
No, sir, I didn't cover the, I didn't, as barriers to come, I didn't cover the base of the plant as barriers for emerging shoots, but I wanted to protect them from outside animals. So I put them, arranged them around cinnamon bush, maybe 1 feet away, 1 feet away
Okay.
from the bush.
Okay. And then Yeah, but using yeah, this is really interesting with using the different treatment. Why did you choose to apply for the liquid sulfur solution for as a one treatment
Yeah,
for
there
the
are some odors from sulfur.
vertebrates?
Yeah, there are some odors, unpleasant odors from sulfur solution, and I thought it would be better with neem leaf extract and also rotten egg solutions, but they didn't give much results. But because of the unpleasant odors, I thought
That's
use them as treatment.
yeah. For the treatments in the aqueous solution, did you apply only once, or maybe you apply for some frequencies to
Yeah,
the
frequent. Once a week I apply because then otherwise the odor will be.
yeah, it's about 1 week interval or 3 days. So what is the
I
interval?
applied the powder slurry at 3 days interval and sulfur solution by 1 week interval.
Okay, okay. Did you check with the reference literatures, previous literatures? You use that frequency
Yeah,
levels, no?
yeah. Literature was very rare regarding
Yeah.
this cinnamon cultivations. Only our station is doing researches on cinnamon cultivations. So
Mhm.
I
Well, what about the neem extracts on the solution?
yeah, yeah, I touched neem leaves with the blender and
Mm-hmm.
put them on the neem leaf shoots. But
You didn't use the oil. You just blended
not
the
oil.
neem leaves and
Yeah,
used the extract directly to
yeah.
the water. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Maddagoda. Okay, I have a few concern. Yeah, this is my personal review that your particular topic and the research you have conducted. That what are the words braits you have considered of? How many of them there are? How many word braid types were there?
Sorry, I didn't get the question.
How many word braids types? Just like you have mentioned that monkeys, squirrels, a peacock.
Yeah,
What are
yeah. We
others
found
animals you encountered?
others are field mice and oh,
So you are not clear to us.
yeah, it is said Oluma in Sinhala.
Yeah,
Oluma in
I know.
Sinhala, but I didn't mention it.
Okay, Miss Maddagoda, my concern is that their attacking system is not same. While that
Yeah,
some
not
can fly away, some can jump in branches of the particular,
yeah,
and some are working here and there on the that surface. Then the
yes,
problem is when you are express your results as findings, you have
yes,
to categorize the best treatment for porcupine or best treatment for that the peacock is this one. So that should be the way to present your results. It's make some value, no? So in
yes,
here, as you present that, it's very difficult to understand honestly that what could be the best treatment for which animal, which vertebrate. When we
yes.
considering that as anyway, when considering the overall aspect, what is the best treatment?
T7, that is quick barriers treatment is uh, best, sir. But I think we have to use integrated pest management methods to control these to get higher uh, result. That means putting net barriers and then pit barriers also and applying cow dung slurry some to the emerging shoots around the land near the margin. They, because of unpleasant odors, uh, animals will not come and eat the damaged plant. damage shoots. So I think integrated pest management methods be better.
Yeah, of course. Why not that? Because of the your targeted group is very complex, so you have to go IPM for sure. Then other thing is when you are come for a final conclusion, that we have to think about the practical application of the final solution, because that in general when you consider that cinnamon cultivation, they have cultivated a very vast area at once. So let's assume that treatment 7 that cinnamon twigs, no. So if
Yes.
there are any practically we can do it or not is another matter we have to concern. Sometimes
Yes.
it's very easy to apply that cow dung slugs there than the using the twigs. So in likewise we have to categorize and we have to simplify that particular results, and based on that simplification we have go for a final decisions according to the which word braid and which is the most suitable methods of the control. In that manner you have to think about that. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Miss Maddagoda, for your findings. And I think you have to have some scientific answers for that selection of treatments also. That what is the base of selecting those treatments and other things also when considering such kind of research. Okay. Okay, then thank you very much. Yeah.
Welcome.
Okay. Next, we will move to the next research presentation, that is design and pilot evaluation of SL Wild Rice version 1, an Android-based participatory platform for mapping of wild rice in Sri Lanka. There are several authors, and today presenting author is K.J. Madhushankar. We would like to invite Mr. Madhushankar to present their valuable findings with us.
Dear Sir, Madam and Noor, I am Supun Madhushank and today I will be presenting my research under the title Design and Pilot Evaluation of SL Wild Rice version 1. That is an Android-based mobile application developed for mapping and conservation of wild rice in Sri Lanka under the invaluable supervision of Senior Professor Disna Ratnasekara. First, I will briefly explain the background of this research. Climate change is one of the biggest threats to global food security today. Wild rice species are extremely valuable because they carry genes that can help develop climate resilient rice varieties. However, in Sri Lanka, documenting these species in the field has been very difficult. Paper-based method miss many inaccessible habitat, public awareness is very low, and there is no long-term system to monitor these valuable genetic resources. This gap motivated us to develop a digital solution. To address these challenges, we developed a mobile application called SL Wild Rice. This app allows users to record and submit wild rice sighting directly from the field. This app has three main features as a digital interface supporting three languages, so anyone in Sri Lankan can use it easily. And second, participatory design that transform ordinary people, student farmers, field workers into active citizen scientists. And third, a secure, sensitive data system that can navigate the exact location of natural habitat from public exposure. To achieve research goal, our overall objective was to develop this Android app-enabled participatory mapping of underdocumented wildlife habitat. Especially, we aim to evaluate how well the app performed in its first active phase to access who use it and whether experts could validate the data and to determine whether the app could discover previously unrecorded habitat locations. For the technology, we use three core tools. The mobile app itself was built using the Flutter framework for Android. For cloud infrastructure, we use Firebase services for use and real-time data storage. Also, displaying the location on map, we integrated the Google Maps API. In the ecological data workflow, first user capture GPS coordinate, photos and field node using this app. Then this data sign in securely database through cloud. And third step, subject matter expert review and validate each submission for species accuracy. And finally, all verified records are published in the interactive map for conservation planning. In pilot evaluation, we evaluate the app over 3 months from 2025 December to 2026 March, and we collected two types of data, that's aggregated metrics such as total download and GPS submission, record level demographic data from contributors, and also we analyze these results using descriptive statistics with 95 confidential interval using Spaces, Python, and Microsoft Excel. When we consider about the result as a persist of key metrics, the app received 98 downloads in total. Out of those, 31 users, about nearly 32%, actually submitted a geotagged record. Of those 31 submissions, and also 22 were approved by expert, giving a validation success rate of 71%. Most importantly, 9 of those approved recorded, about nearly 41%, were from locations that had never been documented before. This is a significant finding for conservations. When we consider about the result and the demographic and species base, looking at who contributed, 61% were male and 39% were female. Around 81% were age range between 18 to 30, and 81% were university students. Importantly, every single contributor followed by the app guidance 100% clearly. And regarding species submitted, Oryza nivara is dominated with 87% of submissions. In conclusion, the phase 1 pilot evaluation confirmed the Excel Wildrise is a PCable and operational citizen science platform. The app successfully generated expert verifiable geospatial records and demonstrated the real-time potential to support long-term wildlife conservation, habitat monitoring, and breeding programs. In future direction, moving forward, we plan to expand community participation by offering Wild Rice Association membership to contributors, especially those who report new habitat. We will also promote knowledge sharing and establish comprehensive digital database to geospatial map wild rice population across all regions of Sri Lanka. SL Wildlife, now available on the Google Play Store, and you can download it by scanning this QR code on the screen. And finally, thank you very much for your attention, and I invite you all to join us. Help conserve valuable wildlife genetic resource and share knowledge within your community and be part of protecting these species for food security of future generation. And finally, I honestly welcome any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Madhushankar, for nice findings and very good research findings. Now the presentation is open for the discussion. I would like to invite panel members and others to ask questions or give some comments regarding his findings.
Hello, Madhusanga. This is nice project with using the citizen science into our science to improve our science and the other thing. How did you select how did you share the information about the app among the citizens? Because I think it's very Because I just know about that the app, and how did you increase the awareness about the app to use for this research project? Because I think for me, I observe that it's some selected participation you use for this analysis, I think, because uh, how did you select the participation, and how did they share about the app and the informations among the uh, people?
Yes, sir. This is we are newly engaged project, and in this first phase, we are started from university level. In here, first we are introduce some public awareness program inside the university. Uh, then we are when we are doing some field visit, then we are physically face to face some awareness with to public community and download this app. Likewise, you can add your data. Likewise, we inform. Then also we publish to Facebook and we publish to some social media about this app. And as a result, within 3 months, 98 downloads we can appear. And so from this data, we are analyze these things as a pilot evaluation set.
Exactly, because you are checking the wild rights varieties, because everybody is not really well about the morphology of the each wild rights species. When someone uploaded and said it's like or as a Nivara or as a Ricifogus, how did the app confirm that exactly it's the real species? Is there any mechanism for that one in your app?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Also, we in next step, and also already we are doing something for when scanning Horizonivara wildlife leaf, then can identify this is wildlife, this is this species, and likewise data system inside app. That is ongoing project. And also,
Yeah, but I'm curious because the most of the rice leaves are more or less similar, no, information when with the images in the resolution and the how to say this image size, it's changed the maybe it's how to manipulate the other incorrect with the other species. That's why I'm asking. Yeah, I think it's better to do something to rectify the species during the submission. Maybe someone can voluntarily check the plant species before uploading and confirming. Okay, thank you,
yes,
Madhushanka, for nice work and good luck.
thank you, sir.
Yeah, Ms. Madhushank is impressive. Is the only need that agriculture should go in that pattern. So that appreciate that you effort to do something. No, in here I can just comment. So in question that in my concern is that when you conducting this kind of very severe thing as a either as a pilot project or the trial, that you have two major target, and that barrier plus one is aware about that the platform, because that you are that supplementary details that providers are the maybe a farming community, so they are not well aware on that particular platform, even the mobile. So that's the issue, first one. Second one is what are the knowledge, scientific knowledge that your suppliers having about that wild rice species. There are more or less very similar characteristics, physical characteristics they are having. So it's a big task. Anyway, hope that you could engage with in next pilot level to get a success of that procedure. Good luck.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Madhushanka, for very nice research findings, and we congratulate for your future expansion of this research into next level. Thank you very much. Then we will move to the final presentation of the today's session. That is identification and characterization of Fusarium odoratism causing strawberry leaf spot in China. The presenter is US Thalagala. We would like to invite Thalagala to present their valuable findings with us.
I'm Udaranga Thalagala. I'm a PhD student of Beijing Academy of Agriculture and Forestry Sciences. Today, my research topic is identification and characterization of Fusarium odoratissimum causing strawberry leaf spot in China. This is the content of my presentation. Strawberry, scientifically known as Trajaria ananasa, and it is a herbaceous crop having high commercial and economic value. It is a highly perishable crop. Because of that, it making prone to disease. The known 80% of plant diseases are mainly caused by fungi. Strawberry leaf spot is a major disease of strawberry. The common symptoms are leaf yellowing, necrotic lesion, black mesogenous spore masses. And here are some examples: Coronispora, Alternaria, Pseudotheriomyces, Neopistilopsis, and Pistilopsis. Let's talk about Fusarium leaf spot. Fusarium leaf spot are dark brown necrotic lesions having slightly sunken irregular spot with yellow surrounding. Let's move to the objective. The research gap of this study. No previous report of I'm Udaranga Thalagala. I'm a PhD student of Beijing Academy of Agriculture and Forestry Sciences. Today, my research topic is identification and characterization of Fusarium odoratissimum causing strawberry leaf spot in China. This is the content of my presentation. Strawberry, scientifically known as Trajaria ananasa, and it is a herbaceous crop having high commercial and economic value. It is a highly perishable crop. Because of that, it making prone to disease. The known 80% of plant diseases are mainly caused by fungi. Strawberry leaf spot is a major disease of strawberry. The common symptoms are leaf yellowing, necrotic lesion, black mesogenous spore masses. And here are some examples: Coronispora, Alternaria, Pseudotheriomyces, Neopistilopsis, and Pistilopsis. Let's talk about Fusarium leaf spot. Fusarium leaf spot are dark brown necrotic lesions having slightly sunken irregular spot with yellow surrounding. Let's move to the objective. The research gap of this study. No previous report of Fusarium leaf spot on strawberry in China. And limited molecular characterization and pathogenicity studies. Based on that, the objective of this study to investigate Fusarium associated with strawberry leaf spot in China using morphological characterization, phylogenetic analysis, and pathogenicity testing. Let's move to the methodology part. I collected the sample from Beijing. The cultivar is Hongyan with symptomatic plants. The collected plant isolate by using tissue isolation method. From sample isolation, I obtained the pure culture. By using that pure culture, I extracted the DNA and PCR amplification was done, sequencing, blast analysis, and then finally phylogenetic analysis was done. Here are the gene regions and relevant PCR conditions that I used for molecular identification. The morphological characterization I obtained from matured cultures that having reproductive structures. The pathogenicity test I was done by obtaining healthy plant material, and I used the mycelium plug inoculation method under wounding and unwounding condition. After following the procedure, I completed the Koch postulate. Let's move to the results part. And here you can see my isolate clade with Fusarium odoratissimum type strain. In morphological characterization, I obtained the colony characteristics, the 7-day-old PDA. and also micromorphological characterization also obtained. Let's talk about the pathogenicity. In here, I obtained the pathogenicity result up to 20 days under wounding and non-wounding condition. You can clearly see in this picture having small lesions in non-wounded condition comparing the wounded condition. So, wounding significantly enhances susceptibility and lesion expansion. Let's discuss the major findings. Fusarium odraticimum is the first report causing strawberry leaf spot. Disease observed on Trageria ananasa in cultivar Hongyan. The significance of this study is expand non-host range of Fusarium odraticimum, indicate the potential threat to strawberry production, and demonstrate the ability to infect foliar tissues. The disease symptoms are chlorosis, necrotic lesion, leaf drooping, and collapse. Let's move to the conclusion of this study. Fusarium odraticimum identified as the causal agent of strawberry leaf spot. This is the first worldwide report on strawberry combining evidence from morphology, multigene phylogeny, and pathogenicity test. These are the references I used for this presentation, and thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Talagala, for your nice presentation and a very valuable finding in your research. Now the presentation is open for discussion. I would like to invite panel members and other members to ask some questions or give some comments regarding their findings.
Yeah, Ms. Talaga, thanks for your finding that it could be very and interesting section, because as you said, that is the first time ever identified that fusarium in strawberry, you know? Yeah, you can correct me if I am wrong.
Yeah, because fusarium
Okay, then
have identified in
yeah,
strawberry,
okay.
but this is the first time of the leaf spot.
Pardon me, sorry.
Can you hear me?
Now is okay. Please, could you please repeat?
Can you hear me? Yeah, fusarium have identified from the strawberry, but this is the first time of leaf spot.
Okay, that's great, because we have seen that the protective area, just like VM mold is very prominent in strawberry cultivation. So that you have observed that more up to the morphological expectations, no? So that is better. This is our suggestion. Yeah. Is better to go for that. What could be happen for the yield even. So if it's the new disease spread in particular cultivation in the world, so we have that ability to check artificially, or that inside of the protected house, to check that what is the condition and how this disease affect on the final yield of the cultivation. So sometimes it will help to make some precaution and also some that control measures before it spread outside of the cultivation. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for the valuable suggestion.
Yeah, are you planning to check whether how it affect on the yield in later on?
Because this one is the only one I found. I have many, so in my research I will further check for all. And also, I'm planning to do the portrait analysis. You previously mentioned red mold disease, that one. So I will do the further analysis for that one. Thank you for the suggestion.
Yeah, according to that your results you have gained through that research, are there any growth reduction or such kind of adverse effect may case by this that fusarium wilt?
Yeah, fusarium wilt is the another disease, because of that one is effect for the root system. Fusarium odraticimum fungi is mostly identified from the banana plantation because of Panama disease. So this species can able to attack the root system also. And also for my collection, this species have in affected root area also. So this is the another one. So it means what I'm going to tell. This species can able to attack leaf and root. Both can attack. So it has the possibility to yield reduction. So I want to check the pathogenicity to root system also with this strain. So I'm planning to do that one here in future.
Yeah, it's very great. Yeah, except that that you thought that generally that what fusarium can do is they can block the vessel xylem and phloem. So that's maybe the final case for the reduction of the that plant growth and the yield. So this is good finding. Definitely, yes, you have to go through this and find some more that yield affections. So it could be a help for the future cultivation even. Thank you very much.
And yes, Miss Talangala. And I know that the few that were mostly in Sri Lanka, we can find in the plantations for the Panama disease. No, how it's coming to the strawberry? Any etiological incidents? How it's affecting the strawberries in China? Is China already having some plantations? Because it's naturally
strawberries
occurring in the
cultivating in
strawberry
Beijing.
fields. It's
Yeah,
that
in Beijing
fusarium is
mostly they
naturally
are
occurring.
cultivating in mostly in greenhouse. That fusarium species can grow inside of greenhouse also. So it have I think it have a high spreadability within not only the open field.
Yeah. Any observation in the cultivations, because you just inoculate that the fusarium in the strawberry and check the effect. So it's naturally occurring in China.
During my field survey, I observed there is some leaf spot. So I collect that plant part and isolate in the laboratory. So after that, I got the fusarium isolation as a strain. Then after that, confirmed the pathogenicity. I inoculated that one to strawberry leaves. That is my findings.
Yeah, but when I observe the disease of the leaf is spreading, it's not like a spot. It's a permanent. Now it's spreading away. Why
Yeah,
does it
it's
call
like
the
the leaf dies.
spot disease? Why does it call a spot
Oh yeah,
disease?
because during my isolate, I find that it appear like a spot in field level, but after my pathogenicity test, it confirmed it affect for leaves, but it didn't appear like a spot. It was spread everywhere.
That's why I'm
Because I
asking.
think because the veins, yeah, the way it can grow through the vessels. So that's what I think.
Yeah, that's what I was curious about. Normally, spot is like spots in the leaves in the chlorospora, and the other plant we call it
I
spots like that. But
can get it at the
after that,
meaning.
it is infection and going through the plant, not appear in the spots. The spot is one when the infection is only the place is spots. That's why it's names done by you, or it's internationally recognized yet name. The disease name in the English name?
Oh,
Leafy spots
fusarium, you mean?
no, you mentioned that the disease
Oh,
name is the strawberry leafy spot. Yeah, it's a internationally
yeah, we
recognized
use that
name, or
one because
just your group spotted that the disease name?
internationally recognized leaf blight
Name of
also.
the
We can
disease,
use
how it comes.
yeah. Leaf spot we use. It is internationally recognized one. we use that one because I isolate that one from field as the sport.
Okay, that's why you, yeah. Maybe when considering to the further, it's better to change the name, sport, I think. Okay, thank you very much, Talangala, and good luck here for the future studies.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Chatterjee. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Talagala, for your nice findings and the nice presentation. And this is, I think, that new emerging incident, and you have to think about quarantine procedures also in future studies. And thank you very much. And in these remarks, we are concluding our session of Smart and Climate Ready Crop Production Technologies session number 3. We discuss 11 research findings, and it's a vast area of crop protection section, field of crop protection and crop production. And all the findings are very valuable, and those findings can be implemented for the field of agriculture and crop protection fields. And thank you very much all presenters, and we would like to congratulate all the presenters for their future research and expand their research into next level. And also I would like to thank Dr. PCD Pereira and Mr. Hasanaka Rohanadira for their valuable thoughts and comments given to the presenters, and also Mrs. Oshadi Veerasinghe, the session coordinator, to coordinate in the session in very valuable manner. Thank you very much all. And these remarks, we are concluding the Smart and Climate Ready Crop Production Technologies session number 3. And I would like to invite Mrs. Oshadi Veerasinghe to conclude the session unofficially.
As we conclude technical session 3 on smart and climate ready crop production technologies, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our chairperson, Professor Mrs. N.P. Vidanapatirana, and our panel members, Dr. P.C.D. Pereira and Mr. H. Rohanadira, for their valuable insights and guidance. My heartfelt thanks also goes to all presenters for sharing their valuable research findings with us. Technical session 4 will commence shortly. I kindly invite you to remain with us and join the next session. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the 4th technical session on smart and climate-ready crop production technologies at the International Symposium on Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences 2026. We are pleased to hear you today. It is my privilege and honor to introduce our esteemed panel chair, Professor Asanga Ampitiyawatta, Professor of Agricultural Engineering in the Department of Export Agriculture, Faculty of Agricultural Sciences, Sabaragamu University of Sri Lanka. Professor Ampitiyawatta is a distinguished academic whose valuable contributions have significantly advanced in the field of agricultural engineering. He has also served as a former director of the University of Colombo Institute for Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences. I would also like to welcome our panel members, Ms. S.L. Navaratna, Senior Lecturer in the Department of Agrotechnology, UCIRS, and Dr. B.P. Sirivardhana, Department of Agrotechnology, UCIRS. Dear Sir, Professor Ampitiyawatta, I warmly welcome you to chair the session. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prativani. So I think we can directly start due to the time delay. First of all, I would like to introduce our panel members. Mr. Pratibani, can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, sir, we can hear you, sir.
Yeah, okay. So our two panel members, Mrs. Supipi Navaratna and Dr. Buddhika Sirivardhana. So we will start our session. The first presenter of this session, Dr. C.J. Ambuldenia. The presentation topic, an integrated IoT, GIS and NVQ aligned framework for climate resilience in rural agriculture. Yeah, it's all. Is available? Is the presentation available?
Yes, sir. Yes, presentations are available, sir. Yes, sir.
No, presenter is available with the participation.
Hi, I
Okay,
am
start.
Chandra Ambuldenia. Today,
Yes.
I present our conceptual framework for climate resilience in rural agriculture. Manuscript MN2. Title: An integrated IoT, GIS and NVQ aligned framework for climate resilience in rural agriculture. This is a dual-track framework combining smart technology and vocational training to empower rural agriculture against climate challenges. The problem is that the climate volatility forces rapid adoption of smart technologies, but top-down deployment often fails in rural settings. In Sri Lanka, agricultural production has fluctuated sharply. Paddy fell to 83.33 by its index in 2017. Also, coconut, coarse grain, OFCs, vegetables recorded lowest in 2017. Also, the missing piece is local technical capacity. We call this the resilience gap. Analysis identifies 3 gaps. Information, where farmers lack real-time data. Accreditation, no formal qualifications for climate smart agriculture skills. Logistics, post-harvest losses remain high. Our framework addresses all 3. Hi, I am Chandra Ambuldenia. Today, I present our conceptual framework for climate resilience in rural agriculture. Manuscript MN2. Title: An integrated IoT, GIS and NVQ aligned framework for climate resilience in rural agriculture. This is a dual-track framework combining smart technology and vocational training to empower rural agriculture against climate challenges. Hi, I am Chandra Ambuldenia. Today, I present our conceptual framework for climate resilience in rural agriculture. Manuscript MN2. Title: An Integrated IoT, GIS, and NVQ aligned framework for climate resilience in rural agriculture. This is a dual-track framework combining smart technology and vocational training to empower rural agriculture against climate challenges. The problem is that the climate volatility forces rapid adoption of smart technologies, but top-down deployment often fails in rural settings. In Sri Lanka, agricultural production has fluctuated sharply. Paddy fell to 83.33 by its index in 2017. Also, coconut, coarse grain, OFCs, vegetables recorded lowest in 2017. Also, the missing piece is local technical capacity. We call this the resilience gap. Analysis identifies three gaps: information, where farmers lack real-time data; accreditation, no formal qualifications for climate-smart agriculture skills; logistics, post-harvest losses remain high. Our framework addresses all three. Here we present the integrated framework. On the right-hand side, you see the conceptual map. IoT GIS networks provide real-time environmental data that feeds into NVQ-aligned vocational training, which builds repair autonomy, which means the ability for local people to maintain smart systems. The framework also includes a 5,000-ton temperature-controlled hub for logistical operations. All this supports traceability and emission reduction. Track combines digital infrastructure with human capital accreditation. IoT sensors collect moisture and soil data, visualizing through GIS. At the same time, we map CSA competencies to NVQ levels 3 to 6. This creates a skilled workforce that can operate, repair, and upgrade the technology independently. Evidence from analogous contexts suggests strong potential. In Tamil Nadu, real-time soil moisture data improved water efficiency by 27%. In Vietnam's Mekong Delta, vocational training reduced external support needs by 65%. And in Kenya, cold chain infrastructure cut post-harvest losses by 62%, while raising farmer incomes by 31%. There are challenges. We acknowledge 4 challenges: high cost, adoption barriers, coordination, and privacy. Mitigations include phased deployment, peer-to-peer learning, cross-sectoral governance, and community data trusts. In conclusion, digital infrastructure alone is not enough. We need accredited human capital development, specifically repair autonomy. Future work will pilot this framework in a Sri Lankan river basin to collect empirical data. The key to climate resilience in rural agriculture is pairing advanced technology with accredited local skills. Thank you for your attention. I look forward to your questions during the live Q&A.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Ambuldenia, for a nice conceptual presentation. Now it's open for the discussion. So I invite our panel members to ask any questions or clarifications from Dr. Amuldani? Dr. Buddhika?
Yes, sir. So I think I don't have anything to ask. Miss Supipi, do you have anything to ask?
So, yes, in my side, there's nothing to clarify from the Dr. Amuldania. So, but I'm very happy to you here, sir. It's great honor to us to share in your very valuable thoughts and your valuable finding through this symposium. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank
Dr.
you.
Amuldani, I have one clarification. So,
Please.
how can we incorporate your conceptual framework for the farmer level?
I have actually I gave the extended abstract, which you, if you use that, then I will explain it there. But the point is now I have written a book on this same concept.
Okay.
And it's more than 100 pages, and I'll be launching it within a month or two. And probably I will send you a copy to the university to see the detailed workings of how to employ this technology.
Yes.
And it's, I have worked in the Mahavali region in the private sector, running new startup ventures with a lot of new agriculture with high technology. And at a time when we didn't have IoT or this digital infrastructure. But now looking back, if I had the digital infrastructure at that time, the productivity of the operations could have been improved very much, because we always keep talking about smart agriculture without really realizing what smart means here. You see, so basically, this is the smart technology that we have to use in the agriculture sector, particularly for our university. That is the one that I really love, your institution. Actually, when you look at the plantation sector today, it is failing because they are not using IoT and the digital infrastructure. And there's so much you can do to improve their productivity and get them out of this morass they are getting into, gradually going down the precipice. And one day mark my words, tea sector will close down in about 10 to 15 years time, because they will not be able to manage unless they really transform their crop side to the IoT and digitalized applications for managing humidity, fertilizer, water, and also training their technical people with the right qualifications to run it. Plus now in the tea sector, of course, their logistics are very well organized, but that is only to take the logistics to the all and so the passage is clear. But the point is, we really need to have better logistics, that is IoT connected logistics for the SME agriculture in the, for example, the Kaluganga area, all these Kalni Valley areas where the farmers are striving to build up their livelihoods. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for your explanation. With that, we can wind up your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can I leave now?
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Yes. So our second presenter for this session, Ms. Viranja, the presentation topic, geospatial mapping of soil nutrient variability for site-specific fertilization in Valigatha, Sri Lanka.
Morning everyone, my name is Sasindhi Viranja and I am honored to present my research on geospatial mapping of soil nutrient variability for site-specific fertilization in Valigatha, Sri Lanka. This study addresses how to optimize fertilizer use by understanding soil nutrient variability. Here's the content of my presentation. Soil fertility is the keystone of agricultural productivity. Plant requires three primary macronutrients: nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. Variable rate technology is cornerstone of precision agriculture. It's allowed farmers to apply inputs such as seeds, fertilizer, chemicals, and water at the different rate across the single field rather than treating the entire field uniformly. Instead of spreading the same amount of fertilizer everywhere, VRT used data to target specific areas, maximizing yield where the soil is rich and saving input cost where the potential is lower. The main problem is that nutrient distribution in field is highly variable. Over-application leads to pollution and wasted cost, while under-application reduce yields. GIS-based mapping can provide accurate nutrient distribution, but without integration into VRT, optimization remains limited. The main objective is to map the spatial variability of soil nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium in uncultivated land using geospatial technologies to enable site-specific fertilization. And the other objectives are to identify nutrient-deficient and nutrient-rich zones within uncultivated land for targeted fertilizer application. To develop nutrient management zones based on the mapped variability for optimized site-specific NPK fertilization recommendation. Let's move to the methodology. The study area was conducted on 0.69 hectare fallow plot at the ISATRS farm in the Valigatha, Sri Lanka. This workflow was followed, moving from field selection to laboratory analysis and finally geospatial mapping. A grid-based soil sampling approach was utilized to collect 30 composite samples from 15 by 15 grid at a depth of 15 centimeter. Laboratory analysis determined NPK content and ArcGIS Pro was used to generate geospatial maps. The evaluation of the study area ranges from 7.328 meters to 14 meters, and the terrain slope from south to north affect nutrient movements. Now we discuss the results of the research. Discussion of first round nitrogen. Poor nitrogen availability is indicated by low nitrogen zones, which range from -0.001 to 0.032. High nitrogen zone ranges from 0.158 to 0.282, showing localized nitrogen enrichment. Phosphorus. Poor phosphorus availability is indicated by low phosphorus zone, which range from 3.074 to 4.588 ppm. Potassium discussion. The central zone of this field has potassium level of 110.447 ppm to 235.88 ppm. This slide shows first round spatial variability map. The key findings of the first round: nitrogen levels are deficient in the north, enriched in the south. Phosphorus levels are low in the central west, high in the north and south. Potassium levels are adequate everywhere, very high at the edges. Second round, nitrogen. Nitrogen content is the light green to green color area, ranges from 0.108 to 0.247. Phosphorus, according to this map, southern area shows the highest phosphorus concentrations range from 19.553 to 38.392 ppm. Discussion of second round potassium. According to this map, the area shown in red orange has a potassium content of 177.979 to 233.018 ppm. This picture shows second round special variability map. Key findings of the second round: nitrogen levels are rich in the north and poor in the southern center. Phosphorus levels are rich in the south, poor in the north center. Potassium levels are rich at the edges, depleted in the center. Final map showed uneven distribution for all three nutrients. Nitrogen was lowest in the center left. Phosphorus increased diagonally from northwest to southeast, and potassium was depleted in the center but abundant at the edges. In conclusion, GIS-based nutrient mapping enables precise site-specific interventions. This approach prevents environmental pollution, reduces fertilizer cost, and ensures inputs are applied only where necessary. Precision agriculture is not a mainly technological advancement. It is a pathway to sustainability and smarter farming. Some of the references used to conduct the research are mentioned here. And thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ranjana, for your presentation. Now it's open for the discussion.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Ranjana, for your valuable finding. You shared very interesting finding with us. So, in my concern is, so you're talking about the VRA. So that required some special equipment, no? So in the when we are when we reach to the small holding farmers, right? So what is the feasibility to adapt them for that technology, because of this is based on the precision agriculture things, no? So what is your idea? Miss Viranja, we cannot hear you.
Have a switch on your mic.
Can you hear us, Miss Viranja? So, yeah.
So, Pepe, I can hear you.
Yeah, so but something wrong with her microphone, no, sir?
Yes. Yes. What can we do? Shall we wind up a presentation? Because we can't hear her explanation. Ms. Viranja, we can't hear you. Okay, shall we wind up our presentation?
Yeah.
Because with the time limitation, we are late with the time. So thank you for participating with us and for presenting your research findings. Okay, So then our next presenter for this session, Ms. Vanasinghe, the presentation topic towards integrated climate smart agriculture in Sri Lanka, a CSA project portfolio coherence and gaps 2022-25. So over to you.
Good day. I'm Chamini Vanasinghe, and today I'm glad to present my study towards integrated climate smart agriculture in Sri Lanka by evaluating CSA project portfolio coherence and gaps. Let me begin with the introduction first. Climate smart agriculture or CSA is defined by the Food and Agriculture Organization or FAO through three pillars known as the triple win. Sustainably increasing productivity and farmer incomes, build resilience and adapt to climate change, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions or GHG are three pillars. These three pillars together were our benchmark for everything that followed. When it comes to the Sri Lankan context, agriculture accounts for 8% of country's GDP and employs 26% of the workforce. But repeated floods and droughts cause lowering yields, rising costs, and growing food security risk, as well as greater vulnerability to future shocks too. Then in 2022 and 2023, a severe economic crisis, a 7.8% of GDP contraction, and a fertilizer ban made things dramatically worse. So, Sri Lanka's agriculture was under pressure from every direction at once. In response, Sri Lanka invested 11 large-scale CSA projects within the period of 2020 to 2025, collectively mobilizing over $500 million from multilateral and bilateral funders, targeting irrigation, water management, agribusiness, digital platforms, and climate research as shown. Our research question was, do these 11 projects collectively deliver on all three FAO CSA pillars? Two objectives followed: to evaluate the collective coverage of the FAO pillars and to identify and classify the implementation challenges. As the methodology, we conducted qualitative document analysis of 39 official project documents across all 11 projects by using NVivo 15 software. Documents were coded deductively against the three FAO pillars because we were evaluating against non-standard. The framework had 3 layers as FAO pillars, 5 parent themes, and 30 child codes as shown. 6 implementation challenge categories were also identified. All these themes, codes, and challenges were derived based on the given literature. The total analysis produced 474 coding references. The findings reveal a clear imbalance across the 3 pillars. Adaptation dominates with 223 references, but one project alone drives 28% of that. Productivity has 131 references, but 2 projects carried 46% of the load. Post-harvest management, one of the highest impact interventions available, appears in only 1 project. Mitigation is structurally absent. Sri Lanka had formal emission targets under the Paris Agreement, but none of these projects contributes measurable reductions towards those targets. These projects help farmers cope with climate change, but coping is not alone climate smart agriculture. Looking at the implementation challenges, 2 challenges appeared across 8 or more projects, telling us they are design failures, not isolated problems. As orange color highlighted, first, coordination. 9 of 11 projects are government-led, yet every single one operates in complete isolation. No shared database, no common monitoring system, or else no connection between them. Second, financial sustainability. No any document explains what happens when the project closes. For example, GeoGovia project holds 1.82 million farmer records with no documented plan for who maintains it after funding ends. So, the remaining 4 challenges shown as economic disruption, gender gaps, digital maintenance, and community sustainability are real but project specific. Moving to the conclusions, adaptation is strong but unbalanced. productivity is fragmented, mitigation is structurally absent, and coordination and financial sustainability failures are designed into the portfolio, not accidental. As the recommendations, these three interventions are needed. Establish a national CSA coordination platform, mandate greenhouse gas baseline measurement in all future project designs, require financial sustainability plans with post-project budgets as mandatory outputs. To leave you with one thought, Sri Lanka's CSA investment is real and well-intentioned, but this analysis shows it is adaptation dominant, institutionally fragmented and disconnected from national climate commitments. The answer is not more projects. The answer is coordination, mandatory mitigation and financial sustainability by design. These are our references. So having said that, I'm concluding the presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Manasinghe, for a nice and a very important presentation studying about the CSA projects. So the presentation is open for the discussion now. I invite our panel members to raise any questions.
Okay, thank you very much for the nice presentation and sharing with us your findings. So your study identifies significant gaps in mitigation, institutional coordination and financial sustainability across CSA projects in Sri Lanka. So from your point of view, what would be the significant challenge which we need to address at first? Did you get my point?
Yes,
Hello?
Dr. Sirivardhana. Yeah. Am I audible? Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah. Thank you for the question. Actually, from my point of view, the most significant challenge to address first is institutional coordination. Because coordination is the foundation. If projects continue operating in isolation, with no shared database, no common monitoring systems or communication platform, or even no connection between them, all other interventions will remain fragmented. Once a national climate smart agriculture coordination platform is established, as I recommended, it can be also enforce the financial sustainability planning and mitigation baseline measurement as mandatory requirements for all the future projects.
Thank you very much, Miss. Thank you. Over to you, Professor. Thank you.
Yeah, I have one clarification. Swansinghe, you have recognized mitigation is poor. Mitigation part is poor. Have you understand or have you gotten any reasons for the reduction of the mitigation part? Why? Any reason?
Yeah, actually, I was used to refer the project documents published across all the 11 selected CSA projects. So mitigation is critically absent in this portfolio, as I mentioned. From my analysis, the main reason is that none of these 11 projects was designed with a GHG reduction mandate from the start. When projects are designing, the focus is primarily on productivity and adaptation, because these two deliver visible and more immediate outcomes like higher yields and flood protection. But when it comes to the mitigation outcomes like carbon sequestration are harder to measure and take longer to show results. And additionally, Sri Lanka's multilateral funders and government agencies have not made this GHG baseline measurement as a mandatory requirement in project designing. So mitigation simply never gets built in. That's my idea.
Yeah, so therefore I think there is very, very valid conclusion for your research project, because that is major finding of your research. So at the beginning of the project, these CSA projects, mitigation should be the reduction of the greenhouse gas emission should be planned very well. So that's the lacking part of these projects. So you can give this message to the this project implementers. I think that's very important point. Okay, any other questions?
Yes, sir. No more questions.
Okay. So then, thank you very much, Ms. Vansinga, for a
Yeah.
nice and very important topic. Okay, again,
Thank you very much.
So our next presenter for this session, Ms. KKB Palmira. The presentation topic, validation of the IFARM system in corn production vulnerable areas in Socosqueen, Philippines.
Good morning, everyone. Today, I will be presenting our study titled Validation of the IFARM System in Corn Production Vulnerable Areas in Soxergen. Corn is the second most important crop in the Philippines. However, climate-related risks and pest and disease outbreaks contribute to yield losses and reduced farmer income. To address this, the IFARM system was developed to enhance data collection, validation, and reporting for corn production to support more responsive disaster management and evidence-based decision-making in climate-vulnerable agricultural systems. For the objective, it is to assess and enhance the accuracy and reliability of the IFARM system in managing up-to-date field-level data on corn production, damages and losses, and interventions using an online database system for improved monitoring and optimized resource management in Soxergen. For the methodology, for the study and duration, the study was conducted in Banga, South Cotabato during 2023 to 2024 cropping season. Meanwhile, the research design and approach used was descriptive and field-based monitoring design using total enumeration of corn farmers covered by the RSBSA. For the data collection and management, it was conducted in 2 stages, planting and harvesting using the standardized data capture form from the iFarm system. For the georeferencing and spatial data collection, we use standard geographic positioning techniques to capture farm boundaries and locations. For the pest and disease monitorings, we use a standardized crop monitoring protocols using the BPI Collect system which is adopted by the RCPC. For the data submission and multi-level validation, data submitted by the field assistant and the multi-level validation framework was implemented to ensure data quality and accuracy. For the results and discussion, it shows that a total of 816 RSBSA registered farmers with declared area of 1,342.92 hectares were recorded. However, only 134 farmers were engaged in corn production based on local government unit records. Field validation and face-to-face interviews confirmed that 107 of these were RSBSA registered farmers, while 26 were non-registered farmers with combined cultivated area of 188.42 hectares. For the planting activities, these were concentrated from July to November 2024 with peak planting observed in October with 27% and the month of September. Secondary planting peaks occurred in January and February, indicating staggered cropping practices. Harvesting occurred from November 2024 to February 2025 with the highest harvest records in the month of January, followed by the month of December. In terms of seed sourcing, 80% of farmers procured seeds through self-purchasing, while 20% accessed seeds through the Department of Agriculture corn program. For the variety used in seed type, DK9044 was the most widely planted corn variety, followed by the NK6130 and Ukay-Ukay seeds. Seed type distribution showed that hybrid yellow corn accounted 45%, followed by the GMO yellow and Sigisigi seeds. For the crop insurance, result indicates that 81% of the farmers were not aware of the program, while only 19% had availed for crop insurance. For the production data, total corn crop production reached 366.1 metric tons, while total shelled grain production was 289.6 during the cropping season. Farmers producing less than 50 sacks per hectare preferred selling corn cobs. Meanwhile, those farmers with 80% sacks per hectare sold grains to take advantage of higher farm gate price, which is approximately 15 pesos per kilogram. For the integration framework, the framework establishes a structured multi-level approach to data collection, validation, and reporting, enabling near real-time monitoring and agricultural conditions. For the summary and conclusion, the iFarm system demonstrates strong potential as digital platform for generating near real-time data to support corn production monitoring and decision-making. It establishes a robust, evidence-based foundation for data-driven agricultural planning and policy development in the corn sector. For the recommendation, long-term scalability, particularly in Region 12, will require strengthened collaboration with the LGUs and development of sustainable co-financing mechanisms. Strategic investment and institutional support will be essential to fully utilize the system's potential in enhancing agricultural resilience, productivity, and governance. So these are the team members. That would be all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Palmira, for your timely, important, and nice presentation. It's open for the discussion.
Okay. Yes, Miss Palmira, thank you very much for the very interesting presentation and very interesting findings. So actually, the validation of the iFarm system is very important. You gave the more evidence regarding that. So then my question is, actually this is not a question, this is a small clarification. So what are the challenges we can face to go to this system validation? In your team, how you face for those challenges?
So during our validation using the iFarm system, our main challenges was not actually on the database, but on the field level validation, since RSPSA registered farmers and the listing from the municipality do not coincide. So what we do is we do cross-checking for the listings of the farmers to ensure the legitimacy of our data. Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. So over to you, sir.
I have one clarification. So what are the I components you used in this validation?
So the components we used are based on the system made by the iFarm or the DA, Department of Agriculture Central Office. So the database or the data capture form were already pre-made, and we were just using it to do some interviews with the farmers according to their planting dates, their fertilizers, and for their harvesting, to identify and to target delivery of the interventions across the farmers or the beneficiaries of the DA programs.
Okay. Any other questions? No. Right. Okay. Ms. Palmira, thank you very much for your participation and presenting a paper for this conference. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir and ma'am.
So with that, we will move to our next presentation. Mr. S.V. Gunatilaka. The presentation topic, evaluating the potential of PET PET bottle recycling for sustainable textile production in Sri Lanka.
Hello everyone, our research topic is evaluating the potential of PET bottle recycling for sustainable textile production in Sri Lanka. This is our outline for the presentation today. Polyethylene terephthalate, commonly known as PET, has a global issue of environmental pollution, including Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka has a well-established textile industry which uses virgin PET yarn. Recycled PET yarn can also be used as an alternative which supports circular economy. These are some research problems: low PET recycling rates, weak collection and segregation systems, limited recycling technology, etc. These are our research objectives. This study used a mixed methods approach, combining qualitative and quantitative methods. First one, a public survey with 300 participants to assess knowledge, attitudes, and practices related to PET recycling. A stakeholder survey with 78 participants participants from the industry was the second survey. This survey examined the potential challenges, demands, environmental benefits, and policy needs for using recycled PET in textiles. In addition, SWOT analysis was also done. Let's move on to the first objective. Our review of national data revealed that Sri Lanka generates approximately 249,000 tons of plastic waste annually. Despite this large volume, only around 11% is recycled. The sample size is 300. Interestingly, while people generally expressed positive attitudes, their actual recycling practices were considerably more variable. This suggests that favorable attitudes alone do not necessarily translate into consistent environmental behavior. Statistical analysis further revealed that gender and age did not significantly influence knowledge, attitudes, or practices related to PET recycling. However, educational level and occupation significantly affected knowledge scores. Diploma holders demonstrated the highest knowledge levels, while self-employed individuals exhibited significantly greater awareness compared with other occupational groups. These findings indicated that awareness building programs may need to target specific demographic groups rather than relying on general campaigns. Now I will discuss the findings related to our second objective. We conducted a stakeholder survey with 78 participants. As previously said, the findings showed positive progress with 50% already using rPET and 15.4% planning adoption within the next 2 years. Mechanical recycling was identified as the most commonly used method due to its practicality and low cost. Market demand was encouraging, with over 60% reporting moderate demand and 14% one indicating very high demand for rPET products. However, challenges remain, particularly polymer degradation, contamination, and color consistency issues. This is a chart is showing status of using rPET in percentage. This is the SWOT analysis we have done. These are key adoption drivers. Some are certification standards, government incentives, stronger buyer demand. Now let's move on to the third objective. The findings showed mixed views on environmental benefits and production costs of rPET. While some stakeholders recognize its lower carbon footprint, others remain uncertain. Many also perceived rPET as more expensive than virgin polyester. However, stakeholders identified several key benefits, including reduced import costs, export opportunities, job creation, and improved resource efficiency. Overall, recycling PET shows strong potential for both environment and economic benefits. This is figure 2 showing readiness to adapt rPET into textile. These are some of our recommendations. Improve waste collection infrastructure, introduce stronger EPR implementation, invest in advanced recycling technologies. Conclusion, Sri Lanka has significant potential to develop a sustainable rPET textile industry. Success requires coordinated action among government, industry, research, and consumers. These are the references. Thank you very much for your attention. I welcome any questions or comments.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gurutilaka, for nice and a very important research topic. Now it's open for the discussion. Right? I will pass it to the panel members.
Yes, thank you very much. And a timely important topic. What do you say? It's a timely important research for our country too. So I would like to ask very simple question, but it may have a very significant effect. How does the cost of producing textile fibers from recycled polyethylene compared to the virgin polyester?
Actually, virgin poly using rPET is more expensive because there are MRFs. They should collect material recovery facilities, which are known, which is MRF. They need to collect plastic waste and they need to wash it, sort it out, because there are different kinds of plastic types like green, brown type and clear type. So they need to be segregated and they need to wash it, remove labels and remove caps of bottles. And doing all that, it takes a high cost than virgin PET, because virgin PET is brought from it is imported from countries, so it is more costly using rPET.
Right, thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. So we need to think about that too, right? Thank you very much. Over to you, Professor.
Yeah, one other thing now, the one biggest problem in the RPT textile industry, the collection of these used bottles. What are the main challenges or the problems in the collection mechanism in Sri Lanka?
So the biggest issue is like the uniformity of the PET bottles collected. Like some could be contaminated with different kind of let's just say if someone throws into a soil area, it will contaminate with soil particles, etc. Some people may use like using like before discarding it, using it to like using it to oil fillings, the bottle used for oil filling. So these contaminate these bottles. That is
Is there any proper mechanism to collect this bottle from the government side or the private industry side? Proper mechanism to collect this bottle?
Mainly the private sector is doing this. Government is also doing in a smaller scale. They usually like somewhat, I think, so I have seen like some places there's bins to collect these PET bottles. Sometimes the government collects and they sell it to a like highest bidder to buy it. Like
okay,
those.
so what are your suggestions to improve the collection mechanisms? Your suggestion from your research?
My suggestions are like it's important for people to know like discarding it properly. Like most people throw it through their waste with mixing their waste with their household waste, so the bottles get contaminated. And there are also like definite places like bins. Like if you go in around Colombo area, there are many PET recycling bins around the city. So these people could discard their PET bottles into these. That is my main suggestion.
Okay.
And EPR, strengthening the EPR mechanism, extender producer.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gunathilaka, for your timely important research topic and presentation, participation to our conference. Thank you again. Right.
Okay, thank you.
Our last presenter for this session, Ms. Imrana Farhan. The topic, IoT applications in Sri Lankan agriculture, a systematic review.
Greetings everyone, I'm Ibrahim Imrana Farhan and I'm here to give you a brief presentation of my research titled IoT Applications in Sri Lankan Agriculture, a Systematic Review. Agriculture is important for Sri Lanka's economy, employment, and food security. However, farmers face challenges such as water scarcity, climate variability, high cost, and post-harvest losses. IoT supports smart farming through real-time monitoring, automation, and data-driven decision-making. The applications of IoT include smart irrigation, greenhouse automation, precision fertilization, AI-based advisory systems, and blockchain traceability. However, the adoption of these IoT applications remain limited in Sri Lankan agriculture due to cost, infrastructure, and knowledge barriers. Therefore, a systematic review is necessary on this regard. The objectives of my research were to systematically review IoT applications in Sri Lankan agriculture from the year 2018 to the year 2025, with the specific objectives of categorizing the major application domains of IoT in Sri Lankan agriculture, to evaluate the technological and performance outcomes of IoT-based agricultural systems, to analyze the challenges affecting the implementation of IoT technologies in agriculture, finally, to identify the research gaps and future directions for scalable IoT adoption in Sri Lankan agriculture. Let me move to the methodology of my research, which was Prisma-based study, where the keywords used were IoT, smart farming, precision agriculture, Sri Lanka, irrigation automation, blockchain agriculture, and AI in agriculture in the databases like IEEE, Explorer, Scopus, and Google Scholar with the Boolean operators for comprehensive evaluation. And the primary screening was done and it was followed by the secondary screening, and total of 38 articles were included for summarizing the findings, and the key themes, trends, innovations, and the challenges were identified based on the studied papers. And the results obtained were shown as follows, and accordingly 13 of total papers were accounted for smart irrigation system, which was of 34% of the total papers. And the key features of the smart irrigation system includes the soil moisture sensors, microcontrollers, wireless communication, and automated drip irrigation, with the key benefits of improved water use efficiency and reduced over-irrigation. And 26% of papers were accounted for greenhouse automation system, with the key features of environmental sensors, automated actuators, temperature and humidity control, with the major benefits of climate resilient agriculture, controlled environment farming, and the increase of yield up to 40%. 6 papers of 38 papers were included about the precision nutrient and soil monitoring system, with the key features of soil sensors, real-time data transmission, and nutrient management, with the major benefits of improved fertilizer use efficiency and reduced nutrient leaching. 13% of the papers were about AI-based crop monitoring and advisory system, with the key features of machine learning, image processing, disease detection, and yield prediction, with the major benefits of early disease identification and improved crop monitoring. Out of 38 papers, 4 papers were accounted for blockchain-enabled traceability system, where the digital records, supply chain tracking, and traceability were used as the key features, with the major benefits of enhanced transparency and food safety assurance. The key challenges identified across IoT applications in Sri Lankan agriculture were limited rural connectivity, high initial investment cost, lack of interoperability, low digital literacy among farmers, fragmented technological solutions, limited long-term field validation, and finally, the lack of economic feasibility analysis. The table shows the research gaps and the future directions identified on the studied papers, and the research gaps were identified as lack of integrated IoT frameworks, limited affordability for smallholder farmers, insufficient localized data sets, non-standardized sensor calibration, poor interoperability between platforms, weak industry research policy collaboration, limited farmer capacity building, and finally, the insufficient long-term studies were regarded as the research gap. And the future direction were identified as bridging these gaps by strong policy support, investment in rural digital infrastructure, development of interoperable IoT systems, and capacity building and farmer training initiatives. In conclusion, IoT-enabled smart farming has strong potential to improve productivity, resource efficiency, and climate resilience in Sri Lankan agriculture. Significant progress has been achieved in the areas like smart irrigation systems and greenhouse automation. However, advanced technologies like AI-based crop monitoring and advisory system and blockchain-based systems are still underutilized and need further development in Sri Lankan agriculture. And also, there are gaps between the experimental research and the large-scale real-world adoption of these applications. Therefore, future research should focus on integrated and scalable smart farming solutions with long-term field validation studies, and these efforts are essential for sustainable adoption of smart agriculture in Sri Lanka. And these are some of the references used for my study, and thank you for listening to my presentation patiently.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Farhan, for your presentation. Now it's open for the discussion. So I pass the mic to the panel members. Yes, Ms. Subibi?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for the nice and very timely, important topic you discussed here today. So thank you very much, Ms. Farhan. So the thing what I need to asking from you, the although this technology, there are so many references and so many applications are available in world for the farming community. So the which application offers the fastest return on investment for Sri Lankan farmers?
Actually, madam, in the papers I referred, they were not really mentioned about the economic feasibility. That's actually one of the challenge faced by the farmers. And most of the papers are based on the prototypes. And that is not actually emphasizing the economic feasibility. So they have also not used that much of these softwares. They have made only the initial experiments. So in order to inculcate what is really happening in Sri Lanka based on IoT use in agriculture, I have done this research and this was the output, madam.
Okay, so the you work on through this research work. You find a lot of challenges. I observe in your presentation also. So can you give some suggestions to overcome those challenges through your observations?
Yes, madam. It's better to promote using the agricultural extension officers, likewise, in order to educate the farmers. And just by making the prototypes and not implementing that in the real world field experiments, it's not going to be useful anymore. So as the researchers, we should have to promote the use of those prototypes. So once when they try to do only, based on the merits of that, they can able to use that for further exploration. So even farmers will be surprised and they can able to implement that in the future. So I would suggest that the field experimentations have to be done based on the observation of the farmers. So accordingly, that can be promoted. So because the community has to get some benefits from the research itself. So they have to be educated enough doing that. And if they don't have proper knowledge on that, that should have to be disseminated from the educator sector. And the farmers should be able to use that in future.
Yes, yes. Okay, thank you very much for your nice presentation. Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions? So, Dr. Udika?
No, sir. I don't have anything to ask.
So
Thank
I
you,
have
sir.
one question or clarification, Ms. Farhan. Now you mentioned the biggest contribution for the IoT is from the irrigation sector, right?
Yes.
So how and in which crops it is applied in the irrigation sector?
They have used the leafy vegetables like structures because they didn't go for the large duration crops. They have used the lettuce like leafy vegetation, which is in the not in the open field condition, in the greenhouse conditions. Like
How?
hydroponics.
So what are the practices, which practices they use for the irrigation?
They use the they use the drip irrigation mostly, and drip irrigation itself can able to save the water. But with the drip irrigation, they have integrated the automated system using the sensors and actuators and other, like they are having at some sort of places the motor as well in order to pump the water likewise, and they have the integrated system. So Once when they also they have the soil moisture sensor. So with that, they can able to detect the amount of the moisture content present in the soil, and based on the moisture content and based on their calibration, they can able to supply water based on the moisture content present in the soil.
So have you
that is the
considered about
technique they
the
have.
green? Have you considered about the greenhouse condition for this study, or the open field condition for the irrigation purpose?
For both of them, sir.
Both of them.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. So thank you very much for a nice and important presentation, Ms. Farhan, and thank you again
sir.
for joining it. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
So with that, we will wind up today's final session, I think. So first, I would like to congratulate all the presenters or participants for this annual symposium of the Institute of Rural Sciences and Rural Technology. And also, I would like to thank our panel members and the session coordinator, Ms. Pratibani. So with that, we will wind up. I'll give the microphone for the session coordinator. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. With that, we have come to the end of the fourth technical session on smart and climate-ready crop production technologies. I'd like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our session chair, Professor Asanga Ampitiavatta. Dear sir, your presence has added immense value to this session today. I'd also like to express my sincere gratitude to our panel members, Ms. S.R. Navaratna and Dr. B.P. Sirivardhana, for their valuable insights shared throughout the session. Finally, I'd like to thank all the presenters for sharing your valuable research findings with us today. Before we close, may I kindly request everyone to stay tuned for the launching of the proceedings of the International Symposium on Agri-Technology and Rural Sciences 2026. Thank you very much.
Good evening to everyone. Now we have come to the end of the ISATRS 2026. With this, we are pleased to officially launch the symposium proceedings. Download link will be shared with all the participant and the authors via the email, and the proceeding will be available in the website for your download. And thank you all contributors, authors, panel members, and the participant for your contribution to the success of ISATRS 2026. So let's meet with next year with the ISATRS 2027. Thank you all.